is probably a little fake. But, you know, this pullback down yesterday makes sense because I feel like yesterday was a bad day in the market and it should respond to that. But then, like, where we are today, I feel like that downgrade is probably not going to last very long. So I would think if you're able to at all fill this gap, then these are buy areas. So I think you can even buy even at open. Let it settle down, let this thing get a little lower, and we'll see if we can buy Datadog off the open. So yeah, excited for that name. And then as Neil said, we don't see the imbalances here early on the NASDAQ. We only see an NYSE one. So we've got Wolf, and then that's about it for right now. Oscar Health I've been talking about for a while, getting long in around that $17 mark, which is where it's at. So I like that play. I think I'm going to put some into my account here on Oscar as well for a little bit of a swing trade. But yeah, so Datadog, good name. You know, you like the catalyst. We've seen Coinbase, we've seen Uber, we've seen Palantir, a bunch of names recently, and they're all at all-time highs, right? I mean, Coinbase is a thing that's going to follow crypto, but you've seen, you know, Palantir get to all-time highs after their inclusion, NASDAQ inclusion and whatnot, Coinbase to the upside as well. Uber got that inclusion. Uber's at all-time highs. So I think that the reason why they're getting included into the S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100, whatever exchange they're getting, or whatever index they're getting included in is because they're working.
Exactly.
You know, so it's like, that's why I feel so confident. That's what I was talking about. Like, I might just still continue to manage my own money because, like, the thing is like, if I just buy the S&P 500, like, why I don't need to pay somebody to manage it. But, you know, I guess there's benefits to all of that. I don't know. I'm trying to get more money into the index.
I like both
because of this reason.
I think you can do both. I think what I love about the indexes, for the most part, is like Broadcom's a really good example for me, at least. Like, here's a great company and a great stock that I've never owned, and I feel like I never will own because I have a big core position in both the indices, and they're a huge part of the NASDAQ. So when I was like dollar cost averaging that, it's like, oh, I'm kind of adding Broadcom to my portfolio. And you can do that too with, you know, if you look at like the financial ETFs. You don't own Berkshire, but you want some of that safety. You like what the finance, both like IYR, which I'm kind of preferring right now, a little bit to XLF. That's like 10, 11%. Berkshire Hathaway. Whoops. And then I go to type in. That's hilarious. I go to type in Berkshire and end up typing like XLF because that's the last words out of my mouth. But it doesn't. Berkshire takes a little bit of a hit. I think that's why XLF has been languishing is not the right word, but not breaking out when you have the rest of the bank. So it cuts in both ways. Where yes, you get this ability to have better exposure, but I still believe like. You gotta pick individual stocks that you like, and sometimes you make a pick. And I'm going to stick with financials in a certain sense, and it's not the right one, but it doesn't mean it's all bad. Like we make the example of like SoFi and Robinhood. Like I'm up a bunch. Like SoFi, I have it like an average price under like $8. But if I bought Robinhood at the same time, instead of like 2x, it's like 4x, 4x. But at the end of the day, you want to have some stocks like this, and having the index allows you to be able to do that. Note, Robinhood, that 100 level looks so juicy. It doesn't seem like it's going to be today, though. So another day, and Robinhood 100 might have to wait. But those individual names are great. I just believe having a core position in the index allows you like the confidence or it's easier to have short plays in there because you're balanced in your portfolio. So when you put 5-10% into things that are a little bit higher growth and risk, you've got that base position to work off of, which I like. And I see a lot of you see a lot of names in the chat that at the end of the day, you would almost nobody would be invested in. Like there are short-term swing trades. There are swing trades which I don't like turning them into investments, but I know some people will do that. Like people like Wolf, and like my first words yesterday when Wolf was running like it was, well, 3 days ago they were talking bankruptcy. I'd be taking some profit if I just got 2-3x. And if you listen to me on that one, they're up another 50% today. But I still stand by that. Like I would never treat that in any other way. If I try to penny stock and I get a double up, I'm taking some off every single time, and then I'm letting the house money ride at that point. That would just be my approach. But like Wolf is a perfect example of, you know, if you play it conservative, this thing could easily go to $5. I mean, I don't know, but it could also go bankrupt. And I think if you want to play those, you better have some safety somewhere in your portfolio in your account.
Yeah, I'm kind of, I'm similar to that, but it's like we do have a double up in Big Bear AI, And it's near that $8, and so I have been taking some off. I'm feeling I maybe need to take a little bit more off here of Big Bear AI at some point as well. But okay, it's 8:47. Let's go talk to Mitch.
All right, quickly before we get to Mitch, Plus Therapeutics moving up here big in the pre-market to the tune of 50% into that 47 penny area. So they announced the treatment of its initial patients in the company's Respect LM dose optimization trial for Ryobic for the treatment of, I'm not going to try to say this word here, but it's metastasis, okay? So good look here, up nicely in the pre-market. Any more information you can give us on this, Adira?
I can give you guys some more information on the stock for sure. So it's about just under 17 million share float. PSTV is a name that's rallied in the past, so it is a repeat offender, as we like to call it, which means it does have the potential to get going, and there are likely some people looking at it. Also has just under 7% short float. So the float itself isn't huge, but it isn't tiny. It's under 20 million shares, but that 7% short float could be of note for sure.
Sounds good. Let's bring in Mitch if he is ready. There he is. Money Mitch.
What's going on, guys?
I love to see it, man. I
will say it was smart not to say that name right there. You stay away from those names. Those names will get you into trouble real quick. So
that's why I didn't go into science, Mitch. That's why we're in the finance side of things. I stay away from all those big words. I'm looking at the notes here.
Real quick.
Say it again.
The chat starts buzzing real quick.
Right away, right? I'll get roasted immediately. Not like I don't anyway. We're talking a lot of different themes here, Mitch. I'm looking at some of the themes that you have for today. We're talking a little retail here. You like Gap and Abercrombie. Yeah. Give us a look there.
Yeah, so this is all based, and I kind of brought this a little bit last week, right, about Nike's report, right? Nike's report really made a shift in the consumer spending outlook, and this is very important because for a while there, we were all thinking for a little bit that consumer spending was coming down and that we were going to see, of course, these retail stocks also come down with the tariff mention. But there were certain stocks here that actually had good reports, and I think that's what you really need to look deep inside. Where are the ones that are actually having some kind of margin actual change there, and they can actually outperform because their margins are higher, right? Like an A&F, a Gap, Urban. Those are the reasons why you've seen those stocks hang on versus like an AEO that keeps coming down. Their margins are really getting crushed. So you got to look at the companies that are doing well here. I'd be focusing on Gap that has a huge gap, pun intended, to go higher. It's in a nice base. It just started to push out. You guys can clearly see that on the chart right there. So I think this could be a really great risk to reward opportunity here. And this is all about a flip of what you're thinking about in the fundamental outlook, right? So when environments quickly change, when you go from a bearish outlook to more of a bullish outlook because we're going to all-time high, right, and you're seeing rotation shift into what? The consumer cyclical area, you can actually gain some edge there because traders are caught offside there. They're probably caught short, and then now the stocks are starting to squeeze them out. So I think there's some great opportunities here in consumer spending. You guys have seen cruise lines take off. Now lodging has started to get hot. You're starting to see Hilton, Marriott go higher. And then now I'm starting to take a look at, does Airbnb follow? And maybe some of the smaller value plays in lodging, like, you know, like a Hyatt or a Wyndham. And so I'm looking at all these types of plays that are what? Rotation to the consumer cyclical area. What we're seeing right now is a healthy bull market that's trying to rotate into other areas to continue this bull run that we have. And what are we doing? We're just taking a sideways step in technology. It's not really a huge pull down, and that's giving the ability for money to go into the financial space, to go into the industrial space, the XLI that's all-time highs, and then you're also seeing that shift into the cyclical space, which was viewed as a real negative area because of tariffs. But it seems like the market just doesn't care, and a big part of that, well, now we're looking at August. We'll be looking at September. We'll be looking at 2026 talking about tariffs.
And crypto, well, Bitcoin specifically, Mitch, back into that higher end of the range, near 110,000, 109,000. Good look there. We had record inflows as well last week into some of these spot ETFs. But I was reading a little piece, Mitch, that ETH, at least for the spot ETF inflows, outperforming Bitcoin for the first time in a little while.
Yeah, people are trying to play a little bit of leader to laggard style trading with Bitcoin, right? So what you see is, of course, you see Bitcoin lead, and then people start looking at the other coins to start playing catch up. ETH has been one of those that has lagged and essentially hasn't broken that high to the left, and that gives it more of a opportunity for traders to come in here and try to think this is a value, right? It's very hard to say what is fair value for coins, but I would say that that's what they're viewing in ETH. I've been playing it also with ETHU, made a really great trade last week, and I've also been watching these crazy flyers. I know that you guys probably have seen them with BMNR, of course, Tom Lee mentioned, and then there's SBET, and now just yesterday, we also got BTBT, right, that made mentions. And what are these doing? They're stealing the MSTR strategy of, compiling a whole bunch of Bitcoin, and they're doing it different. They're doing it with ETH. And I think that you continue to watch these names because they are causing the momentum trade. These are high flyers, but if you just want to go for the coin, ETHU or ETH could be that way to kind of continue to play it. And also looking for finally a run in BITO. It just seems like it doesn't want to get going, but if we're really going to get this all-time highs continued to push, and now everyone's looking for a bigger run in crypto, BITO also has to make the move, and you can look at a bunch of different Bitcoin ETFs.
And we've got some crypto adjacent names like on the list that you have there. We got the PayPals, we got the Blocks, the XYZ,
Exactly.
and they're benefiting.
Did you see SoFi, man? SoFi is hot. And the thing about SoFi, it has 3 different areas to push on, right? Well, we just got, of course, the big, beautiful bill that came in. And what is that going to do? Well, it's going to affect the school loans. And so when you're in, graduate school, you only have a certain amount. If you're going to be a doctor, you only have a certain amount of federal loans that you can get. So where do you go? You go to the private market. And of course, that's helping SoFi. Another good mention a couple weeks ago, got back into crypto. And another thing that SoFi does also, talk about blockchain. When you have all 3 of the flavors of ice cream that everybody's looking for, well, guess what? Break out that sundae, because we want some SoFi.
Let's talk a little software and mobility to wrap things up. Mitch, I see Unity on there, Salesforce, and Uber, mixing them with, usually a couple of names you don't usually see mixed together.
Yeah, so right now it's all about, of course, the shift that's happening in AI. It's no longer large language model focused. You're going to see a shift focused to, of course, AI agents. That's going to help Salesforce get a lift, and that's what everyone's watching Salesforce here. I think Oracle is the major leader in this space, right? But you're also watching for catch up here in the software space. Then there's other plays, right? There's now, of course, the metaverse type of play, like with Unity, right? Well, that's kind of your AI-powered dev tools, kind of continuing to push on there. We just saw a recent drive. This is also a momentum stock, Unity growth. So now I think we can watch for this to continue to run. And then, of course, Uber is continuing to get the lift as an AI software name. And as long as Elon keeps talking, he's hurting himself and helping Uber continue to push forward. I think Uber is a name that everyone says, well, when robo-taxis come out, why would Uber do well? It's exactly the reason why. They don't got to pay people anymore, guys.
Exactly.
People think that everyone's going to be able to establish these fleets quickly of robo-taxis. No, it's going to be an early entry type of play. It's going to be the players that have been doing this for a while, already understand the business, and can make it happen overnight, versus how others will struggle, and they'll start to create this app. They'll start to create kind of the way things work, but Uber's perfected this, right? I mean, when you're on your app and it tells you the car is 5 minutes away, is it 5 minutes away? Yeah, it's usually dead on.
Absolutely. Well said, Mitch. All right, money, Mitch.
And did you see the bonus area?
I did see the bonus area, and I happen to like it. We're just a little bit strapped on time, but let's go into it a little bit over here. So your idea here is the kind of the AI boom driving massive power demands. We know these AI data centers, all these GPUs have to be on the same wavelength. If there's a hiccup at all in the power, it screws everything up. So they're using these battery packs to kind of stable things out. Explain that a bit more, Mitch.
Just simply go look at Elon's tweets and what he's talking about. He's focusing on battery storage for data centers, and it's very important because the truth is that if we are going to have this AI boom, we're going to need to kind of continue to power these data centers. And one of the quick ways to do that is with battery storage because they can't rely on the grid, right? So look for those plays to continue. I'll give you 3 quick names: FLNC, Fluence Energy, pure play in strong growth projections. It's a crazy outlook. Earnings per share expected to grow 500%. You got STEM and BE, Bloom Energy. So there it is, guys. You can look deeper into the themes. I'm always trying to give you guys themes early so that by the time you see it on CNBC, you guys know Money Mitch gave it to you first.
I absolutely love how you ended that. Money Mitch Hoke, analyst at Trade the Pool. Thanks for being on, Mitch.
Check us out, guys. Go and swing trading now.
There you
make
go.
some money.
Swing alert, right?
Let's go.
Joseph loves it when you do that, by the way. He's been taking that from on the midday note. Swing alert. There you go.
Swing it, swing it, swing it.
Thanks for being on, Mitch.
Thanks, Mitch. Swinging it. And at FLNC, I know anybody that's been swinging that thing has definitely been having a little bit of fun. I actually like the daily. I like the daily chart on that one. No questions asked. I do want to get back to Airbnb because when I was looking at its inclusion to S&P 500, I noticed something which is pertinent to Datadog, I think. But like that particular name, when we talk about, one of the things you'll hear a lot is gaps get filled. Well, where is it? It's giving you a hold right above this February high gap. And I mean, it's easy enough to say room to $9 from a technical standpoint as like a trade, but I think that's what you're getting at. Just keep in mind, a lot of these names, like they've run up a lot. And sometimes you need healthy pullbacks and consolidations when you have things that have doubled and tripled up. But as we were going through all of those names, I actually was a little surprised at how little Airbnb was doing. To be honest, I thought it might have been performing a little bit better than this. But at the same time, it was back when I was looking at the inclusion. When Mitch brought it up, I was looking at when they got included S&P 500. So it's like you figure out that's going to happen, volume spike, gap up, and then it was on the 18th. So like right in here is the moment that they got added. So it was rallying into a pullback, but then you had the gap up. It lost the gap and took a few days to settle in. So I think that's what like with Datadog, if it loses the gap, I think you might have to be patient with it. I still would believe that that's a bigger force than some random note from, I think it was Bloomberg, I think we got on Datadog. But if they do lose that gap, I think you have to play a little bit of patience. And then remember, market circumstances are different then than it would be now, so you do have that factoring in. But yeah, I think you're patient buying the dip. I'll probably be trying to go long at the close regardless on this stock. But yeah, when I look at what happened to Airbnb and you go through some of the others, it isn't abnormal that after you get the inclusion, you can have a little bit of a drop, and then the rally comes, a bit of a sell the news type of event.
Yeah, I liked what he was talking about there, and you didn't hear this one first from Money Mitch, but SoFi right here up over $20 right now and continuously busting through. So I like that Mitch brought up some of the levers that they can pull there, the big beautiful bill, the student loans and everything. I mean, look at SoFi up to $20. We did sell some at 18, but there it goes, man. $20. This one really working out, and yeah, making us forget about Robinhood. Really, I mean, it's been a huge move for SoFi over the last month and a half. I mean, you're going from 12 to 20. So right there, you want to talk about BBAI being a double. This is a double right here too. Even just in the last, let's say 3 or 4 months. Well, I guess looks like $12 was the bottom. So you're not quite at a double, but you'll take this all day. So look for SoFi, continuous momentum higher. We looked at it yesterday, short flow 12, 13% or so. SoFi continues to work long, and any dip buy opportunities for this name into 1940. The sticky note's out. I'm just fixing some notes, but I'm a little bit like offside today. I don't know exactly which direction we want to go. I mean, it's up, it's down, it's up, it's down, and then it's up, and it's up, and it's up. So I don't know. We have now 5, 6 straight handles straight to the upside. We're just going to wait. I mean, I think there could be some more notes and news about some of these tariff plays happening here today, especially if we get more notices on, this is your... I mean, we're going to go back and forth about this whole tariff talk, and it's just a complete joke that we're sending out notes and letters on this is what your rate is, picking those out of a hat. and then also saying that they're also not going to take effect until August 1st. And then even then, that's the third iteration of a deadline. So it's
What
like,
deadline? Well, it's
at some point, I don't even know if these tariff things matter. I'm just excited for earnings season.
That's what I'm talking about.
I don't even really care about
That's
these.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I
Let's
just
get-
think
let's
the
get into the
market
next thing.
cares about that. Like you'll have the little 1% moves intraday, which will affect us as day traders. But in the long run here, I'm looking to pick up, the indexes on.
Well, when you're heavy tech, like if you're how concerned are you if you own you can be concerned maybe with like your Amazons and your Apples to a certain extent.
And it was
but,
scary back in April. That is.
Yeah, it was. It certainly was. But like, I get it if you own Starbucks. I get it if you own Nike. Like there's certain things out there that you're going to be really weighing on a lot of this, because like if 20% of your portfolio is like one of my 5 big stocks is Nike, which is not true for me, I don't even own it, then yeah, you're going to care a little bit more. But earnings season, like I'm excited for earnings to come, and especially the banks, because they've been rallying so far. What I can't believe is I'm actually surprised SoFi already broke that $20. And so remember we were talking about the financials being strong and then the solar names being weak. Sunrun was down 6%.
Yeah.
It's now down 10.5%, and I haven't even looked at the other ones, FSLR or.
I think what happens in this market is when you're wrong, you're wrong.
Yeah, like when
punishes
the money wants to come out, the sell keys, and it's not so much the sell keys getting hit as the other half is there's just no bid for the stocks that have not been in favor. And so yeah, I think that looks like solar today, and it's by the stroke of a pen, an executive order. Right, all it takes is an executive order. They live and die by the tax credits. You make it harder for them. Everyone's all happy when the big beautiful bill was favoring them, and now you get an executive order which is hurting them, and you give up not all the gains from recently, but like First Solar gives back from the highs now about what is that, like 15% or something like that? 12% from local highs. Still a good rally, but Sunrun's going to be on my mind for sure. It's just a matter of like how far do you chase this thing when it's down 10% already. But this is why you got to pay attention to catalysts, right? So we'll be looking at Sunrun particularly because that one's moving the most. And a lot of times it's like the crappiest one. I shouldn't say the crappiest one, but like the highest risk in the sector is going to be the one that you want to actively trade just because it's going to move more. When they're bad, Sunrun's going to lose 10, 15%. When First Solar and others might only lose half that. And that's why you got to gravitate to those ones when you trade.
All right, guys, let's have a look at the futures. 62.76 is where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. We're kind of locked in a 50-point range, boys. About 62.54, that's the overnight low, with 62.89 being the overnight high. So we're going to say 6,300 as resistance, 62.50 as support. We've lost that 6,300 level after the tariff news yesterday. All right, guys, make sure to get the watch list sent directly to you every day. Adair prepares it, and we all use it. Helps you know what the major stories are, what's important, what's not, and how to organize your day. And best of all, it comes straight in your inbox. So make sure you're hitting that link in the description and subscribing. All right, let's start with the first story here. Trump with more tariff news. 14 countries are going to be subjected to tariffs effective August 1st, delaying obviously the June 10th deadline. The tariffs range Adair from about 25 to 40%, with Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, Tunisia, Kazakhstan all at 25%, but Laos and Myanmar, formerly Burma, at 40% there, Adair.
Well, and it's kind of similar to what we had here with the transshipping tariff, specifically for Vietnam. Now, of course, transshipping tariffs aren't specified with these countries the way they were with Vietnam, and that's likely because they actually made a deal with Vietnam instead of these letters getting sent. But I just want to show here, this is actually the April 2nd versus July 7th tariffs for the first 7 countries that we got. I'm going to make a new infographic for the next 7 coming through. But yeah, as you can see here, like some of these, Japan, it's actually a little bit higher, the new tariff. Malaysia's a little bit higher. Laos and Myanmar all got cut. But as we mentioned, transshipping tariffs are not specified in terms of a rate or percentage in this letter, which means that if they're really trying to deter some of these countries from sending things to China, then that tariff will likely be higher than the tariff stated in these letters.
Just tell us what transshipping is.
So, yeah, transshipping is basically you between an intermediary port. So you get like from between point A and point B, there's another port, and they will ship things to somewhere else. They're basically rerouting packages, if you will. And that, again, with concerns about China and China getting things, that could really be a concern if you look at these places in that region that are getting higher tariffs.
All right, boys, the Mag 7, all green. Let's look.
Well, it's not just the Mag 7 that's green. You'll note that, you got a lot of letters got sent out, but there was nothing to China. It's almost like no news is good news. And at least that's the way that the market seems to be approaching it. Like if you look at specifically Alibaba in here is up a couple of points, but if you look at across the board, a lot of the Chinese names are gapping up, and this can easily change, unfortunately, because you're going to be headline driven. That said, like there's some value in here because everyone's like, oh, China risk, blah blah blah, like this and that, but Alibaba is cheap on a P basis. We've seen it rally from this area before pretty heavily. I keep thinking every time I think it's going to fall apart and get back lower down into the 80s for a rebuy, it just seems to bounce before that, and it bounced off 100 the last time, defying expectations of myself. And I kind of feel like if it does that again, then you missed an opportunity. It could close the 200 period, which I think is on the long term, that's a good place to look for a buy. Now, as far as today goes, it's over under at 109 for me. Like you go back to last week and had big seller at 109 on a gap down, and then you gap down yesterday, and then continued selling all day long. If you can't burst through that selling at 109, then unfortunately the buyers haven't taken control on what is not necessarily a positive headline. It's just simply the lack of there being anything negative in the last round of updates. But who knows? Middle of the day today, you could have something get negatively said about China, some harsh comments, the truth could come out, and all of a sudden Bob is going to move on that. So I think you still have to be in a bit of wait and see mode, but I'm looking for that 100 level to hold on Alibaba. I think they're good value down there.
Okay, I just posted this. Thanks to my wife for finding this. This is Ric Flair here. You'll never be as cool as Ric Flair wearing a Rolex and an Apple Watch at the same time. So right there. So what's up now? Kevin O'Leary, right there. So we'll tag him and see if we can get him going on that. I'm gonna get that up on Insta. Tag him, and then we can see what's going on there. Okay, so for me, the sticky note is now out, which is sort of what got me looking there on Twitter again. And yeah, for me, the big tech names are just going to be basically Tesla. I mean, I don't even know if we're going to be talking about Tesla on here soon, but the TQs. I mean, I wrote down here shorting right now on the NASDAQ, the TQ area of 85. I don't know if that's going to come into play or not. I'm uncertain of what the market wants to do. If the market rips up here, yesterday we were very, very patient. We actually wound up losing, if you remember, on the TQQs as we shorted this move all the way back up. And then finally, we caught it at the 200 period moving average by waiting and being patient for that. Well, 85 is just right here. So, we made that top up here at 85.50 last Thursday. And then we kind of didn't obviously do anything there in the aftermarket. And then we've just dropped down through there. Let's get strong today if this market wants to break through 84. And then we'll look to start to short somewhere around here. I just don't think that this tariff talk is over, obviously. It's just starting. And I don't see it as being very positive. I mean, we talk about the art of the deal. I don't hate what Trump is doing. I think the letters and going out and delaying the times and pushing it forward and looking to make deals is what needs to happen. So if we do get a positive announcement, I just want to make sure that we short somewhere around here because, again, until earnings seasons comes, I just think there's so much uncertainty about everything. And we just need to wait until we get that deal. Like I said, you make an announcement on China, this market's up 4%. So it's just a matter of waiting for those deals to happen and then going. So until then, I'll fade whatever happens on the NASDAQ. So 85 is just a rough level because I have no idea where this is going to stop. I mean, we started this day at 83. We almost got to 83.75 there in the last 20 minutes. So we can easily go another $1 where we'll start to short. So for me, it's a short around there. And then I was looking, honestly, I think Google's like a breakout candidate. It's just, again, like I don't think much happens until we get earnings. And this is that break sort of right into here, 180, 182. We're going to have to get China. We're going to have to get something that matters as far as the tariffs are concerned. And when we do, then I think Google runs and rips and gets right back up to all-time highs. We're not even that far away anymore from this. You add 10% to Google, you're back at all-time highs. So that is just a couple days away. I mean, can we envision a day where Google's up 7 or 8% on a China deal? Yes. Or every Mag 7 stock is up 5, 6, 7, 8%. And then that puts us through the stratosphere. And then we're all wondering why our money is still on the sidelines. So I think you, for now, you just wait. And when you get the news, you go in. But until then, Sticky Note will lead the way.
All right, let's talk a little Apple and Meta. Interesting headline today. Zuckerberg continuing on his hiring spree, hiring now Ruomeng Pang. I'm sorry if I butchered that name. He's a key AI researcher from Apple. He's going to join the super intelligence lab started in Meta by Zuckerberg, part of that major recruitment push that we've been seeing him doing. So Pang actually led Apple's foundation model team and is reportedly receiving a pay package, guys, in the tens of millions of dollars. But it's not the biggest headline. We've heard about triple-digit headlines with hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, we've heard about hundreds of millions. We've also had some people, I think the OpenAI researchers that first left, they actually denied these pay packages, but there's enough evidence to suggest that at least to some extent they are real. But here's what's really interesting, Sharif. So I find it interesting that Meta, who's been trying to go after these like cream of the crop, creme de la creme AI people, is going after Apple's AI team because we know they haven't had that much success. I have to find this decision a little interesting. What's interesting as well is apparently, according to this report, Zifeng Chen will be taking over the responsibilities of Pang at Apple. I looked him up and he really, I'm only seeing a Google brain, I guess, background, so I'm wondering if he's internal from Apple. I want to do more research on it, but this report actually gives me more questions than answers.
Well, Pang actually is from Google originally.
So that would make sense. His replacement would be there as well.
Yeah, so yeah. I don't know. The way I see this, Adair, is I feel like it highlights the internal friction inside of Apple's AI team, and I don't think things obviously going that well. Maybe he's looking for a way out, boys. What is the look?
Yeah, well, it could be, but the market's been telling you what to do with these two stocks for a while, with regards to Meta and to Apple, and that is there's exuberance around Meta taking what is the phenomenon of AI and immediately being able to actually make money here in multiple ways. Like whether it's through efficient advertising, whether it's through directly integrating Llama into WhatsApp and then monetizing that further. Like there's a lot of levers that are going to get pulled for them, and the implication, of course, on Apple's side, they just haven't been able to execute. So, without getting into how effective is this going to work out, the one thing I'm concerned with when we talk about Meta in particular is that the rally that we've been on is very impressive. No questions. Like this is like the stock has gone up 55, 60% or something like that. I mean, I could use that tool and draw it for you, but you go from 460 something into 740, you got a bunch of things that are in that oversold or overbought territory, including the market. So I think you're in a sideways action. And I know yesterday, wasn't feeling particularly bullish. I don't have a market bias whatsoever. I'm looking at individual names and playing each by the ear, because look at the wash that this stock has been in since it failed the high. No clear direction. Yeah, and when you've got this support to resistance, I think it's clear you've got some clear support down here in the 713 area. And when you're in a bit of a sideways consolidation chop because the rally's taking a break, then you're not thinking the stock's going to break out and rally to an all-time high. You go into the mode of, okay, well, you're approaching it as the dip buy off a support level, and that's what I think Meta's kind of caught in right now. And I don't think this headline, is that what gets it to an all-time high today? I don't really think so. I'd be more inclined to be playing that dip off the bids in a scenario where I think we're taking a little bit of a breath on the rally.
Yeah, I wanted to, I think Meta, again, just an expensive stock there, and one that we should all be long hundreds and hundreds of dollars ago, right? And if you're not, I don't know if I'd buy it up here until we do get some kind of earnings. But for right now, NVIDIA, if you're going to play something that has some sort of momentum, yesterday NVIDIA really didn't do anything, despite the market, getting, I don't want to say crushed, but getting to the downside. We saw a good short early on AMD, and NVIDIA was trying to push higher, but the market just wasn't willing to go. And now today, you know, with the market being up, what, not 0.5%, is it yet? Yeah, so 1/4% right now. NVIDIA almost up 1 and looking to take down 160 again. I think this is a huge long, and I think it's a push long through 160. So if there's going to be a name, yesterday we were all over the shorts as far as AMD is concerned. We had a pretty strong dollar hopefully this morning as well. And it looks like we do want to take down that 160 level. Again, this is what NVIDIA looks like, man. I mean, all hail, honestly. This is the king of all kings, and it's just going to continue to rise, I feel like. We did get a breakthrough the other day through that 160 mark, which was right there, and it stopped at 161 and brutally came back in into 158. I say that kind of sarcastically. The most it went down was $1, actually $1.50 off of that level. That's not that big. So I'm not worried about this name. I think a break of 160 gets us to where it wants to go. Yesterday wasn't doing much. Today I feel like it does something. So we have a thing for that. I think
Do something.
Waymo here. So Waymo, Alphabet's obviously autonomous driving division, announced it will begin testing vehicles in Philadelphia with a human safety driver behind the wheel. The pilot program is going to run through the fall, and it's going to include manual driving in high density areas like downtown, on freeways, collecting map and performance data. This is not the first time they're out east, Adara, as they have similar tests out in New York.
Yeah, they're trying to get into New York, so it's interesting. This headline from TechCrunch is pretty fascinating because the way that Waymo announced it themselves, they only mentioned Philadelphia. But as of last month, they have applied for a permit to test their autonomous vehicles in New York City with the human behind the wheel. As far as of yesterday, they had not received any approval, but they have done some tests in New York in the past, going back about 4 years, and then in the winter they tested in Buffalo. So they're certainly not new to out east. We also do have a spokesperson from Waymo saying the company is going to be testing these vehicles at all hours throughout, basically, as you mentioned, all areas of Philadelphia. So if you're in Philly, the likelihood of you seeing a Waymo is really high. This was initially, as I mentioned to Sharif, the way that Waymo disseminates its information is always a little weird. You'll get the company announcing it on X first, and then TechCrunch will report it after the fact. But they announced this around 12 p.m. during the midday. Uber actually dropped when it was first announced, but it obviously recovered.
All right, guys, Waymo now available. Phoenix, San Francisco, LA, and Austin. Atlanta and Miami and DC are planned for next year. The launch is planned for next year. And they're still losing money, though, on this division. So even though revenues did increase in the last earnings report to $1.65 billion, up from $1.53, the segment still is losing a little bit less than $4.5 billion, guys.
You got to lose before you make. And like, it's not like there's a million ways to play this. Right, like you're playing it with Alphabet as a smaller portion of their business. You're playing it with Tesla as a large portion of it, and you're playing it with Uber as a significant impact for them as well in the space. But the thing is, with Google, you get a little bit of everything, right? Like your exposure, and I'm not gonna the laundry list of things that you get, whether it's just talking about YouTube taking over the world and Shorts being even more impressive than I actually realized in terms of their growth and the viewerships. Look, at the end of the day, I kind of feel like I was a little bit wrong about Google in that, you know, I like Meta more than Alphabet, but rotating some shares from Google to Meta, it's like I should have sold. Like, it was right in that Meta ran to the high and Google didn't, but it was wrong in that Google wasn't as weak as something like, say, Apple. So it's in a bullish run, and I'm just going to quickly show you the most simple thing that Google is doing right now. This is the channel from the low, and it's not very often that you will see something this clear on a daily chart where it's the easiest trend lines to draw the top and the bottom. And so I think for now, it's buy it at the bottom of the trend line. I'm taking the open from the April 7th low. You just start connecting as many points as you can loosely. And notice that obviously on a chart like this, like it can bounce $1 or $2 away from that level. But down around 170, I think Alphabet is a buy until proven otherwise. And the top end of that channel, which now works out to about 190, is your temp top. So I'm not thinking all-time highs for Google. I'm just thinking this channel until it proves otherwise. The problem would be if you lose the bottom of the channel on Alphabet. That's not going to happen today, but when looking at this stock, that's where my focus is. I think people got a little too pessimistic about Alphabet and forgot just how many places they have that they can pull levers to make money. Waymo just being enough.
Yeah, for sure. I think Google. Look, I mean, I sold Google and bought some Eli Lilly, but Google right now I've sold it way too low at 160 and change. But for right now, Google, I think it works. And I was just talking about this the other day, or just the other day, a couple minutes ago, thinking that Google does have that chance to break through that 180 mark, right? And when it does, then I think you get right back to where you need to go, up to all-time highs again. So yeah, Waymo's nice. It's such a small part of their business, so it's not a needle mover at all for them. So again, we wait for earnings. We wait to see how their search game has been playing out. I don't think it's been very well. I mean, ChatGPT, I think, is the 5th most went to site right now in the space. I saw some. I mean, Google's still up there as well, but ChatGPT now up there as well. And then there's so many other large language models like Gemini, which is Google. And you know, that news that they missed out on Apple is not great either. If Apple is indeed going to go with a Perplexity or Anthropic or I don't know, even ChatGPT. I'm not sure where they're going to go with OpenAI or whatever. But if it's not going to be Gemini, then that is going to hurt Google. And then Google also gets a $20 billion check from Apple every year for the install base of Chrome. I don't know if that changes. So I don't love the stock, but again, there are a lot of levers and it's a very popular one. If you like quantum, I think Google's there. You like self-driving, Google's here. And yeah, everything, just their search business. YouTube is absolutely a monster right now. YouTube, we heard yesterday, I don't know if it's true, but YouTube gets 10 times more views. The YouTube Shorts gets 10 times more views than TikTok. So, I mean, it is what it is. YouTube Shorts are huge, and Google will continue to win. It's just, I want to see the earnings. So I'm not super excited until we get near that 180.
IBM next on the list here, guys, floating basically at all-time highs, maybe a buck or two off. They unveiled their new Power 11 chips and servers today. The first time they're updating their Power products since 2020. They're aimed at boosting energy efficiency and AI integration in the enterprise center, so B2B here, positioning IBM as one of the biggest AI infrastructure for business operations. It's going to work in sectors like financial services, healthcare, manufacturing. And it's going to basically compete with Intel and AMD, not really looking to compete with NVIDIA here, as they're going to be focusing on inferencing Adara as opposed to training. I mean,
yeah, and this IBM, I was going to get more detail, I guess, on what this Power 11 does in terms of its technological savvy. So apparently it's the most resilient server in their whole IBM Power platform, which of course is well known. They're saying it's 99.9999% of uptime, and I am reading that directly. Apparently there's going to be zero planned downtime for system maintenance and less than 1 minute guaranteed ransomware threat detection. So like this seems pretty sturdy. Seems like, especially as you said, with what's trying to do and what it's trying to compete with, it seems like a pretty solid product. Let's see how it performs.
All right, guys, near all-time highs. What's the look?
I love it.
Yeah, love the stock. Was one of the picks for the year. I think like, that story, when you look at it, it's similar to what I felt about when Samsung had bad numbers overnight. Is they talked about getting beaten up by NVIDIA, and they talked about getting beaten up. Well, I didn't say getting beaten up, but you know, the competition that they're losing to, NVIDIA, TSMC, and the fabs, and then Micron. For sure, I think it was more of a positive for them. I think in this particular case, it's just like another reason you can go dig at Intel. But IBM is a trade. I don't know. It just doesn't seem to have the action to be able to bust out. And we're in this same, like, you're holding at the top. It's been such a fantastic rally. There hasn't been a deep pullback since it made the high. Like, it's like you either, you know what, or get off the pot, or we're going to have some kind of a healthy pullback in IBM. I absolutely love where they're going. I think long-term, you're fine holding it. They're also going to be, if you like quantum, they give you a little bit of access to that too, like kind of like Google does, in a safer way. So when that code gets cracked, you've got somebody who's been working on it for years. So I still love the stock. I just don't know how eager I'd be to be pulling the trigger way up at these tops. Like that's the only thing that gets me. And just to throw it in, we only have 4 minutes to go here.
Okay.
I was going to point out with that, when I was talking about Samsung's poor numbers, one of the things that specifically got mentioned, up 2%, and one of the strongest chip names out there is Micron. And I do I like Micron. I don't know if we're going to be able to get the bid off the 119 here. as a support level, it might just turn into something like joining the long at some point. But I absolutely love the fact that specifically signaled as someone taking some business away from Samsung with their numbers, and up 2 points today, leading the market, ahead of the market. I like the strength in MU. Like I said, I don't know if we get the 119, but when in doubt, pull back into prior highs, how I usually.
Yeah, Micron's fallen off to the earnings report, right? Yeah, not bad. Yeah, 120 is definitely a good level there. I've added BBAI here to the sticky note, breaking that $8 mark. So I think if we can break above that, you can go find it right now at Trader TV, Sean. That order's already in. This is probably the one that fires off early. Big Bear AI breaking through $8. We had broken it before and didn't do much. We got it. So, well, we had this trade too, going through up to 830. It was actually pretty profitable, but then we got stopped out once it broke. So if the same thing happens, we're going to wait for the 200 period or the 50 period moving average. But we're going ham on BBAI breaking through $8. Solar burn, Sharif?
For solar today, well, at least the 10 ETF down here 2 3/4% after the executive order signed by Donald Trump looking to end some of these solar subsidies. Adara.
And if you look here, and I actually have it up, this executive order is posted, of course, on the White House website or homepage. It's very clear that their issue is about foreign control. So that this really, they want to keep things in-house. They want to keep things domestic. Basically, there's going to be tightening some eligibility for solar and wind tax credits. Apparently, according to this order, substantial construction progress is required before these projects can actually lock in incentives in this space. And of course, this does follow the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which has a lot of solar provisions. We saw solar stocks up, down, and all around as we had that digested for sure.
All right, guys, how are you going to play this solar name if you're interested? Which names are you looking at?
Yeah, well, because I was saying earlier, First Solar is only down 5%, and Sunrun is down almost double digits. It did bounce a little tiny bit, so it's down 9%. It was down 10% earlier. I'm just trying to keep it simple. This one's going to move the most. It's not because it's the cheapest. Thank you, Randy. Randy just said short it. Yeah, that's the idea. 1040 is the level I'm looking at here into the quarters. Thank you so much for the refill on the coffee, because we got 1 minute to go, and we're locked and loaded. No, just very simply, it was a flat bottom break through prior support. So as long as it holds underneath, I said 40, I mean 30, sorry. This is 30. 1030 is the level. So as long as it holds underneath that, I'm looking short. If it breaks it at the open, I sit and wait for a chance at 11, or I allow it to get back under the volume weighted average price. It already made a 4 or 5% move under this level and almost did it twice. So I don't want to be, just sort of blindly taking that trade at the open. Sometimes you get these exhaustion candles early and it can bounce. So if it does one of those to the upside, I want to wait for it to resist and then short the stock. But I'm only looking to the south side today on solar names, specifically Sunrun though.
All right, only 20 seconds left now, 15 seconds. We've got Randy, a treat today on the bell. It'll be Randy on the bell, so we're excited for that one. BBI could come in, CoreWeave could also come in. This bell brought to you by Randy and Trader TV Live or Origenics. I mean, you can scan that QR code at any time and get that. Randy, it's 3, it's 2, it's 1. All right, we are... Yes.
Randy doesn't play
okay,
around.
We are now short. First position is now initiated. It's CoreWeave. So we are now short CoreWeave, 160, waiting to see what happens around 162. Give me more, give me more, give me more. We are now also in Big Bear AI right now as BBAI takes out that level. We said we'd be long. Here we are long at 803. Let's see how far up Big Bear AI can go or not. We'll get some out here if it gets into the 20s one more time again, and we'll get something out here high side. It's not even open yet, so Big Bear AI right now waiting for the opening print to come through, and here it comes right now I'm hoping for, and we'll be able to get something out, and there it is, a quick little winner chicken dinner to start the day. Neil, we're already $1 in the money on CoreWeave, so here it comes to the downside. So, I mean, it's easy pickings right now. CoreWeave and BBAI, the sticky note 2 for 2 so far.
Yeah, good look over there. SoFi, by the way, we didn't talk about SoFi. We mentioned it several times as being supremely strong. It already broke $20.
Look at Big Bear.
Like 2 or 3 times, but it has yet to hold above the open. I'm waiting for a pullback into either the pre-market low or let's see the buyers. Now the buyers starting to merge over 20. We close above 20 and I want the long. But otherwise, I'm waiting down around that 19.5 zone for the long. I did get into Sunrun to the short side off of that 1030, but I noticed the position board does not seem to be working.
Oh man, well poor Andre's all by himself here, so yeah.
They're working on it.
Yeah, well they're not working on it. That's the problem, is that he's by himself. So so frustrating. Okay, well anyways, there goes Big Bear AI right now. Just put it up, man. There's nothing else to do. We're done. We're done. It's 8:31. We're done. Right there. Plus we got a dollar rate right over here as well. I'll still be here for you, don't worry. But yeah, Joe's like, see you tomorrow. Yeah, no, next week though, you'll be getting these plus many other trades because, holy shit, let's go right now. Like, yeah, next week I'll be on vacation, so I won't be able to have as much fun as this, of course. We'll be in Boston all week, and you guys will be trading Big Bear AI through 850 by your damn selves right now. But there it goes, man. Huge move up there for Big Bear AI. We're pretty happy with what's been happening. It's a monster move for us here. I'm triple already what we were up yesterday. A Big Bear AI is just the absolute banger right there. We posted it. It's up. And there it goes, it's Big Bear AI. Not only that, Neil, we have a monster trade here in Big Bear AI, but we're also $3 in the money on CoreWeave.
That's 2 for 2 over there. It's 2 for 2 over here. It is what it is. I know the position board is not working. SoFi broke the 20. It just went to 20.5. So that's a quick 2 points on SoFi.
Nice.
As quick as you like, as Sharif would say. And then Sunrun, VWAP to the low as well. So essentially, just the only 2 names I was looking at. We didn't get to Tesla. I'll get there in a quick little second. Sunrun is SSR, so when I see it's short sell restricted because it's 10% down. So if it does like an over-under at an obvious level, like breaks a level and immediately retakes it, my thought is out and play back into VWAP, but I'm not looking long. So let's take it out when it does a curl and look for a re-entry at the volume weighted average price. So SoFi, there's a part of me that thinks SoFi, with their earnings coming out at the end of next month, is going to be, at some point, a really, really big pullback. But for now, we're going to go back in, hopefully VWAP, or we get 20s or 19.5. But a breakout trade, I regretted not getting all out of circle the first time, yesterday, by holding on to some. This time it's like, no, it gives you the target, it gives you 20 to 20.5. I'm going to take it and then look for the next opportunity. And what we didn't talk about was day 2 on Tesla, and Tesla broke $300. That's the good news. The bad news is Tesla immediately failed $300 and is starting to come right back in. So they like selling off on Tesla, but the buyers tried to get it over 300. 2 days in a row, Tesla's tried to rally in here at the open. Didn't really hold out last time. I'm waiting to short this. I still like 305, 306. I want to give it a chance to get there.
Yeah, good talk there. Right now, CoreWeave is looks like this on the chart. There's 160, there's 156.50. We're just going to say boom. We'll tweet that out, and we'll watch to see what's going on here. Unfortunately, again, no position board. We apologize. I'm short CoreWeave and long Big Bear AI. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on SQNS. This is Saquon's Communications small cap runner. This one having a pretty traditional small cap catalyst as of late, announcing a Bitcoin treasury initiative for which apparently they just closed a $384 million strategic investment. Keep an eye on SQNS. I want to let you guys know as well, there's no economic data coming out this morning except for an 11 a.m. consumer inflation number from New York. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. Yeah, there it is.
There's a
Okay,
3-year note.
loaded
There's a
up
3-year note auction at 1 o'clock, which we pay attention to.
So the only thing is those positions are wrong. So I don't know if we have to reset that or something right there, because your boy ain't short Big Bear AI. That is
It's
for
just taking
sure
the
right
last
now.
execution.
Yeah. Maybe see if I can punch out and see if we get something. If it updates it there, I'll punch some more out of 57s. Oh well, now at least now it shows the price, which is right. But that CoreWeave is wrong. Yeah, we'll need to reset that. Apparently Fabian is close. Maybe a rough night there in the Chilean household. Maybe a rough sleep. But he's coming in. He's going to be pretty close right now. But yeah, man, it's big. This is just it's a big day. Here we go. We're going to see what happens with CoreWeave, if we can even get this short through 156 again. We're short at 160. You know, we wrote that one down. We wrote down the Big Bear AI. trade as well. So we're going to go like real big here, this morning so far. But again, the show's not really about trading. It's more about discussing, what's been happening and what's going on in the market. So the NASDAQ is making a move down lower here. We're only down right now. Well, we're up 0.25, but it is a nice downside play. We did write that down as we worry about potential tariffs today and what's going on with that. We don't have any earnings or anything. There goes CoreWeave right now. We did short more through 156. So now our price on CoreWeave is about 156. Yeah, so there we go. The prices are right. It just doesn't show long or short. So that will come up very, very soon. But Neil, here goes CoreWeave again. This is the price that we had marked down and the price that we wanted to trade through. So right now we are going to wait. There it goes. Yes, sir. Holy. This could be one of the biggest days here. So let's just figure out what's going on. Thank you so much, Adam DeLuz and company, for your continued support, of course, here for all of us at Trader TV Live, regardless of how everyone's day is going. It feels like you guys are always supporting us, no matter what. So thank you, Adam, and thank you everybody else for all of that. It does mean a lot. So. All right, so that's what's going on right now. We did punch through. We had to get 155.75, I think was the price that we got. Yeah, we got 76s, so we get 25 cents worth of slippage there on CoreWeave, but that kind of makes sense. I mean, the spread is 25 cents as it is, so I feel pretty good about the fill that we got down there. Again, we just tried to add to the position. That may be the bottom. I mean, sometimes when you pick breakout trades, you sort of have to wait for that break and fake, but right now, Mark's here now, so that's good. We can try to get that position board going. But right now, CoreWeave, BBAI, the two stocks for me, and we'll just wait to see where CoreWeave goes. It is getting that little relief rally back up. So, maybe a short back into VWAP. We'll see if we can.
The market just bounced off the low, I think.
Yeah, that's the other thing, I guess.
And look, we're going to get to SoFi in a quick little second, but the overall market just broke overnight lows and then regained it. So you're getting a little bit of a pushback to the upside. When that happens, it's just like overnight lows and highs tend to matter in that regard. I'll get to, like I said, I'm going to get to SoFi in a second, but I did just miss the curl back in. When Sunrun bounced, it did get to the volume weighted average price. And I still want to stay net short looking at these solar names. But if I've missed this move, that is a big time reversal potential candle. And what you don't want to get caught in is the relief rally. If this ends up closing with a lower high and starts trending back up there, then I got to be very patient with shorting this. You get your one and done, and sometimes it looks good because essentially you're bouncing off the highs. But then in SoFi's case, you do the one and done and it continues to go. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, taking your profit. SoFi continuing to rally. There was a note at 9 o'clock, Cashmere partnering with SoFi to expand access to venture capital. So that's another positive note for SoFi, up 7.5%. But now I got to start thinking about VWAP, as this stock is on an absolute tear. And I didn't even look at Robinhood. And this is now with the market breaking fresh lows. This is continuing to hold up higher. Also, Tesla.
If you see Big Bear, yeah.
Tesla just lost 296. It tried 300 again.
Oh no!
It smacked down. If you stand in front of it, you get filled. But if you try to catch it on the way back in, you're not always going to get that fill. When it hit 300 this time, there was a seller at 300 that we try to jump out in front of. So still haven't taken anything outside of the two early positions. Although it seems like Sunrun is more likely than SoFi because I'm not buying SoFi at up 8% at the highs at 940.
No, we actually did kind of the opposite there. We added to our CoreWeave position at the lows, which we'll see if that works out. We did average it back in there at 158 like we said we would. So let's wait to see if we do get a downside move. But it doesn't really matter, man. The play of the day, the play of a long time here is going to be Big Bear AI. We are now in the money almost 10% on that $8 break. It's at $8.70 right now. So this will be probably... Again, it's not about the P&L, but for me, this is a big P&L trade. So it's one that I obviously been focusing on. We've been waiting for this Big Bear AI break. We took it with reasonable amount of shares, and yeah, it's nothing but upside fun. So as Joe said, you know, if you have a trade like this, I think the best thing to do would maybe just to chill out the rest of the day. So I'll probably do that, and we'll focus on some stories. And you guys put anything you want in the chat. Let me know what you guys want to talk about. Your boys' day is done over here. We'll just wait to see what happens with CoreWeave. There's still more to go, man. We have BAC. I mean, we're going to talk about BAC. Big Bear AI is really, really motoring today. But there's BAC not doing much. They got downgraded, so I was looking for a short on there. And if you guys were wondering, like, what's going on, every single day I post up the sticky note, right? And I mean, yesterday, we can go over yesterday's trades if you want. You can go back there and look at them, but there's CoreWeave short, and it's a monster, and BBAI is, hey, what's up, Rick? BBAI was right here on the $8 break. So this is what it looked like before we talked, oops, that's CoreWeave. This is what Big Bear AI looked like before we talked about it, and it's what it looks like now. So there's Big Bear AI right here. $8, we scheduled that, and there's the break, and now Big Bear AI is $8.60. And you know, just to give you guys an update, man, I only have 25% left of Big Bear AI, now up 9%, and probably worth clearing out in my own account. And oh damn, what a move. Also, we maybe wind up making more money. There's Fabian. We might wind up making a little bit more money even on CoreWeave than Big Bear AI. Look where this name's going right here. This could be one of the biggest days, again, that I've had here. So it's 8:42. Let's not jinx it, but let's go over to Adara, man. It's we're smoking right now, guys.
Here is OCC if you're looking for a small cap play. This is optical cable. Last night they announced they're entering into a strategic collaboration agreement with Terra to, I guess, expand some of their offerings. It is worth noting as well, OCC just under 6 million share float. Again, we don't have any economic data coming at 9:45 or 10 a.m. for anyone to worry about. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And for those that were asking, and thanks, Adara, again for putting this note into our chat, so I can let you guys know. Oracle is up strong. They announced their Oracle database at AWS is now generally available. And
look at CoreWeave.
Boy, it was just up about 4% to the upside. Now starting to pull back a little bit here. Obviously looking a little bit nasty. The chip names are taking it a little bit on the chin just now, as NVIDIA just broke low of the day and is threatening to go red on the session. But this is where I like it. Prior day highs. I feel like when you look for the gap, some people like say fill it into the volume weighted average price, but I like it bouncing off prior day lows, prior day highs for the dips, and then going in prior day lows for resistance levels. So first salvo into NVIDIA for myself. I want to give it to the half initially, so I can take a separate trade at the actual low at the 158 level. Micron actually holding up very, very well, but hasn't given me 122s for an entry. Sunrun still weak, but we got out, I think, at the right time. The chip names are, the solar names are catching a little bit of a bid, and I want to let them settle down a bit. Now that you're holding right around that volume weighted average price again, looking for a reload, but I want to see these lower highs holding. So one more close. I want this to close underneath and not at the volume weighted average price. Only new position NVIDIA, and SoFi wants 21 bucks. Wow, that stock is on one.
SoFi. All right, so what's up? Thank you so much, Adam. I mean, guys, get into the chat, man. I mean, I'm just reading this for the first time. Adam says, at Sean, your trading and the way you manage your risk has reached another level in his eyes. Thank you so much. In recent weeks and months, it's phenomenal to see it. You know, thank you. I mean, that's why, you know, we sit here and we talk about trading, and you guys know that it's a tough business, and it's just being able to sit here and manage the risk, like you mentioned, that's the difference. And waiting for your positions, and just being patient and trading what you know, and making sure that you're all over those opportunities, right? I mean, sitting here and trading can be a lonely thing, but you guys definitely make it worth our while. So thank you, Adam, for all those very, very kind words. And trust me, like, it's definitely affecting the way that this my net has grown as well, is growing, maturing with the trading style, right? And that's why I say over to everyone's gonna, like, just take a word from Neil, everyone's gonna trade their own style, right? But I'm trying to I've encouraged Obi, Joe over there to just start to think about using more shares. You know, because once you have these trades on, like if I only have 5 or 10 shares or something small up there, then the $3 winner is fine. But I wanted to make a difference, you know, so I'm trying to get a little bit more responsible with my risk, but at the same time, you know, you can, if you get hit, you get hit. And that can happen on both ends of it. So I do understand the hesitancy of trading exactly. CoreWeave is looking really weird, man. The bid just got stacked there on CoreWeave. I'm going to take out a little, okay, well now it's coming back in. I think that this 50 level might be something there. So we'll take another piece out there at 50. Okay, here it comes in, man. This is absolutely bleeding. So hopefully CoreWeave can get down. We saw a downgrade.
Yeah,
that deal yesterday wasn't great, well received. But oh boy, man, we're now at 4 times our daily goal. So I know I'm the only one that talks like this, but like, this is why I do it, for those reasons, Adam, so that we can see that, you know, the sort of the growth of what we're talking about here as trading, because, you know, we can have people on the show that talk a lot, and that's great. Like Money Mitch had some great ideas, but like, you know, to sit here and put on trades, I think is something special that we do here at Trader TV Live. So, you know, again, thank you everybody for your continued support, and yeah, that is what it is. You know, I'm here for the trading. And hosting is obviously secondary. So, all right, let's go over. Neil has some nice words to say.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Shout out to Beta Pro, because savvy Canadians like us, traders, looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging, which can be key when you're located in Canada. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings, which is a much bigger deal now, obviously, with tariffs in the current environment. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. Look, they're all the rage for a reason, and we talk about them being in trades, leverage ETFs. They're all the rage, good for a trading environment. Obviously, understand their makeup and the decay when you're utilizing them. Not necessarily something you want to hold on to. Speaking of not holding on, I think of everything in terms of risk to reward, but we're 2 for 3 because I set my stop at the prior bar low on NVIDIA, and NVIDIA continues to rally. So for every one of those, that's just how it is sometimes. I think we made the right call on Sunrun to get out, and it's now looking pretty trendy to the upside. So I just have to sit out Sunrun. Like, it gave us the initial look to the downside, but it's not really up facing this 11 area, which was the secondary area for the short. VWAP doesn't seem to be a thing. It's holding above. I'd like to see some indication, like the topping tail and like a tight consolidation. Maybe you try a short in here with a 10-cent stop to try to get 30, 40 cents. That's what I'd be looking for reentry, because I'm not thinking long in the solar names with that headline. Like, I just want to play in the direction. If the executive order goes against the space with regards to the incentives, then I don't want to be in any part of the long, and I want to look for the short opportunity in here. So not into it just yet again. And with SoFi, didn't want to chase this one, and it's really starting to extend. 2050 was where I got out, so it looks like a good place to jump right back into this. So SoFi looking incredibly strong, seems to want 21. I'd rather play. I know I took 20 as a break, but I have no intention on taking 21 as a break. I want to buy into 21 as opposed to taking a breakout at this time of day.
All right, thank you, David, for your kind words again. Sean, you are great, and Neil gives so much knowledge. Tell the Wolf buyers to go get a latte. Let's go have a look at what's going on with Wolf. I've been pretty hungry like a wolf these days with Big Bear, and we're just getting out, man. We're just eating up all these shares up here. It doesn't really want to break. So again, down to about 15% or so of that one. And then CoreWeave, man. I mean, we did get that good reload. I'm not really sure what this thing wants to do. So I keep on just like punching out little by little here on CoreWeave to the point where we still have a position. We still have about 20 to 25%, but we've reloaded. Like we We had that great short there at 160, then we had this, so I don't know. Let's wait to see if it moves down. I'm bidding 154.60s, then 153.20s. We already have a great print down there at 154, but let's see if we can, well, the day's already special. I want to thank everybody there for your kind words. Sometimes I get like a deer in headlights here and just start talking about in my feelings. Okay, so that's that. Japan, news about Japan right now. Trade. So we have that Treasury Besant right now coming through. So we'll wait for that one. The other one was you guys wanted Wolf Speed as well. Obviously, the market's making a little bit of a move down, which is great for the CoreWeave shorts. That's for sure. There's Wolf Speed right now, only up a paltry 40%, but still real nice, like we mentioned before. If you took profits yesterday, great, but right now, it's kind of like that Big Bear AI where I told everybody like I was still into 80% even though we have this double, but right now, guess what? It is an official double right now on Big Bear AI from 420 to 860 right now. Well, that would be 840 would be the double up, but there it goes. Again, so yeah, we're just going to be patient, wait for CoreWeave, getting some more out on this one. We'll look for some more plays, BAC, the futures maybe even as we're starting to turn red. Remember, we were pretty short bias most of the day. So far, so are the pre-market. So far, so good on that one. Adara, what you got there on Japan?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, this is the commentary on Japan. So apparently Japan's trade negotiator by the name of Akazawa had a phone call with Scott Bessent, that is, of course, the U.S. Treasury Secretary. Apparently Japan's continuing to seek a mutually beneficial agreement with the U.S., and they're continuing apparently vigorous talks on tariffs. That's the deal there with Japan and the U.S. Again, no real details there, but Japan was one of the first 7 countries that Donald Trump had posted these letters to yesterday. Back to you.
That is true, and look, negotiations are good, deals are better. Yeah, well, you can get a lower tariff number because of said deals. So I'm not going to overreact to that, but the market's liking it. Intel has a buy program on it right now. I couldn't tell you why Intel is the strongest chip name so far this morning, but it seems like it is. NVIDIA is not up that much. Micron's doing well, but not nearly this well. Intel's kind of doing it alone. I have not seen a particular headline on it, but what I can tell you is sellers have been winning at the $23 level for the last little bit here. And if it doesn't break through these local highs at 23 quarter to 23 third, you think you're going to have a little bit of a fade story on your hands. It's a buy program, and when buy programs end, oftentimes there's some really good selling opportunities. It did this before and managed to extend to about 11 o'clock and then hold the highs. And this happened just a couple of weeks ago. No story that I can see whatsoever on Intel in particular. So yeah, it's just kind of doing it on its own. I wouldn't even try to speculate as to why Intel is so strong. We've seen it do this before and then eventually get that fade. I'll wait another 20, 30 cents before taking a shot at it. But I do think it's going to be a fade. If I don't see a news story, that's going to get sold at some point today.
Okay, so yeah, we're just, again, I've been getting more and more out of CoreWeave, right? I mean, we've given some back from the bottom. It's not, we've never been in a losing position or anything like that, but for right now, it is in a spot where debating potentially getting out and trying to figure out what that next play is. So I was just looking here, maybe the 200 period moving average of 158 and change here on CoreWeave in order to get out of it. Like it made the move down. We're pretty happy with it. It's getting bumped up here. I mean, the futures are going. This name, it's not like it's a perma short or anything. We played it off of the downgrade. We played it off of the deal that was not well received yesterday for CORZ there. And yeah, just it looks like whoever's downgraded this thing, which was it UBS? What did I write down? I have no idea. I didn't write down a name. But whoever did there, you know, definitely this got the flush that we were looking for. And like I said, it's going to be fine. So just on CoreWeave, 158, maybe 159. That's 159 there. Like I'm definitely not letting this thing run back up. We don't have that many shares left, but at the same time, amount of shares doesn't matter. So we're just trying to play with what we're doing. 156, maybe if we come back in, we take a little piece out there. I am almost looking at this 50 period moving average and saying to myself, maybe that's our out. But what about just a break of 159? So why don't we try that? If we break 159.01, we'll put a marketable order. The spreads are okay. We're not going to get out. We don't have that many shares left. I would never use like a marketable order if we had like a immense amount of shares because I don't want this to get run through. But I'll get out of 25% if we break through 159 with some more bids lower, right? We're bidding, like I said, 154.60 and 153 with more short up here at 160, 150, which we never came in to play for that. Okay, the other one here is Big Bear, and that's ripping right now. Two highs again. I will be at our next break taking some shares out of my account. So just so you guys know, we're getting some more out here on a double up on the swing account. And then Webull also had a huge move up to 13.20 there today. So Webull is back in business right now, it seems like, as we wait to see where that's going to go. But Webull for right now up through 13 again, breaking through 13.20. I think that could also be a long, as I know Neil was looking at SMC, SoFi, sorry. SMC.
Well, Robinhood is another one that...
Yeah, Robinhood pulled back though.
Yeah, well, Robinhood's in that category, but the difference between Robinhood and those names is just how ridiculously it's been going. But I have to point one thing. I just got back into Sunrun, and a bit of a difference here happening from the open. So Sunrun, which is weaker than First Solar just broke the trend to from the upside back in. So it's pulling back First Solar, and I looked over, and you can look at the TAN ETF if you're following. If you're following these solar names on the negative headline, this is looking a little bit strong as well, as it's not really falling like it was before. Sunrun did set up to get back into the short with the lower high that I was looking for, so I played back into the short trade here, and I did take some out in front of the 10. There was a buyer at 10, but the strength in TAN and the fact that it wasn't running with FSLR anymore caused me to want to get some out with a tight exit, and I'm also going to have a tight stop just because the TAN ETF holding up and seeing First Solar catch a little bit of a bounce play. I also jumped back into SoFi, shockingly, and I'll get to Robinhood in a quick little second, but SoFi, look, it just showed a bounce off $20.50, so I'm going to play it off $20.50 back into that 21 level. If we break 21, great. I want to be long going into a 21 break. SoFi, new deal today, partnership. And also, it's a 52-week high continuation break. This is on an absolute tear. It tends to sell off before earnings, but the good news is earnings aren't for 3 weeks, or at least it's like 19 days or something like that. I think they're the 27th of July. And I did promise that we'd talk about Robinhood. Like I said, best guess for me why Hood doesn't have the strength today is because it's already been so strong, so it's not really participating at all in this rally. As a matter of fact, like it just gave back an entire, some people call it a Christmas tree move, but it just gave back the entirety of the move, $4 pullback in here. So SoFi is the one I think that you want to be in. Stock doesn't lie. It's up 7%. Hood's been the jam for the last little bit. No questions asked, but not today. Today you want to be in SoFi.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that Hood is going to have a problem near that. So we just got out. We got out of some of our Big Bear AI at 858 right there. So now we just wait for core. We have BBA I'm talking about in the long-term account. We just got some out there again. So good trade on Big Bear. We offered 858. He took us out. So right there on the swing account, good. Today here, good. We actually wind up making a decent amount as I look to see what we made in our account as opposed to what we make on day trading. That's what we talk about, like, again, you know, just trading this is a lot different than trading something that you may have in one of your accounts because, you know, we want to scalp this out. We have to hold all day. We don't have to hold all day. We can only hold all day. We cannot hold overnight. So we have to react to what's been happening here and trade this accordingly. And like I would hold this core weave until we broke, you know, back above like this 160 or so area. You guys know my stop is 159 and change. So if you guys are on that, that's good. SBET, I saw some people talking a little bit about that anyways in the chat here, as that's only up 19% again here today. As we talked again about, Mitch talked about this as well, that how we had some plays that were happening, BTBT, BITO, like some of these names as crypto and IBIT and whatever get near.
I don't trust those.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't trust any of these things, but as high as we're getting right now, IBIT, again, a nice little move higher. I don't like.
Well, I trust Bitcoin.
Oh, yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, those ETF type names or the treasury names there. GameStop was one that put through, and they were one of the first ones to go. I mean, not what, there's other companies, but one of the bigger names that we all knew about was GameStop, and they had talked about that, and they had a huge bump there as well, and now all the way back in here as their crypto holdings, wait to get normalized, because I'm not even sure what price some of these guys are in. And as the NASDAQ, hovers around all-time highs, so does Bitcoin. So I think you're just kind of waiting for one of those to fall. And then quickly here, I did want to take a quick little look at the DXY right now. So we'll go into a 30-minute thing here. We'll go into a 1-minute chart. So just to see here what the US dollar is doing, let's go to a 15-minute chart so I can just see over the last couple days here what's been going on. So yeah, we still are trying to push a little bit higher. And of course, tech names, we talked about this yesterday, a strong US dollar helps them, because if they're bringing back money from another country, then they're able to bring it back into a strong US dollar, right? So some of that is good. Like the other companies out there, if you can buy an iPhone in China for whatever, 1,000 yuan there, and it's worth nothing, the US dollar is weak against that, then Apple actually not making any money against that trade, right? So they're looking for a little bit of a higher dollar. It does go both ways. There's back and forth reasons for all of that, but we can talk more about that. There's more news here about Japan. And again, as you can see, man, the market doesn't care about anything until we actually get sort of that release, right? And so let's wait for that. I think that's what we're waiting for Adair to tell us, or we hear in our ear that something is signed or whatever. I know Trump met with Netanyahu yesterday. That has nothing to do with tariffs, I wouldn't imagine, but he's making the rounds, and hopefully we get some more positive talk on that one. I'm going to take a bite of this apple as we wait for CoreWeave to come back in. That is now $1.50, trying to break through. Yep, we're going to go in 1 second. Trying to break through this 156 area right there is CoreWeave, so nice little move down. I think we'll put a bid here, though, just because we should. It was just at 157.30, so there it is. We'll take a 30th print there as well and go over to Adera.
We'll start here with thanking your friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path. Instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million and earned over 1,000 5-star reviews from real traders. So use the discount code TTV, that's TTV, to save on any account. Scan the QR code or at topwinfutures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Here's the S&P 500. It is looking a little lopsided here, trying to push to the downside. Certainly some lower highs and lower lows, and we just broke, it looks like, the pre-market low here for the SPY, though we're still well above yesterday's low and some of these post-market levels. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ as well. Looking pretty similar, slightly up, so slightly green, while the SPY is slightly red. Here's Meta, META, kind of choppy this morning, but certainly on watch after we had Bloomberg reporting that Meta has poached another AI researcher, this time from Apple. Then we have Oracle, ORCL, this one kind of pushing lower, but initially a great pop to start the day. This name is still trading near all-time highs, and this morning they announced that their database with AWS is now generally available. Last but not least, keep an eye on these solar plays like RUN and Enphase, as well as SolarEdge. Basically, we have an executive order here that will kind of curb some of this access to these solar credits. Keep an eye on ENPH and TAN. Back to you.
Yeah, obviously the solar name is going to continue to be in play. They're actually starting to roll over again, but the market in general is about to go red one more time here. They've been battling. The NASDAQ's been battling all morning. Whoops, where'd my NASDAQ chart go? Here we go. Been battling all morning, and it just tried to hold going green. You're going back and forth. So you're in the midst of a turn. If you're looking at strong stocks, this is kind of the point that usually, you hold the lows, you like the reloads. But if you start breaking down, anything that I like for a reversal up top, I'm looking at you, Intel. If you break lower, which it doesn't seem like we're doing right now, then I'd want to go short something that I think is overextended. That's Intel without news. SoFi, it bounced off the volume-weighted average price. It's still going trend higher. SoFi, 52-week high breakout, announced another partnership here today, well before the earnings. It's just the space has been going, and it's its turn to go. That said, not everything am I bullish on that's at highs. Intel's still without a news story that I'm aware of, and it just double tapped 23 even. That's pretty much what I need to see. It's losing that even dollar level. I want to be short at the 90s. And again, if something actually hit the wire that would seemingly be a good story, I saw some people in the chat mentioning that they've started some layoffs, actual job cutting and cost cutting that they've been saying they would do. They started that process. That could be it, but then that's not new news as far as I'm concerned. So I still think it would be a bit of a sell, barring some unforeseen change. But that's just my 2 cents. Amazon apparently is tanking. Well, the market just broke the low of the day. Oh my goodness, Amazon. Well, sometimes sell the news. Prime Day started, and you can get a sale on Amazon apparently, but it's only now 1%. Everybody, I wouldn't be freaking out. It's just a matter of the fact that it's falling faster than the overall market at this moment. I think you'll wait for like 219 or 220. But the new trade for myself was Intel. Said if there was no news, I'd try to get it short. And we're going to go back to Adara in a quick little second. Watch out below. Futures just went red again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to talk here about Intel. I looked into it. I'll pull up the chart here. There is no news on it today. The layoff stuff was actually from yesterday, and some people attributed that to the reason the stock dropped yesterday. But again, it's just reports, and it's specifically from what I'm seeing, apparently Israeli layoffs, as far as I can tell. So I need to look more into that. Apparently, it's Intel Israel with layoffs. So I couldn't find any news. A couple people getting excited about it on X. We actually have quite a few tags, but again, nothing. The layoffs are an older story, and I can't find anything else. Back to you.
Thanks to Darren Neal for that story. Yeah, just of course I sell Big Bear at 850. It goes to 858. It goes to 870. It's okay. But we take some more out there at 870. So still going off on that one. Wolf Speed again, another mover, but today, heading a little lower, so watch out now. I do think that there is opportunity to take profit on all of these names, that is for sure. Robinhood, we've talked a little bit about that name, hitting $100 basically again, up to 98, and then getting crushed to the downside right now. Come on, CoreWeave, man. I mean, the thing is that we only wrote down one direction here for the NASDAQ today, and that was short, and we wrote that down all the way up here, and now it's all the way down here. So there goes the market. Again, remember we were talking about roller coaster ride there today, and I wasn't sure what stock we wanted to pick on other than obviously the two that we did. I'm only in these two trades, man, these two trades all day, and there's, for me, we don't even really need to look anywhere else. All right, so right now, Uber, down 1%. Of course, Mitch came on here and said this is a name that could win, not today, but it could. We'll wait to see, again, getting that $100 hangover again, I guess, just up to the upside. There's nothing wrong with the story as we hear about Waymo dropping through, we hear about robo-taxis, and Ubers. I mean, there's still what seems to be is thousands of Uber drivers right now on the streets of Toronto. Uber's not going anywhere, man. They've cemented their space, and I really like the stock. It's another one of those names that make the account sing, man. We really love Uber these days, that is for sure. So we're going to wait for it to come in a little bit, but for right now, we are starting to sell down a little bit here. Some of the other stories that we were working on there today, of course, we talked a little bit about Meta trying to take away some talent from various companies. Yeah, they're not doing anything again today, so pretty flat on the day. I mean, it's downside, but if things go down, nothing's going to surprise me about the market. I mean, today we were already thinking short there. So really glad that we were able to hit Big Bear AI with pretty much a full default down there at $8. So that's been the difference maker there. And then this CoreWeave is starting to get spicy as well. But there goes Meta also to the downside as Bloomberg reported that Peng, Apple's AI model lead, is leaving to join Meta Platforms. So that was a news story that was hitting today. And again, that's fine.
Well, Apple's kind of bouncing.
Yeah, I'm not worried. Yeah, exactly. Like I'm not, as an Apple shareholder, I actually want to get longer on Apple. So we're waiting for that to come through. And again, as soon as China happens, I think that's good. Evercore ISI slapped a 250 price target on Apple. So 250 from here, that gets us back to all-time highs. Not that I'm trading off of price targets. I don't really care about those, but it's nice to see that there's some positivity there. All right, so CoreWeave does get back into 155 there. Actually got into 155 change. I'm going to punch some out there in the middle. I can show you there. It was right there, 99s or so. We got that fill right there. It was just 15 shares taking out small pieces right now of CoreWeave. But again, we're short at 158. So it's like we'll take 30 $30 here, $30 there. At the end of the day, it's going to be P&L number 2. Big Bear AI will be 1. CoreWeave will be 2. And that's for myself. Obviously, I only have 2 trades. So we'll wait on that. And yeah, just continue to look for some more plays. I mean, Tesla today, here we go. I mean, Intel's still going. And again, we're just hearing that in our ear. It's popping to the new highs. Neil made a good call there, I think, on Micron. That was a name that's been beat up after what was a pretty good report.
Samsung had news, and that was the only reason.
Yeah, well, still, it was a good look, though, because, well, I guess not really. A good look, yes, but it's, again, not really doing anything.
Well, apparently Intel's the one that's going. But it's similar in the same vein. Like if you read through the Samsung report, and again, Intel broke the high. I was short. I wanted my price to be 90s. I think it ended up actually at 89s, so not exactly correct. But I wanted to risk about 10 cents. I risked 10.5 pennies on that one. I still think there is without there being anything other than this layoff story, then this is where the sellers have won before. It's the only place that I'd be looking to short the stock. It is on an overall profile. I know I don't usually say this about Intel, but overall, this is a stock which is bottoming out in every sense of the word. Like they're trying to make a comeback. They're doing the right things, which is by reducing costs and trying to streamline and focus your business so you can actually compete in the places where they've been getting cleaned out, right? Like, and again, just a laundry list of things that they're doing wrong, so there's no point getting into it. But overall, this is still an upward trending stock from the lows. It's just running into resistance at the 20. Doing this dance right here at these higher lows. So technically, people will call it, hey, it's bull flagging or pennanting, or I guess that's not really the way that you would say it. What I see is it's making higher lows on the upward trend. And so it broke out at 20, and now it's holding 20.5, but it cannot get through the 3/4 mark, that 20.75. So it looks to me like early on, it was every 50 pennies mattered. Now you're looking at every like 20 to 25 cents, right? So that's just the way that it's working. It's working by quarters instead of half dollars at this point. So getting some out when it goes 10 to 15 pennies kind of makes some sense as you're going to a different stage of the day. But not every name in this space is rallying like they were before. I'm a little bit cautious based on what I saw happen in Robinhood here. Because if you lose the volume weighted average price on SoFi, I don't want to see it do a drop like Hood did, where it gives up the ghost very, very quickly. That's what happens to names that are on big rallies, is it can fall just as quickly as they go to the upside. Now, you got a bit of a hint here with Robinhood because it turned somewhere around where it did yesterday. But that's what would give me some caution when I'm looking at the fintech space, is the selling that's still happening in Robinhood, which had up to this point been a pretty decent-sized leader in the group. If you're looking over at what's going on in crypto, because sometimes we can have these moves in fintech pulled up by Bitcoin, this is the other reason for caution. Bitcoin, it's up. It doesn't matter. It's a 24-hour market, everybody. But it's heading lower. On a 15-minute, that's a heavy sell candle. And we haven't really seen anything come back and bounce off the bottoms yet. If the market's at lows, this is just kind of following the NASDAQ right now. And while that's happening, I temper the expectations on something like a SoFi as to how far it's going to be able to rally on this third bounce through. So third time I'm long on SoFi, I don't feel as good about it as the early break or maybe even the second one unless some things start to change. I want some strength in Bitcoin. I want the selling in Robinhood to stop, and then we can start getting back into the upside.
All right. Yeah, thanks for that. We did go, let's talk a little bit about why we're short here. We shorted CoreWeave today. There's a series of analysts, and it issued negative notes on CoreWeave, and the stock announced to acquire Core Scientific yesterday. CORZ, right? And I mean, whenever there's a company acquiring other companies, that generally the acquirer goes down. And yesterday we did have CoreWeave make a move down, and then today they come out stifled downgrades CoreWeave to hold from buy there. Although they upped their price target to 115 on CRWV, which would be fine by me if it hits that price, citing near-term uncertainties around that acquisition. It may work out. I don't know what CoreZ does. But Mizuho also downgrades for mutual to outperform right there. So we were just kind of looking short there on CoreWeave today, and was able to grab that. Then we also, what we had talked about here was really just trading it the way we want to trade it. That's what we do here. I trade things how I want to trade them, and also look at Ric Flair and wonder how come he has 2 watches on. right there. And shout out to Mr. Wonderful. I'm gonna have to change who can reply to that. Only Mr. Wonderful. But right there, we'll see. Go there. Let me know if you like that post. But there's CoreWeave right there, eyeing the 162 for a short entry. It pops up to 161. We take that. We actually got 160s right off the jump. It was a 200 period moving average. Then we also took the 156 break. Like, it's not, you know, this is what I'm doing. CoreWeave could have dropped $10 on that play. It didn't, and it gave us an opportunity. And then also the Big Bear AI trade is posted up there at 9 o'clock as well, as we have that one. That's going to be an absolute monster. We're just able to take some out of that. And then here's the end of the CoreWeave trade as we start just to get out of it, as it's still coming back in. My next bid, I told you, was at 154.60s. So we need another $1 down, and we'll take that. And then we have some more bids down here. Actually, we do not. We have bids at 153, breaking the low of the day. So we'll wait to see if we get another fill right here, which would match our best fill to the downside. And shout out to anybody watching whose name happens to be Phil right there. So that's what it is. Yeah, so let's go over and look at NVIDIA quickly, as we got to look for some, we don't have to do anything. We're, like I said, man, the day that we're on right now is chill. You know, we were talking about that, putting on our trades, you know, up to 10 o'clock and then kind of chilling through after that. That's probably something that I'm going to wind up doing. And NVIDIA breaking through 160. Yeah, man, I did have that. Thank you for asking. Make sure you do get in the chat, by the way. If you're part of the team here. What's up, love to trade? So yeah, I was looking at that NVIDIA play, but you know, the problem is with NVIDIA and with what I was thinking is this is the market, right? I mean, we were already thinking short. We talked about trading the TQs up at 85. It didn't hit there, so it's all good. And right now, although I can talk about Big Bear AI, unfortunately on that stock, I only have 5% left. We took some out on the tops there, but NVIDIA, yeah, it just needs to get going. And right now, if anything, it might be a downside push. And the fact that I'm short CoreWeave, I mean, if NVIDIA falls and a lot of these chip names fall, then good on it, man. I mean, we can still have, even with the amount of shares that we have left, which is probably about 15 or so % left on CoreWeave, it would still matters. So like, this stock is not moving pennies, right? We can sit here and talk about Intel. Intel is great. This stock right here is now $5 from the high right there. So this is trying to move. It's a $150 stock. It's going to move much different than an Intel. And in Intel, of course, I would hope that you're trading more shares on Intel. Well, I would be anyways on CoreWeave, on Intel than on CoreWeave. But for right now, Intel up that 5% on old news. It's kind of like what's happening on Big Bear AI. Look, I'm happy as hell about Intel. You guys know I'm long under $20, and I've said it was been the biggest waste of my time. But you know, if money's going to come in, then my time can be wasted all at once because, you know, like I said, man, we got vacation time next week. I got to pay for that, going over to the United States, chilling out. We're going to be in the Boston area all week next week from Tuesday to Sunday. So if anybody's around there, my kid wants to go to Shake Shack. We went there in Miami. He loves that. So although I'm trying not to tell him that there's one right downtown. Right now in Toronto, we have a Shake Shack. My daughter wanted to go to Chick-fil-A last week. We went there after the Minecraft experience. Apparently we got 4 Cape codes. Apparently there's something about Cape codes. So we gave those to some of my their cousins. So they're really happy with that, the Minecraft experience. But Tisha said something in the chat about making sure everybody takes profits. I think that that's something that we all have to make sure we do, right? And I think that's great advice, Tisha, because, you know, whether or not you're trading Wolf yesterday, SBET, you know what else is on a run today? Soundhound. Hood's a good example. SoFi is going to be a great example. I'm actually going to get out of SoFi right now.
I just muted myself because I was going to sneeze, but I'm good. A lot of people have been saying, like, look at AMD go, and then I saw this in the chat, which is a really good point. I think they were right about this. Peter Green, Intel has nothing to do with catalyst or fundamentals. I've watched it do this repeatedly. I think it's a tactical algo play that makes money somehow. I tend to agree. That's why I was saying, look, I don't know for a fact that it's program buying. You know what program buying kind of looks like, and then you get an idea. And when there's program buying like this that doesn't make sense against the market, I want to play like a reversion on it, because usually when it gives it up pretty well, but you have to wait for it to stop. Now, if it resumes, you get out. But it does look like it's a little bit different this time. Like, so essentially you ran stops and broke higher, but it's not nearly as strong program buying as before. But I think you're right. Like, it just seems like it's been doing this every once in a while, where it gets a sustained rally for a bit, but it usually does pretty big pullbacks. On a 15-minute, I think I just have to wait an entire time frame for it to show that it's slowing down, but it is at that resistance. Look, the names are still looking pretty strong. Like, SoFi looks okay. I was just able to get some more out, but the market breaking lows. NVIDIA just lost the volume weighted average price. It's heading lower. You've got Amazon Apple and some of the other mag names looking relatively weak. Amazon still trying to bottom out. So you got to be a little bit cautious with anything that's working on a long right now, because the market doesn't look healthy. Well, healthy is not the right word. It doesn't look very strong this morning. Still looking for the first green candle on a 15-minute basis on the Qs here. Adara?
IWM here up about 0.5%. Not a bad look here, that we are kind of a good amount below day's highs, around 221 halves right now, just below 221. But nice support here on that 220.40 area on this 15-minute chart. Again, though, not the rally, or I guess yesterday we kind of had a strong push in the open. We closed lower the rest of the day. Let's see what happens here today. Here is Asset Entities, ASST. This name ran yesterday. This is actually a day two move off of yesterday's catalyst announcing that they entered an amended merger agreement with Strive Enterprises. Asset Entities, it's worth noting here, does have a decent short float, around 22%, and they've rallied in the past beyond yesterday's move. Here is Pro Kidney, PROK, another decent short float name, I believe around 18%, reporting apparently statistical and clinically significant and meaningful results here for one of their treatment studies. So good look there for PROK. Last but not least, TLRY. This is Tilray. I couldn't find any news on this name. This one's actually a penny stock right now, trading around 55 cents, but about a 20% short float, and it is one that retail investors watch pretty heavily, guys. Back to you.
All right, thanks. Yeah, that's interesting there.
Always sell the weed stocks when they go up.
I know. Well, you should see the charts for the weed stocks if you guys haven't looked. It's pretty bad, and the thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of dollars that I had lost on weed stocks is never coming back. And unfortunately, the opportunity cost is what hurts me the most, because putting that money to work anywhere else, you would have been. The difference is probably like 1,000 points, if not more than that, like percentage points as a gainer. Because anyway, there's that proc right now, halted at 165 with a tap, which is a theoretical auction price. So where it possibly could open $1.70. So that's the whole thing right there. So we're gonna wait to see where that winds up opening up, and then like we were mentioning there, I don't even want to, like looking up a stock like Tilray that's at 55 cents. Our charts aren't going to do it justice, but you could just see what's been happening right there. Like this stock, if we go over to even a weekly, monthly, whatever, let's go to a monthly chart of Tilray, and you'll see exactly, hopefully, what I'm talking about here. But there it was, right? I mean, I don't know what else to do. This showing $240, 140 there, high of 300, now 55 cents. And I mean, even worse, ACB, another one, and then let alone all of these companies, and then let alone all the ones that went completely bankrupt that at least have a zero here right now, so it doesn't look this bad. But there's ACB, $1,100 top. Trading right now, ACB, just to show you guys what Aurora Cannabis is at as well, $4. So $1,100 down to $4 right now. So yeah, and it's just like, talk about putting money into a NASDAQ fund or whatever, a money market fund, whatever. Anything that doesn't lose 99% would have been nice. So yeah, that kind of sucks. But what doesn't suck right now is CoreWeave. And there it goes, man. We're bidding 70s, and there we go. We get hit. No, did I pull my 70? I must have pulled it. Okay, so I pulled my 70s, so we'll have to put it back in there. Oh no, we already got, no, I didn't. We got filled right here, my bad. We already got filled down here. So we got filled once at the 70 marker. It just comes back in again. So there's goes CoreWeave right now. $3 in the money there. BBAI, we talked about getting out, and I was telling you that we had 5% left. That's because we do. There's some more outs there. There's some more outs there. It has broken through VWAP. So I think we'll get ready to end this trade pretty soon here on BBAI. I can't make that much P&L wise on, there we go, get some more out there at 40s on just 5%. So we'll get it out so we don't have to worry about it and a possible reload. But right now it's all about CoreWeave for me and all about a read for Neil.
And shout out to Mitch we had on from Trade the Pool, but we get another behind the scenes look, not just having him on once a week. This time we're diving into the community side at Trade the Pool, because each trader, gets their own hub, and inside you'll be able to find Trade Talk. It's a powerful charting and analysis space where you can map out strategies, you can break down your setups, share predictions with the trading community at Trade the Pool. If you're looking for a real-time interaction, you can also go to the Trade the Pool Discord that you can visit. It's full of active traders. They want to share their insights, trade, and tips to all grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone. You're joining a firm that invests in your growth, technically, mentally, and financially. You can check out tradethepool.com, scan the QR code you have out in front of you. And if you're interested, also link should be in the description. And just as I was sort of saying, like the market broke down, look, to me, this was sort of an easy out when we lost 20.5. We're long right at like the mid 50s on a reload, but you were just you're getting the lower highs, not really as strong as it was before. I was pointing out some of the weakness you were seeing relatively in Robinhood and again, the overall market. Look, I can always get back in. So if I still up 5%, it could pull back into $20. Maybe you get a support off of 19.8. There's always another place that you can jump into that trade. I do believe we're going to go back up to a DARA, however, at the desk.
TransUnion making quite the move here. TRU. We do have a comment from Bill Pulte, who is the leader of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac here in the U.S. administration. He's saying that effective today to increase competition to the credit score ecosystem and consistent with, I guess, Trump's mandate here for lower costs, Fannie and Freddie will now be allowing lenders to use Vantage 4.0 score with no current requirement to build new infrastructure. So good look there for TRU. Moving to the upside, they'll get already giving back some of that move on this post from Bill Pulte. Back to you.
Thank you very much. I heard Fannie Freddie. The first thing I went over was like, oh, are they actually going to be moving on that? And the answer, you can look at them in the OTC, is going to be a resounding no. While the market heads lower, there was something, was is the wrong word. There is something happening on Tesla trying to get back into this 300 on Tesla. Look, the first time it got here, you can see very clearly, whoops, I didn't want to zoom out, just want to zoom in there. You can see very clearly the rejection of the 300 level. Now you can wait, and again, everyone's strategy is going to be different. I think you have to stick to whatever works for you and whatever it is that you're trying to do. I like to try to take things on the way back in. So if it's strong, I want to sell it on the way back. Once it was closed underneath that 300, and then we held underneath here, that's when I'm looking to short it. I would look for the same thing because it's strong on Tesla. And as a matter of fact, if it were to take out the high, I think you're breaking long through 300.5. The market's at the low and a stock which sold off. And remember, have we had any more noise about Elon and the political party today? No. We had a reaction to the news from the weekend that was harsh with Tesla gapping down. Then we essentially had it make a bottom, go sideways, and close near its high on the day, and then continue a relief rally. So the actual in-market reaction to Tesla outside of the first 5 to 10 minutes yesterday, or maybe call it the first 15 to 20 minutes.
That's the other.
Outside of the first 15 to 20 minutes, it's been buying the 290s, and then today it's been buying the dips into the prior high. So yeah, you gap down because nobody wants Elon in politics, but that hasn't actually been the reaction of money since the market's been open the last couple of days. So you got to pick your spots if you're trying to short it. Well, overall, this has been a really good support dip buy. Right now, like 260, 296, it does seem looking pretty solid there. Do want to jump over. And Brian H. in the chat, Elon's distracted. I don't disagree with you. As a Tesla shareholder, I don't like it. I think it's, regardless of what you think about the politics, there's too much at stake right now for Tesla not to be laser focused, right? Like they need to have a big breakthrough when it comes to robotaxi, automated driving. I know they're getting there, but this is a big battle. This is the next one. On top of that, I think robotics is going to be big, and that's still in the early stages as well. There's just a lot going on with Tesla to be able to justify the valuation. And as someone who bought it at 220 and took it out twice, I only hold on to a third of those shares, and that's in a swing trade. My long-term Tesla shares, I haven't touched them in a while. And I'm looking for a place to get back in, and I haven't gotten a reason. So I'm still thinking maybe you have to retest some of those lows. But let's be real. They've been buying the stock outside of the first 20 minutes of the open yesterday. It's been mostly buying on Tesla. So it's on a relief rally. I think you got to be careful shorting this. If it does break that, it's not 350 cents. I just kind of threw that number out there.
Oh, wow.
The double top is 339 cents. So that would be the breakout area. I just like taking it through an even dollar or a half dollar. I don't like those rando breakouts. Let's go back to the DARA.
Before we get to crypto, I want to mention RXRX Recursion. This one is really strong this morning. Earlier today, they announced they've acquired the full rights to Rev 102, which I guess is an inhibitor for a specific type of treatment. They acquired this from Rally Bio, so good luck here for RXRX. Let's talk about crypto, though, because this is our crypto segment. Here's a daily chart for BTC. We're kind of continuing here to coil into new all-time highs. And if you look here, I want to talk about this drop on June 21st here into 98,000. We've only made higher lows since then. Let's see if we can take out this 110.6 level, which now at this point would be a bit of a double top. Of course, the level above that is 112,000, and that's all-time highs. Here, we're going to take a look at Ethereum and some of these other names. Ethereum actually up about 1% here. Well, just a little bit below this 2,600, so good look for ETH. Solana down about almost 1%. Cardano down about 1/3%. Doge basically flat. So yeah, I would say Ethereum and Bitcoin, maybe, or especially Ethereum, making bigger moves than the rest of their peers in the crypto space today, guys. Back to you.
You did?
Yeah, thanks, Adair. We were just talking to ourselves there. No, because I just heard QuantumScape, and then I couldn't remember some of those names that Mitch had talked about when he was talking about portable batteries or FONC or something like that. I'm not sure, but QuantumScape, again, it doesn't matter. We can ask him or figure it out or rewind. I think it was FONC. Someone in the chat might know about FLNC. Okay, thanks, Adara. There's the move there for QuantumScape there, as that's starting to go as well. Super Micro starting to go. We did take some more profit, or did I get filled on CoreWeave? No, I did not. I actually put a bid at 155.20s. Hopefully that can come in and we'll be fine with whatever we're doing here on CoreWeave, but looking for a little bit more. And then Big Bear AI is back up. You just talked about Tesla. It's
just broke.
Yeah, just broke. So good. We can go back and look at that quickly, but SMCI, I guess, right now is one that's also back to highs. This has been another good name for many traders to look through. Right there is SMCI, so a potential breakout right now on this semi name right there for SMCI. So
it's the best squeeze name in the semis.
Yeah, probably for squeeze plays. Yeah, I don't know what the short float is on this one right now. I prefer Marvell as a trade, but right there, SMCI, great look. And then, as Neil mentioned there, if we're going to squeeze,
the company not close. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Just looking at the chart there, of course. We talk about squeeze plays. It's not like we're talking anything other than technicals or anything. But there goes 50. So I think, yeah, once you break 50, this name goes for sure. So you got that Tesla break 300. I wrote down Tesla 292 long today. I don't know what the bottom was.
90, it didn't break 95.
Yeah, exactly. So I hadn't looked at it. And, Tesla has these wicked moves, but that's a good trade right there, and there it goes, breaking through 3 bills. So good trading there. Look at the futures back to VWAP again. So, yeah, man, might be worth taking a little bit more off on CoreWeave, but Neil has the banger there with Tesla. So why don't we go see about where you're getting out of that one?
Shoot, I just heard something about electrifying the Arabian economy and did not catch
the Arabian economy.
I didn't catch the company in my ear that they were referring to. Just a couple of things very quickly. So the break did happen on Tesla, but I want to zoom it out a little bit. Let's go NASDAQ after, and we'll talk Tesla. Tesla, we just mentioned the breakout. It did just happen. Where it got bought, I wasn't here on the second, but when I see sellers emerge at 304 and then turn into buyers, when I'm playing station to station, I want this break, which was essentially 300.5. I know I have 41s. We went over this, but it's into the 304. So scalp the first move, which got you to 301.5, and then I want to see us get to the 304 level on Tesla. Just worth mentioning, I still am favoring a 30. I put in my note today, I still like a 306 short. So I still like a 306 short. I don't have to take it, but I'm going to get out of a long in front of that level, because I still feel like that level is going to be a short one. We never tested it yesterday, which I think is a bit of a big deal. And then I was going to talk about the futures. Yeah. So sometimes the reversal doesn't give you the best opportunities in the world to get in. I'm looking across the board, and almost nothing that I'm looking at outside of Tesla is rallying the way the NASDAQ just curled. So clearly, Tesla's going, but there's got to be something else driving this that I haven't seen yet. What I am not happy about, I got out of it, so I guess I shouldn't care. But SoFi, on that market rally, which we're still continuing, it's about to break down again. Yeah. So SoFi might be done for a bit here. It lost VWAP, it lost that 20.5. Gonna have to wait for this to bottom out because the market just went green and is flying. And one of the strongest stocks from the morning is now starting to sell off. Whatever rotation has happened, clearly we've got some new winners. I mean, Meta's not doing that much off the bottom here. Apple just went green, so Apple's leading this charge a little bit as well. So Tesla looking strong. I see a lot of people talking about AMD. Yeah, AMD's breaking out. Good catch. AMD is breaking out. You already mentioned SMCI.
Yeah.
So there's chips that are stronger than NVIDIA today. I'm not buying any of those over NVIDIA in the long term, although at these levels, maybe you don't want to buy NVIDIA. AMD, I know it doesn't get a lot of love because it gets compared to essentially NVIDIA, which is unfair. Like I'll use a basketball analogy. Jerry Stackhouse was a very, very, very good NBA player. But you'd think of him differently if people didn't call him the next Michael Jordan. That's just a fact. And AMD, you'd think differently if NVIDIA hadn't been so impressive. And there's still going to be a winner in the AI space. It's still in the midst of a very good and continuing uptrend, and all it did is pull back. And that's really good. This is a good long, technically. And I don't know why I wasn't thinking long on AMD today after it gapped up. Like, you held the bottom, you gap back up, you're in an uptrend on the daily, the chip names all look pretty solid. Yeah, I don't know why we didn't look at that one today. But AMD, I think it gets a little bit too much of a bad rap. It gets overdone because of the comparisons that get made. And sometimes sometimes that can be unfair. All right, so Tesla starting to stall out at 302, but it's still all green on this move. It held 301 on a pullback on the 3-minute. If I was giving it a tight stop, I'd put my stop to 301, but I have it at the prior high. Like, I'm giving it all the way back into the prior high, or we're going to hit my target. And let's go back over as, oh, by the way, that proc just halted again. Let's talk a little bit about where you could find halts potentially.
Yeah, you can find them at eSignal. You can scan that QR code below or on the screen right there and get involved with eSignal. It does give you that 1 month free. And if you are looking for, again, different scanners, opportunities, news feeds, the App Store, there are 50 plus brokers attached or 500 data symbols, just anything. It's completely customizable. It is eSignal, it is world class. And there is going to be no better charting platform available. I've been using it for 24 years, and they just came on board. We want to thank ICE and all of our members over there at eSignal for helping us provide this promotion to you. And if you've scanned that QR code, let us know how you like it. Send me a tweet or whatever. I can send you my layout. We can get that all figured out. But it is right there. It is your Screener Plus. That's what Neil and I use the most over here, and I'll show it all the time. Make sure you do get over there with eSignal. And thank you to everybody again for your continued support on that. I think the problem was, good analogy there with Stackhouse, but I think the problem with AMD is NVIDIA and Broadcom and basically that's it, because they're at all-time highs and well over all-time highs right now. So this is kind of like Jerry Stackhouse maybe when he's like a teenager.
I use, a better example would have been Christian Laettner and the Dream Team would have been a much better example.
Oh, your example.
It's like surrounded by the best, and Laettner, he never stood a chance. He was a very good player for a long time, but he never stood a chance after he was put on that Dream Team. Because forever you're just like, that guy had no business there.
Right.
And he didn't have any business being on that team, but he was still pretty solid.
Oh yeah. AMD is still a solid company. I think it's just like, this is still the advanced money destroyer. We got to get close to breaking right now, which we may wind up doing. I don't think, like, I'm long AMD, but it's from. Actually, that's part of the cleaning up of the account.
I do that so much.
I actually might not even be long AMD, but I know I've traded that.
I know why.
The thing is like, when I look at an NVIDIA that is up, like if AMD was up around $200, like pretty much most of the Mag 7, most chip names are going to be near some of their highs. Obviously, we have a name like Intel that's crushed accounts. AMD has crushed accounts. But, there is some pickup game that's going to be played here. And at some point, you just hope to be on the right side of it when it starts to go. For me, I would never push the buy button on AMD over NVIDIA. So, but
not even on a trade. Like,
on a trade, day trading is different. I'm just talking.
Well, what about a swing trade? Like, would you buy strategically for like a?
No.
Okay, that's fair.
Only because I think the same catalysts I would think would maybe apply
Yeah,
to NVIDIA. But I mean, again, like things could change. You know, like if AMD somehow gets some interest, maybe the takeover target or something, I don't know. But for right now, I would let sleeping dogs lie. But AMD's had a great bottom run.
It
No
has.
doubt about that. But remember, NVIDIA, like we could say AMD's had a good bottom from 80 to 138. You could have bought NVIDIA also at $80.
Well, for all of the crap that I said, I haven't bought AMD in probably, I don't want to say a decade because that might not be true, but it's before, it was definitely before COVID. I haven't touched that stock in my personal account, but I was a buyer in March of NVIDIA when I was at spring training, and that day the market got tanked. So if I'm speaking positively about AMD, I'm talking more in the short term and the rally that it's on, because I'm not touching it in my long term either. I'm not as much of a fan.
See, this is the thing. What's up, Wes, y'all? See, this is the thing that we get caught up in is these valuations. There's a reason why NVIDIA is nearing $4 trillion and AMD is only $200 billion. They don't have, they have way more room to grow, correct, but you have to have the products. You have to have, it's like, hey man, this one horse has won like, 30 events in a row. So therefore, these other guys that's only won 2 or 3, they still have 27 more races that they could win, right? It's NVIDIA, like if you take that bottom, someone in the chat goes, I'm long 88 on AMD. So that means that you have the bottom of the tariffs for AMD. Okay, this is NVIDIA. If you're long the bottom of NVIDIA at 85, it's now at 160. So if you just stuck with NVIDIA and did not go with AMD, you're up 20% more, and that's just in the last 4 months, from April to July. So even if you picked AMD at the bottom, this has returned $30 more.
Micron's returned more.
Yeah, Micron. Yeah, it's Micron's a little different of a game because.
Oh, I know. I'm just throwing a name out there.
DRAM, but yeah, no. To your point, and I know it's everybody can win. I mean, we all want to support our stocks. It's like I don't necessarily think Big Bear AI is the next Palantir, but I didn't think Palantir was.
This is better too.
Yeah, of course. Broadcom's better too.
Sorry about this, Charlie. We're not going to go to Dare. No, but just to continue the point, Broadcom's better too, and that's at all-time highs. I do believe split adjusted.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, sorry, check that. It was at all-time highs yesterday, but not today. We are supposed to go to Adara because it's 10:40 to see a little bit of sector watch and see what is driving the market recovery right now.
Honestly, it's not much, guys. The only sectors that are kind of notably green are health technology, with Eli Lilly leading this group to the upside of about 2%, and energy minerals. Pretty much all of these names sharply green, so keep an eye on oil. We did have, I guess, a little bit of news here with regards to Israel and Iran. Iran's foreign minister apparently saying in an op-ed for the Financial Times that I guess the U.S. will have to revive diplomacy in the region. So interesting note there. Either way, I've heard seen a couple Iran and Israel headlines, minor stuff. Energy minerals seems to be liking these catalysts. Tesla also a nice look up here, and the rest of the consumer durable sector isn't bad. With the exception of Uber and DoorDash, we have transportation strength. So here's what's leading the market. What is pushing us lower, or trying to anyway? Utilities, really bad look. All of these names bright red. NEE here, NextEra Energy, the largest name in the sector, down almost 4%. Then we've got finance, JP Morgan down about 3%, AXP to the downside, Goldman Sachs, and then we have Bank of America, of course, to the downside with a downgrade this morning. Retail trade pretty red. And these tech sectors, which usually tend to be leading or lagging the market right now, they're just kind of chilling. Broadcom, NVIDIA, and Apple all relatively flat. Technology services has Google a little bit weaker, but Microsoft and Meta to the upside are relatively flat. And then Netflix actually to the downside today. So mixed performance across the board, but health, energy, minerals, and consumer durables seem to be where the strength is. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. And I know you just mentioned, first of all, good question in the chat, Ryan. We'll definitely talk U.S. 10-year. We have no issues doing that. Let me know in the time frame, because I'm going to talk about this on the daily. But I want to update, as you mentioned, Tesla there, Adara. So Tesla, this was the level we were waiting for on that break. I'm not looking for the entire gap fill on Tesla. I was looking for it to break here, and you can kind of see it's. And again, everyone's going to have their own trading style, but this was an established range from about it's like 299, 298. I say 300 because that's where we broke out from, into about 304. And then when it broke away, look where it dipped into. So on the way back up, this is just how I'll play a breakout trade to the resistance level. So whether it curls here, and here's the thing, for every time that you get out and it looks like, oh my goodness, this is exactly where you got the turn, trust me, for every time that that's your style and you get out at that top, I'm going to also get out at a SoFi and it's going to go twice as far as it did before. It's just a matter of like staying consistent with your breakout trade strategy and just sort of doing the same thing and repeating it. Oddly enough, wow, okay, well, that just happened. SoFi just broke a new low and the NASDAQ just pulled back pretty decently. I did want to at least address what was going on in the 10-year for sure. Like you are seeing this creep back up to the 4.5 level. Look, bond yields matter. The 10-year is a big one. This gets anywhere near 460 again, and it doesn't generally bode well for us. You're really starting to see it creep up again. Let me just zoom in so you can see. You're really starting to creep up. It absolutely has a chance to break a wedge pattern, which is higher lows and lower highs, which would be a little bit momentum up. That would be ultimately not the best for the markets, but it's still in the beginning of this move. Like, I wouldn't be freaking out just yet. Let's see what happens. We got a 3-year auction. Later on in the week, we'll have more auctions as well. So I don't think we're at freak out moment, but you do want to keep an eye on this. If we get above 4.5, the markets are just chilling out at the highs for a reason. We're going a little bit sideways, and yields creeping up isn't going to help either. So keep an eye on this. We get above that 4.5, maybe we get that pullback that everyone says will be so healthy for us.
I'm sending, I just told Obi only 2 trades today, so I know he doesn't trade that as many, and you know, the change in the trading style, and with Big Bear AI, the one there, and then CoreWeave, the second one, and we just got to fill at 155 on CoreWeave, like wow. And then I want to say thank you to, oh no, I missed, your name was kind of funny there. What was it, Off the Block or something like that? Talking, anyways, here's the chat. What's up to everybody in the chat? We'll do what's for lunch in a minute. It's BAC right there. Anyways, there was talking, you tagged me, there it is right here. Off and Beat, what's up with Clint Nelson? What's up, Clint? Yeah, that BAC short sure is printing, right? I mean, we did talk about that. It's on the sticky note right there. There's the BAC short. Unfortunately, again, it's, you know, we talk about it again all the time on the show, but it's tough to get the exact prices. I should have got, what's up, Rick? I should have got a little bit more, not careful, but maybe a little more aggressive, I guess, on that call right there. And by the way, I found some more, what's up, Fabian? I found some more Trader TV Live. I got about 10 of these left, but there it is right there. I was trying to give it, and I'll talk about it, but I was trying to give it up to 48.25. It didn't even come close to that. Like, I thought maybe the market, if it was going to run, we could have got that bump up there on BAC, but we definitely hit that short today. It was a pretty good one. 48.25 is like kind of not really anything significant. I'm sitting at 48. Like, I wanted to get that short and then look at 48.25, but for right there for BAC, thank you again for the kind words, and I do hope that you can, Mr. Clinton Nelson, can have a successful day here with that. So here's like 48.25. That's 48.30s. So I was just thinking that if we did get a bump up there, that we would prefer the short, and the short definitely printing there for BAC. And it's not even, you know, the banks continue to get hit, right? Next Tuesday, we're a week away. I won't be here all of next week, as shout out to everybody that's in Boston right there. I just ran into the lawyer there in the back. He was telling me there were some pretty nice places there. He said Little Italy is quite amazing, so we'll probably head that up there. But there's, sorry, I want to look at JP Morgan. JP Morgan down, straight down. Like, this name getting bled out a little bit right there, JP Morgan. So yeah, bank stocks not doing that well. We did get some out last week on JPM, so we're pretty happy with some of that. But yeah, nice downside play there for JP Morgan. And again, the Fed interest rate tool, right? I mean, that's going to be a factor here, because as we worry about where the Fed's going, we can just check out the rate and what the market and the street is expecting right here from that next announcement, which is in July. And it's right there. So July, 95% chance of no cut. So this has gotten a lot aggressive, right? We used to be at 70 at some point. Ooh, Amazon Prime Day spending down 14%. Right
Yikes!
In early,
that's $2 down on that.
Yeah, on early.
In the time you were saying it.
Yeah, exactly. So that's not going to be good, right? I mean, there goes the downside. This is going to be a big piece of my portfolio, and it's just, if Amazon goes down like this, what's going to happen? It's just going to get bigger.
Buy the 200.
200. Oh yeah, I'm
no,
buying.
period.
Oh, period. Yeah, where is that?
Oh, that's not till 6.
Yeah, that's about
that's really
fine.
far.
I mean, something
That's really
like that
far.
might be okay. So anyways, there it goes on that news. I would say buy kind of a dip like this. I mean, I don't know, like Amazon, Prime Day is just a thing, right? Like I feel like they have Black Friday, they have, I think multiple Prime Days, maybe even.
Well, they keep
Let it settle
extending them. Like it's like okay, there's more. They have more of the. They have more deals, events in the general sense. Prime Day itself just keeps getting longer and longer. So why would the early numbers be better
Right.
if you keep making it longer?
Yeah.
I understand why you get a red candle when that headline comes out, right? Because the algos dropped the bid. The first thing that happens, like negative story, they hear Amazon and it's like negative. So the first thing that happens is algos that make up half of the market, they just stop bidding. And and then anybody that sells short term, anyone that was maybe looking to enter a short, all that kind of stuff that causes a big downward candle. But this could end up being a buying opportunity. Usually you like to look where buyers were before, which is a couple of dollars lower from here. But I'm not terribly concerned if early returns aren't necessarily that good for Amazon. You got to remember AWS is such a big factor. I get it. It matters, Prime Day sales, but I love Amazon for a heck of a lot more than just the results on Prime Day.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Like I can understand why it's taking it a little bit on the chin. I want it to settle down for a little bit here before even considering a day trade. But yeah, it's already starting to get bought up. Maybe it isn't going to get down to what we were just showing, like that 17 area would be a logical place for it to go. But I just see in the chat, Angel saying no one cares about Prime Day. It's overrated. I don't know that nobody cares, but I'm kind of agreeing with that sentiment. It might be a bit of an overstatement, but it's not my prime concern either. Adara?
Yeah, time here for our Money Talk segment. This is the US dollar and the 3-minute actually looking really good, but it's always important to zoom out and see what we're doing farther back. I mean, we've been in a nice little bounce here off the lows, but as you can see, this downtrend coming from the start of this year is still very much in effect, lower highs, lower lows. I also want to mention we just got a post here on tariffs from Trump on Truth Social. He hasn't announced any new letters, but he did say that, quote, as per letters sent to various countries yesterday, in addition to letters that will be sent today, tomorrow, and for the next short period of time, tariffs will start being paid on August 1st. There's been no change to this date. There will be no change. In other words, all money will be due and payable starting August 1st, 2025. No extensions will be granted. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So why this is significant is because, A, this means we could be getting tariff letters for the foreseeable future, because he said that it could continue for the next, quote, short period of time. And we have to really wait and see what this does. I mean, the U.S. dollar has been responding well to these tariff talks. It's our second straight green day. Let's see how this continues. I also want to let you guys know, Donald Trump speaking at a cabinet meeting starting at 11 a.m. Back to you.
Thank you, Derek. Just want to point out, Walmart's getting hit more than Amazon on this, Walmart was already rejecting. We talked about 100 being a problem, this on the daily chart, but wow, Walmart heavy selling now 2.7. It was just 2.5% down. It just lost like the 50 period. Maybe it can catch a bid at $96, but everything that you would say about Amazon for that headline, and you can understand the reaction. Walmart absolutely taking on chin to a bigger level for sure. Just a quick note, like the NASDAQ just pulled back into the lows. Tesla still looks relatively strong, but it hasn't really come back into that 300 yet. So when the market's at the lows or looking weak, be patient with long opportunities. I'm looking for Tesla maybe to give us right back into VWAP here at like 299, maybe the 300 to re-enter. Fortunate to have gotten out. It managed to get to target before the market turned, but the NASDAQ just hit the low of the day. So you got to be careful. You can't hold on to things forever. I said that with SoFi. Tesla definitely looking a little bit better, but yeah, I'm not going to be rushing to get into this at 11 o'clock. I mean, Tesla has worked out, SoFi has worked out. But sometimes you got to understand the market's looking weak, and the longs aren't what they were 15, 20 minutes ago, or half an hour ago.
All right. Yeah, I'm trying to get a new iPhone at some point as well. The wife needs one. Okay, so yeah, I don't. Things are going well, man. We do have CoreWeave, and we're just getting more fills on this one, as this is now still that $3. I got out of all of Big Bear AI. I mean, we had less than 5% left. This is going to be, I don't know. If CoreWeave makes the move down to where I think it could be, CoreWeave could overtake Big Bear AI, but Big Bear AI is going to be my P&L #1 for today. But at this point, I mean, let's just go over what's for lunch. I got to go over to the gym. We're going to figure that out. Yesterday oops, that's not what I'm trying to show you. That's the actual menu. I'm supposed to read the menu. All right. So, yesterday we did have that Greek chicken, which is pretty good. We had a chicken breast on the salad there yesterday. It was pretty decent menu.
A little dry, but
yeah, maybe.
Usually is.
Maybe a little bit dry. Yeah, chicken breast generally pretty dry. You gotta have some kind of sauce on that. We had a great date night. Tonight's date night's gonna be pretty expensive, but we are running the gauntlet today anyways. All right, today is one of Joe's unfavorited items. Today we have beef stroganoff for lunch with, again, buttered egg noodles, steamed vegetables, and chef's choice salads. So.
You heard the stroganoff.
You heard stroganoff. So beef stroganoff there today with buttered egg noodles, steamed veggies, and chef's choice salad. So there it is, man. That is your beef strogie going through there today. So, hopefully we can all enjoy some of that. Although it never comes on top of a salad, that might not taste that great.
That would be sacrilege.
Yeah, we are not worried too much about anything other than our trading. And right now, there it comes back in over 3. We are waiting for 154.25 to come in. As look at the market coming back into that bottom. We could have shorted the NASDAQ, and maybe we should have. But I'm, again, trying to focus on exiting, a lot of the trades and then around 10 o'clock, then trying to work for some new ideas, talk a little bit about the market, give you guys a little bit of a take there, look at what's going on in the chat, so on and so forth. So today the TQs did give us another bumped up opportunity. You could have shorted against that day high. And again, until we get any news about countries that matter, right now, I think the market's going to wait for earnings. We've got bank next week. We talked about that. And then after that, we wait. So I think it's worth holding out a little bit. The bank stocks are getting hit today. A stock like Marvell, a stock like Intel, a stock like SMCI, all starting to go. Like, there goes Marvell, 72 up to 73.20. So, yeah, like some of the good themes are still there, right? The chip themes are still there. Intel giving us some love there today. iBit not doing anything as Bitcoin sits here at 108 and change. So that could be something that we talk about in the upcoming days and weeks. We'll talk about it every day, but, where's that going? Are we breaking through all-time highs there? ETHA, there's a lot of sort of spice come out of Bitcoin and seems to be maybe into Ethereum a little bit, although this is well off of its all-time highs, well off of even its recent highs of $22. So we'll wait to see if Ethereum could get going as well. And then, is Big Bear AI a short? You guys want me to look over there? Yeah, I mean, I would think that that's probably the right call there for Big Bear AI. But again, like at the end of the day, all we're trying to do is make a call on what we may think could potentially happen here. And we are already seen a top. We'd seen Big Bear AI pull back a couple times during the afternoon. And unfortunately, we made that top at 870. If you're gonna go long right now, this is the right spot at the 200 period moving average. And then just give it to $8. If it breaks 8, we can discuss this tomorrow. But yeah, Big Bear AI out of the account. The #1 P&L for me today. And it's a 2-for-2 day, but a lot of time, effort, capital, capital, not only mined capital, but also capital for stock trading was put into Big Bear AI and into CoreWeave. So, these are 2 trades that, again, breaking through that $8, trade things when they're happening. Like yesterday, Big Bear AI kind of pretty bouncy there. Unless you got a bottom take, you probably weren't overly happy. So, there are things to do here. Just make sure you're doing what you want to do them right, do them safely, and do them with the right amount of shares so you can make some money. But at the same time, don't blow your accounts up. So if I was on Big Bear AI, I'd probably be looking to get out if we did take $8 again to the downside. So great question there. Keep them coming, and we'll try to do our best. But Big Bear AI, again, a stock that I think a lot of us like long term, and I did get some more out today. I got some out at 8:59 or 8:58. We talked about that live on the show. I do think that if you don't take profits, then we have only ourselves to blame if the stock reverts, right? I mean, we took some money on Palantir. We waited for that one though, and I still believe in the name, but we'll wait to see what the long-term trend is here for Big Bear AI. So far, so good.
You never know. Like somebody, like news could hit. You can have something, not an Amazon moment, but on any stock at any time. And for anyone that was just tuning in, I saw a couple of people put in the chat, like, what's going on with Amazon? Why is it selling off? If you didn't catch it, Prime Day spending down 14% in the early hours versus last year. and that's according to Bloomberg. So 14% in the opening hours, worse than 2024 Prime Day. Amazon, this is the candle. You can see the volume spike, so you know exactly when the news hit. It is rallying. I thought maybe 217 was the level I was looking for. It actually went down to 218. On that same note, Walmart also lost heavily. You can see the same volume spike. They were already both trending down. Ultimately, the market was trending down as well. It just got a little bit more out of hand. I am actually, before we go back over, I had just been tracking SoFi and the curl. So SoFi lost some support, came right back into the breakout level and pulled a bounce. I tried to punch through on this break of the prior bar candle and didn't get hit, so I didn't get the break as it went back through to the upside. But now that you're holding this prior high, I think it makes an obvious spot to look for the pullback. It's about $20-ish, give or take a couple of pennies. So if it gets back down to 20 and shows another bounce, maybe a few bids down there, then I think going long underneath 2010 is going to make some sense on SoFi. Tesla, didn't get to 300, not even close. It just turned at 301. So I might have to wait for another opportunity on Tesla. I don't want to chase this. I thought we'd come back into the breakout of the volume weighted average price. Tesla relatively strong. SoFi trying to get back there. I think there's going to be a bottom on this news on Amazon, but it looks like it's going to be higher than where I was. Yeah, I thought it was 17s. It looks like it's already going to be back up. Again, I think it's a bit overdone and overrating the first few hours of Prime Day when ultimately it's a long event. But let's throw you guys to the midday. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. I know there's a lot of small cappers and a lot more to talk about that maybe we've even missed, but you're in the right spot because Sharif and Mr. Beef Stroganoff champion, we're going to have it locked and loaded for you. I know how excited Joe is.
He's pumped.
Somehow he's going to be able to do the show while thinking about that beef stroganoff.
Maybe he'll even flex on the show.
He might.
If we're lucky enough. Maybe these guys will start flexing at some point.
We'll give him extra beef stroganoff if he does.
I think we flexed the trades, so let's let these guys start to flex. Sharif's saying he's going to do it because I said it, but if you rewind,
of course he's going to do it.
They've actually done it every single day. So
probably.
Let's go over to the show right now. It's the Bash Bros. It's the Flex Brothers right now. Let's get going, guys. Show those muscles. Let's go.
Went down. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy, Joey Options. And I am Sharif. Bless you, Neil. Wow. What a day it is today in the market. Joseph, I know that you've got a lot to talk about, as do I. The small caps, they be moving. Let's see who is here, though, because we got to greet the people.
All right.
We got all class Adam Deluge, shout out to him, my man. We got Shyam, we got Anish, Pillsbury, Vern, Oxlong, shout out to Fiddlebeck, Abdul Q. What are all these green bags you're throwing in the chat? You must be having a good day, Abdul.
Money bags.
Are you related to Paula Abdul? No, my bad. Maya Reyes, Jay Haas, Bob the Builder, Kara the Dawn. Steven, ATN, we got Mike James, we got Nate, we got Andrew Chow, we got Dino, Kurt D, Daniel B, and Walter. Shout out to Brian Denali and Eric Havasi Photography. We got Gladys, we got Mike DCA because he enjoys DCAing Trump's tariff slump. TTS, more to come on that. Go Bills. Shout out to Mary, Daniel R, we got JG, we got Parabolic, something or another, Omar, Dubs Dollars, we got Holly, right back at you. We got Sender Jeet, right back at you, my man. Who else? We got Avi, VVS. Do you sell diamonds, Avi? Haas. We got Charlie Card, Damo, Tyrone Hamilton. Shout out to my man Tyrone, All Things Trump, Julio. A couple more here. Green Day Dean. I like Green Days in every way. I like the band. I like Green Days personally here on the account. And shout out to one of my favorite people in the chat, Keisha Perkins, small cap gapper trader extraordinaire. Good morning, Joseph Wilson.
What's going on? Yeah, all right, guys. Lots to talk about. That's right, this morning. I hope everyone's having a solid one. Yeah, so a lot going on here just in the trade world. You can see that we were long SoFi earlier in the day. We get stopped out, but once that wedge failed, we go short there, guys. So this one worked out pretty nice for us. And then I got stopped out break even, and sure enough, it's heading south of the price that I was looking for. 20 was the primary, but I didn't want to make this winning trade into a losing one there. So long, stopped out, in, holds VWAP relatively well. We add into this position, and then boom, 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 we start to take some out, and then we get stopped out about 66% right there. So that's what we got going on. But then also, before we send it to Adara real quick, guys, we're in some Bitcoin. Why am I trading Bitcoin long right now? Well, this hammer candle, let's see if this comes into play here, guys. Excuse me, if that's the case, Sharif, we're looking for the volume weighted average price. But Adara, talk to us.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, Trump is hosting this cabinet meeting. Usually how these works is he and each of his cabinet members will talk about what they're doing, then they'll all take questions. Most of the questions are for Trump. This hasn't started yet. It was supposed to start at 11, but right now we just have, like, the stream is live, but it's just a view of the White House. Nothing's actually happening yet. I also want to mention here, we did get at 11 a.m. some inflation data here. I guess not massive, but just inflation expectation data coming from New York. So I'll go over that really quickly. So New York Fed inflation expectation 1 year is 3%, 3 year 3%, 5 year 2.6%. So that's the inflation expectation data. Also, keep an eye out here. Exit TTV Research. I have some posts planned today. Some of them tariff themed. I will keep you guys posted very soon. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Sorry, go ahead. I know you had more to say.
Yeah. One thing here, guys. So you can see we got a lot of support and resistance in this realm. So around 6170, we're going to probably have to take some off, the majority of it, even if we have the ability to get there. The market's relatively weak today, guys. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's pretty choppy, more or less, but 6170, you're going to see that coming as a resistance zone, was prior support, and now we've already rejected just below that specific level. So let's see if we can get this trade to work. As soon as we break the low of that candle, we're out of this trade. Even a little bit before that, Sharif, if we give it 61.55, that's only going to be about 7 cents or so. That's going to be the primary target, and that way we can hit a solid 4 or 5 to 1 on that front, Sharif.
All right, man. I'm involved. Workhorse. What is this? 2020 all over again. Joseph, we'll get a car. We got to push it down the hill.
Push it down the hill.
Anybody who understands knows exactly what I'm talking about
don't
there.
understand.
Wow, they pushed the car down the hill. Neil, was it Workhorse or Nicola that did that? Nicola, my bad. Potato. Thank you for verifying that, Neil. I didn't want to be incorrect. But anyway, Workhorse involved in this one. Already taken Prince to the high side. We're in at a little bit higher than the 10 exponential moving average. So I am getting in what I perceive to be no man's land, neither at volume weighted average price or the 10. But, you know, this one has been very strong on the day. It's up 67, 68%. There we go. We got a few more prints, and here it goes again. Right back into 3. I had a resting order, as you can see there, to defend the dollar, the volume weighted average price. It was basically the volume weighted average price or the 10 EMA, but now the 10 EMA is starting to get a little bit higher than VWAP. VWAP still, I think, showing me 76. The 10 EMA showing me 82. So I'm long at 89. We've taken out 3 prints so far, rejecting that $3 area. I'm going to let this come back down and see if it'll trigger my order waiting at 77. So I may have to move up that order, maybe into 82, something like that. Yeah, I think it's a little bit too low over here. So I'll get to that in a minute. But for now, it's working out okay. There's another one, though. And this one is a multiple halter, and it looks like it's going to halt again. PROK. Looks like I will get that signal momentarily here that it has halted, and there it is. Halted back 3 pennies off the high of the day. PROK is up and eye-watering. 290.75%, and it is, quite frankly, look, at times, obviously, it gets extended away from the 10, off which I base whether it's extended or not. But oftentimes, it comes back in and defends the 10, and it did it over here on a 2-candle basis. So for 10 minutes, you had an opportunity to weasel in off the 10 exponential. And on top of that, it's a $2 name, meaning that if you've got a smaller account and you're looking at trading these small cap gappers, you can size in substantially here. Obviously, keeping risk management always at the 4. So I'm going to keep my eye on PROK. The only thing about this one is sometimes, you know, when they halt so many times, they do tend to become a little illiquid. So we'll see how that cookie crumbles there. I'm also looking at ZEPP. I won't say Z anymore, or maybe I will. It's back at that volume weighted average price at $6. It's got a 5-candle lower high setup. I'm a little cautious with this one, but I do like the fact that it is finding support at VWAP. Also, MPU, another one that's strong on the day, up 45%. Respectful, very respectful, that is, of the volume weighted average price. It gave you a 2-candle setup at that level, and right back into the high day it goes, 221, but it is a little spready for a $2 name. So be on the lookout for that. SFRM may lose its spot on the side chart momentarily, as it may be a flat bottom break manifesting before our eyes here, Joseph, with that topping tail candle into 659, now losing that 550 area, and by extension of that, it has lost the volume weighted average price. And this one is a bamboozler. Look at this. Look at this, Joseph. 1, 2, 3 hold off VWAP. It gives you that new candle to make a new high. And then look how it just sucks you in. Give
right
me your
in,
money.
Yeah, that's it.
And then all the way back down.
Boom. See you later. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what happened here with me on SoFi, guys. You can see we had the nice, and I would have been in this trend. But this pullback was just slightly too deep, especially because this ad was a little late on my behalf as well, too. Other than that, we'd be sitting in that and we'd be south of our target right now. So, yeah, that was a really big missed opportunity on my front, but it is what it is. We'll take the winning trade. There's no questioning that. But SoFi, really, really weak off of that ascending wedge, guys, and now heading back towards the opening price. So there it is, SoFi working out for us, and Bitcoin, not so much there, Sir Sharif. So that's what I'm doing. I'm hyper-focused. I mentioned that I'm only going to give this 7 cents or so. So again, once 61.70 is going to where we're going to start taking some off. But until then, it's not looking too good. And also with NVDA, I'm going to start to looking to fade some of these pops. We know we have that 160 call wall, and that's exactly what I'm looking at right now. We get anywhere north of this resistance, and I'm going to be looking to fade this with any indecision at extreme highs. So that's the game plan we have on a couple of these names. But let's go Bitcoin. VWAP would be honestly the perfect trade, and see if we can hold it from that. I do have some confidence in this signal right here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
But the volume isn't necessarily supporting that. You can see those that buying pressure step right in at an extreme low after an engulfing candle, and then now we have that bottoming tail. So let's see if we can break through that, and that's the target that we're aiming for, is the volume weighted average price. But I think we have to be extremely patient here on this one. It might be more of a slow grind. If you get any more of some strength in the NASDAQ, hopefully that will be reciprocated in Bitcoin there, but it's still hovering around, not pulling back, which is not fun stuff. It is not very good.
It's no good.
Yeah, it's no good.
I like people who reciprocate. I like stocks that reciprocate. I like people who reciprocate.
Right? You show the love.
I dislike non-reciprocators.
Yeah, so you got to show the love. If I'm giving it love, it has to.
Thank you for putting up with my crazy.
Hey man, me too, brother. You know what I mean?
No, I'm crazy, bro. You're a level-headed guy.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far.
Joseph, I want to mention a couple of other small cap gappers that are making their way onto the scene today. This looks like a buy program here on GDXD. Something tells me this might have something to do with gold, just given the ticker and given that gold is weak on the day. Yes, it is a leveraged inverse performance of the gold miners. So that's why it makes sense. So gold is down 1 1/3% today. Peter Schiff is punching every wall he can get his hands on, or is he punching into more gold? I guess that's a question there. Shout out to Schiff, the Schiff monster, the Schiffmeister. GDXD looking real good here, Joseph, to the tune of 14.75%. Also another one, a holdover from yesterday, KNW. I remember we traded this one towards the end of the show, and today it's having yet another good day, about 34%, Joseph, rejecting though off 398, essentially $4. But as you can see there, really holding the line, literally and figuratively, the green line, which is the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So I'll be looking for something on that. KNW, BMNR is that psycho stock that we all know. Kind of bull flagging, but looking like it might flat bottom break through that volume weighted average price. I likely won't trade BMNR at all, but I kept it up there because I just anticipate you guys asking about it, so I want to be ready. Oh my goodness,
days.
goodness gracious. PROK is halted to the high side yet again. Joseph, if I can type, we'll load this up on a trading screen. Is it on the NASDAQ? Yes, it is. It is halted at $2.65 with the theoretical auction price out saying 250, 251. We'll have to see how this cookie crumbles. This is yet another up halt here on PROK. Traded carefully, guys. It is a little illiquid as a result of all the halts. So the one that we got in right now, Workhorse, doing real well here. We just wet the beak all the way up to the top of this candle at 305. We're long 289. I still didn't get my dollar cost average at 282, but I'm also quite cognizant of the trouble WKHS is having at that $3 level, albeit it's got a high day of 325, but it barely spent any time up there. And looking at these candles over here, the ones that attempted the $3 break, they all had trouble. So I am on the lookout here for a possible failure of WKHS, hence why we scalped out through the break of 3. I'm still going to leave my dollar cost average at 277 live. I happen to like that level as it breaks right back down into my entry. So WKHS has a great day, but this one could be on the way down. Be careful with it. Go ahead, Era.
I'm just really excited to announce here, we have our first ever poll on X at TTV Research, and it is tariff themed. So we know Trump said over the next period of time, we're going to be getting some tariff letters. Pretty unclear. How long do you guys think that'll be? Do you think we'll get these over the next 5 days, 1 week, 1 to 2 weeks, or until the August 1st deadline? Come vote on X at TTV Research. I will be dropping the link to this poll in our show chat. Make sure to check it out. Back to you.
Thank you for that,
Good
Adara.
stuff there. Yeah, wow. So far, I'm just over here just feeling pure FOMO right now, Sharif, on this SoFi short. Just that pullback was too deep. I had to cut it. And I'm curious to what you guys do. Do you hold, so if you're in a position, you've hit your 1-to-1, are you holding your position to your original stop, or are you getting out at break even? So go original stop or break even, put it in the chat. Let me see how you guys manage those trades. And that's after you've already taken profit. Are you still holding that to your original stop, which would put you at a loss, or are you stopping out at break even? I'm really curious to what everyone does there in the chat. Just that pullback, yeah, now it's chewing me up. So we won't try to focus on that one. We got IBIT going on. Come on, squeeze up to the volume weighted average price. Even 6170s will take. The one positive note here, Sharif, we are holding 6160s relatively well. So if we get that volume to step in, I believe that we can push higher and try to hit those targets that we're aiming for. The ultimate goal is going to be VWAP off of that hammer candle. And there we go. We get a nice little pop. We're going to need the volume to step in as we're punching through some key resistance zones. But let's go IBIT. I'm going to post up at 70s there.
Post up, baby. All right. Here we go. WKHS coming back into the volume weighted average price buyer at 80s. I'm waiting at 77s, hence that green line there. Let's see how this deals here with 80, whether I have to chase it. No, I don't think I will have to. So this is coming back down now. Let's see if it triggers my order. And then if it does it move back up, or am I going to have to give back some of the profits over here? Showing me 77s. It's going to have to cross for me to get filled. It doesn't cross. Oh boy. Tell me it didn't come down to our level and we didn't get the fill. So I'm going to get ready for this one in case I have to chase it. I'm waiting to trigger here at 77s. It's not triggering at the level. So let's go ahead and take that off. And then we're going to have to take it a little bit higher. Oh, wow. It's just back up to 84. You got to be kidding me, bro. I literally hit the buttons 1 second ago. Give me the print.
Give him the print.
It didn't give me the print. So we're going to have to pack our patience. Now we get the print. Okay, so now we've got 83s on. So now it's make or break them. It's going to have to hold the volume weighted average price. Otherwise, we're gone. So let's go ahead and throw in that stop. 69 gets us out of the trade. No ands, if, or buts. I won't be dollar cost averaging into an oblivion on this one. It's either going to move or we're gone Zeno. So let's set up some beak wetters here to the top side if we can. Let's set up at 87s, and then we'll also layer into the 90s as well. So looking for Workhorse to find some support and buying at the volume weighted average price. If it's not, then we're out of this position. I'm also looking at KNW, as I mentioned earlier, looking for this one to pull into the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 before I send a buy order. That's a little bit below 380, so give or take 2 pennies at around 378, 375. I would say the money fills are in between the 10 and the 20 if that were accurate on this one. It's not. This one has been respecting, looks like, at least on the day, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 strictly. Okay, PROK is open. It's going to halt again to the high side. 284 is the halt level. This thing is up 300 and okay, so it was a false halt there. Let's go to the trading screen so we can see, because it did look like it was going to halt. Here it is again. 284 is going to be the halt level, 368.25%. Let's see if we get a few more seconds of this before we get the gray out on the level 2. It looks like it will gray out now on the level 2. Big moves up here for PROK, but trade it carefully. How many shares has this done? Okay, so it's done shares, Joseph, even though it's halting to no end. It's got about 220 million, a little bit less than 220 million shares. So to give you the idea, you often see, myself and Joseph in these positions, but the real way to trade these small cap gappers that are $2 and $3 is to take substantial size for smaller moves, okay? And so that's what we're talking about here. You're getting a nice little bump up from the first halt level at around 265. Now you're halted at 284. So about 19 pennies higher. But if you had 15, 20,000 shares of this name, and I submit to you, you could have less than a $50,000 trading account and be able to pull something like that. But again, you've got to exercise risk management. That's a substantial amount of money to make very, very quickly. So be on the lookout for the possibilities as well as the risks, Joseph, always, because these small cap gappers, as we always joke around on this desk, are around for a good time, not a long time.
Exactly. So yeah, guys, we were just knocking on the door. It didn't give me the fill. It went to a high of around 69, and then sure enough comes right up against me here. So yeah, it looks like the market wants to curl over. I want to short some NVDA. I'm going to start really small on the short with NVDA just to see if we can get that cooking, because it's been a choppy mess throughout the session, and it looks like we're forming these lower highs continuously. So let's see if we can get a rejection of this downtrend right here, guys. So that's the game plan. And also our risk measures on IBIT are really, really tight now. I'm not giving it much room, because if the market wants to sell, I don't want to be going against it whatsoever. So we already took a stab on it, and there it goes. A couple more pennies, and we're going to hop out of this trade for just a small loss. Yeah, there it is. I'm out. It didn't want to go. See you later. You don't want to work, then that's fine. We'll find something else to trade, Sharif, that's going to work for us. But that was a really good signal. It's unfortunate that we couldn't break those specific levels. Now we're short NVDA to see if we can get this one cooking. We have that SoFi trade that worked out really well. It's unfortunate that we didn't hold on to that one longer, but we're going to most definitely be looking for this breakdown here in NVDA. As long as we don't break this trend, I believe that we have the ability to add into this position and continuously sell. Well, why are we shorting NVDA? Well, it's been on a monster run, around 80% off of Liberation Day lows, and then also this here, guys, right? This is what we're looking at. Just trying to build systems of what the options market is telling us, and then sure enough, we have this call wall that has now increased in size at 160. What is that telling me? That now we have more of the opposite party shorting from 160 because they want these contracts to expire OTM. And there we go. I'm glad that we got out of IBIT, guys. That thing just tanked and didn't want to bounce as deep. So that's why I said I'm not giving it much risk. I'll take a small loss on that one, and that is that. But NVDA starting to cook up as the market is heading towards the day's lows, Sharif.
All right, Joseph, I'm just setting up some orders. New position alert. We're in to KNW. So I've initially gotten in a little bit higher than the 10 exponential with the, belief that it may not quite make it down. That's why I've put in another resting order there at a little bit higher than the 10 exponential. The 10 EMA on the 5 is showing me 80s. I'm sitting at 80, so maybe I should move that up. So we're in at 87, looking at wetting the beak at 90, and then I've layered my orders into 4. So we'll see how KNW wants to treat me on the day, showing me 90 right now on the level 2. We'll see if we get the print. But back we go to Workhorse as this one comes right back down into the volume weighted average price. Now, this concerns me. This candle here concerns me, the one that I took a whole bunch of prints on. Let me tell you why. Because that candle was the 5-minute candle to make a new high on a closing basis. And then look what it did later. The subsequent candle made a lower low, and the subsequent candle after that made a lower low, albeit still at the volume weighted average price. But this bamboozlement, this green candle here, is concerning to me because usually this lures in the longs only to have the loss of VWAP. And then we know what happens with these small cap gappers once they lose the volume weighted average price, especially when they've run up quite a bit like this. So I'm on the lookout here for bamboozlement on Workhorse. I'm in at 83s, 82.5 technically, but we'll look to see if this one wants to lose 70. If it loses 70, that's the end of the trade for me. So we will risk around 13 pennies right now on Workhorse. Let's go back to the other one over here. KNW still, that seller at 90, can't shake them. Re-upping, refreshing their position as more wattage got posted on that 90 position than had been the case prior. So we'll see if this one wants to continue with the higher highs and higher lows. And that is what I'm looking at right now, KNW. Okay, PROK is going to hold down. Prints a new high a day at 290, and now it's going to hold down at 60 if it continues in this way. Let's see if it grays out. It looks like it will be a gray out here with that 260, the halt level, the top. I don't know why the top showed up super quick, showing me 247s, 249s, 250s. So we are, at least for the moment, slated to open down on PROK. This is the strongest gapper or small cap gapper in the market right now, up 328%. We're going to keep an eye out on that. Shout out to Sports and Stonks as well, telling me XTIA making its way back to the high side. So let's go ahead and have a quick gander at XTIA. And we'll flip to the 5. Yeah, so this one is not bad. It's got 1.87 million shares traded on the day, which is not too bad, but it is a little light for a $2 name, not gonna lie. I do like the chart pattern, extended away from that 10 EMA on the 5. I'd like this, I'd really like it for a $2 retracement. But, you know, knowing that this hasn't even moved up that much, so a $2 retracement, you know, could be a little bit heavy on this one. XTIA, I'm gonna keep this on the side chart. We're gonna have to take probably BNMR or ZEPP off. But yeah, this one looks like it, especially if it gets going here with some volume, then this one could be a good one. But for the moment, I'm going to pack my patience on this. Trade to Thrive. Check out BTCS. Sure. Also, John Del Segno says, Goog panic flushing. Yeah, Google's down 2%, bro. Holy cow. So the only Mag 7 names on the day that are green, Joseph, Tesla, NVIDIA, and Apple. And Apple's barely positive, so we'll have to see how that ends up going. Let's take a quick look at Google here on the 5 before we just get back to small caps. Yeah, there's aggressive selling right now on Google. It's very, very ugly. Yeah, really lost that 175 level in a hurry. So keep tabs on that. Let's look at BTCS for the OG there, Trade to Thrive. Good look there. Thank you for that. 25% in going, and this one's got volume on the day, about 9 1/3 million shares. This one has earned its spot onto the side chart. We're taking out ZEPP. We're going to put on BTCS. That one looks good here, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there, guys. All right, yeah, we're not getting this breakdown on NVDA right now. I mean, you can see this triangle forming these higher lows. So now we're north of the volume-weighted average price. I'm just going to hop out of this trade. I added aggressively to this, so I'm going to take a bigger loss than what I wanted to on it. Just not getting those breakdowns. So I'm just going to sit on my hands. If we stop out here, then I'll just sit on my hands for a little bit and wait for something really some quality setup. So I thought we were going to get that breakdown. It looked like it. Price was compressing. The market was heading toward the lows. And then sure enough, you get a nice little cover rally. And it looks like it's going to just do a liquidity grab and then grab everybody north of this little resistance. And then maybe we can look for a reshort on that one. So yeah, unfortunately, that didn't work. My apologies on that front. Bitcoin's still holding up relatively nice, but Google tanking aggressively here, guys. Hold it. I mean, I thought the market would be selling a little bit more aggressive, but you have the likes of Tesla forming this bull flag as well, too. I wasn't even looking at it this morning, guys. To be honest with you, I'm like, yeah, this is just not in play for me. And I was thinking, hey, short, considering now you guys get in America, you have a new political party there. So we'll see what's going on with this. Nice bull flag being formed here in Tesla. Let's see if this fails. A little bit lower here on NVDA. Walls. A couple attempts, so you don't want to get too flustered or anything along those lines. You just be patient, give yourself multiple entries, because that's what it does, right? And that's why you say traders, they only have a 20-30% accuracy. That's because they take multiple attempts on the same thesis until it works out. But you obviously want to stay within your risk parameters as well too. And that's when I say 3-strike rule, then that's it. I took 2 strikes on IBIT, and I just said, you know what, see you later. If you're not going to do what I want to do, then that's fine. Earnings season coming up, that's when I actually do my best trading. I find the market is more orderly and decisive in the direction that it wants to find. So that's what we got going on. This wedge here on NVDA is looking pretty good. Market's heading towards the lows there, Sharif. Google is dragging the whole class down with it. So there it is, Google continuing to leak, opening up at 177 and now trading at 172.90. Damn. Damn, Daniel, my swing trade is getting rocked right now. But I mean, we're in at 168. But I don't know how much longer I want to hold on to this. And I also posted on X. I'm like, is it time to start buying some VIX calls? Maybe, possibly further dated. You start really slow. You're not paying too much for them right now either. So I'm looking into some VIX calls, and maybe I'll even close a couple of my swing positions in the likes of Google and in Apple as well too. I think cloud is going to be one of the big, obviously search and cloud are going to be big time factors in that Google earnings report. If they beat on cloud, I think we can run into some, we can head in the direction of all-time highs and catch up with the overall market, Sharif.
All right, Joseph, sounds good. Let me post up some of my orders here as I layer. So new position, MP. Okay, so before we get to the new position, this is what happened. Where is it? Oh, we're gonna have to switch this here. There we go. So Workhorse got stopped out for the remaining amount. So this one will end up going negative on because we did actually add here at that 82, despite the fact that we had taken some good profits over here. And I cut a couple of beak wetters on the add. We're now negative on WAKH. That's not by a lot, but we'll look to work out of this one. This one is no longer tradable under my system as it's now trading below the volume weighted average price. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. I've gotten into a new position. MPU is the ticker. This came into the volume weighted average price after making a 240 high of the day, and we've got 13s on at the moment. It's showing me 12s. Let's see if this one finds support at VWAP. Goodness knows Workhorse didn't. At least it didn't immediately anyway. So we'll see what MPU has to do over here. It's been respectful of VWAP on the day, but so was Workhorse. So let's not put too much stock into the VWAP bounce. So that's what I'm keeping my eye here on MPU. And then secondly, KNW, still waiting for the dollar cost average on that one. That one didn't come in quite yet. No DCA on KNW. But KNW, if it loses the 10 decisively, I'm not going to dollar cost average into VWAP. That's not the move there because, well, it was respectful on a 2-candle basis at 11 and 11.05 at the 10 EMA. So I don't want to take my chances there. MPU finding a nice little bounce back into 18s. Let's see if we can print a whole bunch of these prints to the high side. Yep, just got another print there on MPU. Looking to take back that fifth of a dollar at 20s again. It's up 44 1/3%. It's not a bad look, but it's going to have respect for that volume weighted average price if we're going to stay in this trade. Anything below 2 gets me out. Shout out to Tisha and shout out to Manuel Palma bringing, I'll say it properly, ZVSA onto the scene over here. So this one has a pre-market high here that concerns me. So that 8 a.m. spike is a real spike on real volume. 11.7 million shares took place or were exchanged here on that 8 a.m. spike. And the high of that 8 a.m. spike is $1.23. The technical high of the day, No surprise, 122. So we still haven't taken out the pre-market high, but that's all that this one needs. It's above VWAP, it's above $1, but this one is putting in what could be a gnarly double top at this $1.23, $1.22. So let's see if we can take out the pre-market high. If we do, I'll feel a lot more confident punching into this one, Joseph. Gonna keep my eye out on that.
Absolutely. Good luck there, guys. So yeah, we're still sitting in these two trades. I am now long some Tesla here via TSLL. Let's see if we can get this wedge, right? This ascending wedge, the bull flag to break through this high of the day. But that is a nice short signal as well. So that could play us some big time defense. I'm surprised that NVDA isn't breaking down with the overall market. And if it decides that it wants to bounce from here, I think it's going to drag this name up with it. So we're in some Tesla long. And we are short NVDA, but we might get stopped out of this one here momentarily. And unfortunately, take a little bit larger of a loss than what we would obviously ideally like. I thought we were going to hold below the volume weighted average price, but that's the thing, right? It's like, okay, what is this name doing? It's moving essentially eastward. Okay, so it's like, okay, I'm looking for the break of some levels, but wait until that volume steps in and you get that confirmation. I'm trying to front run this and it's not necessarily working in my favor, and that's the one thing that you need to know. And I'm on the 1 minute time frame, so you slightly micromanage some names. But again, you sit on top of this, it's just like, all right, you got to get out just in case the buy program kicks in, the volume kicks in, and then you break through some of these pre-market levels, and then there you go. You're taking a much bigger loss than what you want. So that's why it's really important to just get out when you are supposed to. So that is the name of the game. Amazon smoked your long today. Yeah, I hear you. That wasn't good news. AWS Prime Day down 14% year over year. Not the best look, and nor is this short here on NVDA. That's the thing. Selling into support, you got to sell the top end of the range, and it's just me learning. It's like, all right, even though you're anticipating that breakdown, it's easier and your risk to reward is vastly better if you're more patient and you get up here, because then now you have at least 20 or 30 cents less of risk put on compared to where I'm trading at right now. And then you add more aggressively as it started to work. I was just focusing on the tape to see if we got those flushes through some of this support level. I'm like, oh, okay, volume slightly picking up. That's looking pretty good for me, but no, it has other plans, so it says see you later, but we'll hold on to this one. We break the support levels of Tesla here, Sharif, then we're going to hop out of this trade as well, too. So there you go. You break here, 1045, we'll call it. It breaks that, holds that level, then we'll just hop out of Tesla as well, too.
Oh, yeah. So, all right. So so here's what happened. MPU, this is a tough start to the day, man. So MPU, take a couple of prints, it loses VWAP. So that's now Workhorse and MPU, both of which have not had respect for VWAP midday, despite having respect for VWAP basically the entire morning. So MPU, NL, Workhorse, NL. Let's keep focus and see if we can continue moving up on some of these other ones. So I'm looking at working in the ZVSA, but I'm going to pack my patience on that one. I see it's a little extended off that. And besides, I wanted to take out the pre-market high. So that's number one. Number two, BTCS worked into this one. This one looks like it might want to take out that $0.50, but there is a seller here at the $0.50. So we've got a 355 high, and it definitely looks like we encountered a lot of selling basically all morning at the $0.50. Over here, right at 835, then again at 950, and then we're doing it again right now. There we go. We get the print at the $0.50, but let's see if this one can spike up and get away from that $0.50. So BTCS in focus. This is a blockchain technology company. It's a $73 million market cap, a little bit less than 10 million shares traded on the day, about 9 3/4. And then the short float on BTCS, about 8.45% with a float of around 16.88 million shares. So not a bad short float there. Certainly something that we can work with, about 8.5%. KNW, the other trade we've got on, this one is losing the 10 though. So we're going to have to see if it loses 70 pennies. That's where my out is, right below that 70 penny area. So KNW, another one breaking down. But let's go back to ZVSA over here. as it is working its way back into that 120 area. Again, 123 is the pre-market high. 122 is the actual high, and there is a seller of note at 122. There it goes. It is now taken out the pre-market high with $1.28. Let's see, though, does this one lure us in only to have the selling step in once we take out that pre-market high? Let's not get bamboozled into this one. Let it prove itself. So again, still having trouble generally with that $1.20. Can't seem to clear it, despite the fact that it spiked up to 128. So packing my patience here on ZVSA. Very interested in, but don't want to be bamboozled. Now, something maybe around that $1.10 maybe would make sense, because look at all these defends here at that $1.10. We know that there's been a buyer around there. You got 3 candles on the 5 that had defended that $1.10. So possibly maybe wait with a resting order of $1.13, a $1.12, something in and around that level to get the money fill. I think that's exactly what I'm going to do with a loss of that $1.05 getting me out of the trade. So we're going to go ahead and post up. I'm going to wait at 12s. Let's see if it gives me 12s. Right now, it's back up into that 20, 21 penny area. We'll pack our patience on that one. Let's look back here at the other one. Where is that? BTCS, excuse me. A couple of more prints to the high side there, but still having trouble with the 50 penny level on a closing basis. BTCS, Joseph, at day's high, but having some trouble.
Yep, absolutely, guys. All right, so we're just trying to diamond hands this NVDA trade. So that's what we got cooking up. Still sitting in this Tesla long. We're at the lower end of the range, so we won't complain about that. We're positioned relatively well. Now it's just eyes all on NVDA. What are we going to do? Are we going to break the top side of this wedge, or are we going to break down? So yeah, it's a game of patience right now to see if you can hold on to get that move that you're looking for. But if the market wants to rally, then you just got to get out of that trade and accept the trade's fate. That is. So yeah, just moving eastward here, Sharif, on NVDA. Just a lot of up and around VWAP, ebbs and flows around that neck of the woods. But we're still in this TSLL. We've added to this position as well, too. So if we get that breach of the high of the day, that's going to be the primary target. We'll take the majority of the position off and leave a little bit of a runner. After a big winning trade, the poll is up. We got a poll up for you guys. After a big winning trade, what's your next move? Roll the profits into a next one, take a break, cash out some of the portfolio, one and done. I didn't see the last one there, but that's okay. So for me personally, if I have a big winner, I'll risk whatever. So say you win say you have a swing trade, it's like $1,000. You take that home. It's like, all right, I'll risk another 20% of that profit. No worries. And then if not, you still walk away with $800. And the same thing from an intraday trade. If you have a solid trade, just leave a percentage metric. Say, hey, I'm willing to risk that. And then if you make more money, then congratulations. But if you lose that, you still get to walk away with the majority of your profit. And I think that's a big, big skill in trading here. But let's go. Slowly starting to head towards my entry price here on NVDA. That's working out. Tesla's still struggling here, Sharif, but just looking for the continuation in the trend that we've seen this morning. A nice breakup through volume, through the volume weighted average price, but the volume profile is slowly starting to cool off, and we want to see it pick up as we start to head towards this high of the day, but just keep an eye out for this hammer candle right here.
All right, BTCS taking out day's high here at 55, taking out that 54 high. It's not rocketing up, guys, so that 8.5% short float not really coming or not assisting the move quite yet. Let's set up some more beak wetters because we don't even have any posted there. So if this one does price ascend, we won't be on the receiving end of any of these. And boom, right up into another high of day into 359 goes BTCS as packer patience on that. Let that one cook. We've already set up on that one. Now what I really want to focus on is whether there's a trade to be had here on ZVSA. Okay, so we just, as I mentioned, printed another high at $1.28. I saw the money fills here possibly at $1.12. That may no longer be the case. So here's my thinking. I think I'm going to weasel into a small position and allow the 112 order to fill down there. I'm just watching here to see whether this one wants to come back into that $1.10 range and get filled. Because if I don't have to punch in at a higher level, then why would I? So there's a lot of selling right now. 115, there seems to be a buyer here refreshing their position. Let me just keep an eye out on this one. On the top screen, I've got the 5-second chart up on the top screen over here. So there is certainly support at that $1.11, and there has been a lot of support going back to about 11.20. So 20 minutes of support. Here's that 113 area. We're waiting at 112 where the players dwell. Let's see if it wants to come down there and give us the print. There's basically a buyer at every level, but currently the seller's outdueling said buyers. I'm just going to punch in here because, well, you know, you never really know if you're going to get it. So I'm going to go ahead and punch in, cancel that one. So now we've got 14s on at the moment. So let's layer these orders, Joseph, and see if we can get a nice pop back up. There it is. There's the first one there. We'll get the 16 print. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher, see if this one wants to work back. But look at what BTCS is doing. Wow. Taking out all my orders there into a new high a day, Joseph, at 63s. There it is again into the high of the day. This one is squeezing. Don't forget, 8.5% short float on this monster. So this one could squeeze. We'll have to see if it does or doesn't. BTCS in focus. Let's keep an eye out though on ZVSA as I just got into that one, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there. All right. Yeah, so you can just see the continuous defense here, and this is what a choppy tape looks like, guys. I mentioned to you before, if you're really looking to learn how to read the tape, by no means am I any form of an expert at it, but what you want to do is you want to go find a stock that breaks up, trends higher in the morning, you want to find a stock that breaks down, and then you want to find a stock that moves sideways, and that's going to help you decipher really what's going on in the tape and what the time and sales is telling you. And you can see we just have continuous flushes on the bid, and then sure enough, you head into the support, and then it's defended on the ask. And you can see that and then now it's reflected in the choppy price action, all right? So just if you're really looking to hone in on that tape reading skill, I think that's a really, really big lesson that I learned. And I'm like, hey, how am I gonna get better at this? Sorry, Adair, one moment. And I'm like, oh, okay, I have a good idea. Let me watch for my specific setup what the tape looks like when I am right, and then what does it look like when I'm wrong or when something breaks up and breaks down. Adair, what do you got for us?
I'll let you guys know this cabinet meeting that was set to start at 11 a.m. as far as I can tell has not begun yet. I have 2 streams tracking this. Neither of them have any footage of the event. We're just waiting for that. So just wanted to keep you guys updated. I will, of course, give you updates when I have them. We're also keeping an eye keenly here on Truth Social because Donald Trump has alluded to posting these tariff updates on Truth Social over the next short period of time. Not super clear how long that is. He said it'll be today, tomorrow, and over the next period of time. So again, the deadline there is going to be a hard August 1st. Let's see what we get coming in before that point. Just to give you guys a little quick update is how we're doing over here. Back to you.
That's a nice big move, though. You know?
It is a big move.
You know what I mean? That's a big move.
It's a big move. All right, guys, BTCS is moving nicely over here into the high. I think it's got a 77 high. We just wet the beak there at 76. That's the good news. Let's see if it wants to break 80. I'm waiting at 80, and then I've got nothing posted above that. So let's go ahead and then wait also at 85. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on there. How did ZVSA? No, you're kidding me, bro.
No,
Stop me out. Oh, but this is, no, I'm getting back in because this is the right trade. I just put my stop a little bit too aggressively here. We're going to punch back in. Right back in we go for more share size. So let's go ahead here, Joseph. We'll see what we get out of this one.
Good look. Yeah, good look there, guys. All right, so we're slowly starting to get the breakdown. I think if we do crack some of these levels, you'll see a nice clean flush, but you just have to be able to be in the trade. And also, if it takes a little bit longer to break down, I wouldn't be surprised if you get a liquidity grab to the top side. It stops a bunch of the defenders out and then moves a little bit lower. So we're keeping our eyes on that. Right now, it's looking like a failed bull flag here on Tesla as we head into this support level. So that's not too good of a look. I was aiming for that high of the day, but unfortunately, that's not the case and not what we're getting. And then there you go. You get NVDA starting to go against you. Some days it just be like that. So just got to be patient and try not to let these things get too on your nerves. But there it is. NVDA, this wedge is really, really forming. It's only a matter of time until it breaks and finds a direction. But you can see those consistent higher lows, lower highs right there. Price compression, which way is it going to break out? We'll be patient to see if we're going to be on the right side of this thesis. But right now, it's not looking too good, unfortunately. And that's the thing, right? For me, identifying that name, I should have just been like, it's too choppy. Nothing's really going on it right now. And you can see that now it's heading towards my stop loss. So again, it's just something that I need to work on. If it's choppy like that, just completely avoid the stock. But Tesla heading back up towards the top end of that range. The market doesn't know what it wants to do, go up, down. Apparently it wants to go right, but yeah, really, really tough look in some of these tech stocks here. So I think at that point, you just got to be like, hey, I'm going to avoid some of these names and look for it in the broader market, right? If NVDA isn't working out for you and some of these other bigger names, there's so many other things that we can trade. Google did bounce off of its lows and heading back towards the volume weighted average price, which can obviously add some buying into this as well too. But yeah, we're just continuously rejecting all of those support levels. And that's something that you have to be able to identify. Adair, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye here on DraftKings, DKNG. Nice little breakout here on this stock. I'm seeing a report coming out here. Apparently there's a bipartisan effort mounting here to repeal the gambling tax hike in Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. There's a couple different representatives. I'm seeing 3 here listed in this report supporting this bill to repeal the new, restrictions on gambling loss deductions in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. So DKNG clearly liking this story as we send you back to the Bash Brothers.
Yep. So yeah, that's all I got going on. This is just pure mental capital expenditure right now. Other than that, it's just sitting in chop waiting to see what happens.
All right, KNW is make or break time here. We added at the volume weighted average price, but the spread is getting prohibitive here. It's 14 penny spread, and it crossed all my orders and didn't print me on any of them. So that is quite frustrating there on KNW. I mean, I have the opportunity to flatten out break even here. But that's not what you do this for, right? Just so frustrating when, look at it, it's above 2 of my orders. The current price action is above 2 of my resting orders, and I'm not getting printed on any of them.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's just kind of the way that it is. That's why I don't trade these spready tickers, because it's hard to execute when you want. There we go. We'll get one quick one there, and that gives me a cost basis of 58, and that's my trade. That's my opportunity to get the hell out. I'm going to flatten out this trade, and believe it or not, it ended up being a winner. So we were in some trouble there on KNW. I don't recommend that to do that, but it was at VWAP. So I said, look, this is going to be kind of my line in the sand. And whether it goes up or not, I don't care. So if it ends up moving up even more, I'm happy to be out of this one unscathed. Let's keep an eye out, though, on BTCS, excuse me. It just spiked up into 390, back down into 77s now. We still have shares on this one, back up into 83. So this one did put in a topping tail candle of concern. So look at the 5-minute chart on the 5, topping tails into 90, back down into 70s. But as we've talked about many times, these topping tails are not the end all and be all, as they could be on, you know, a larger cap, like something big like a Meta or an Amazon, something more not easily is moved with smaller accounts is kind of what I'm trying to say there, ineloquently. So I'm going to keep my eye on BTCS. What I'm keeping my eye even more on right now, though, is ZVSA for my American friends out there. We got 10s on. It's showing me 8s. It's still above the volume-weighted average price. I like it here above the dollar. If it loses a dollar, it loses VWAP, and it also loses the dollar, which is my invitation to get the hell out. So going to keep my eye on this one, layering my orders. Got a decent position on ZVSA. Nothing like KNW, though, but we'll see if this one ends up being a winner or a loser. Adair.
The cabinet meeting is live. Trump has begun speaking. I just want to let you guys know, QQQ. Keep an eye on this market. Keep an eye as we do have the cabinet meeting. A little bit late, but it has begun. Donald Trump making comments. As I said, usually it's kind of a roundtable style. We'll have Trump speak first. Members of his cabinet go around giving updates in a circular formation. And then we will have questions answered mostly by Trump. But again, things can always be switched up. That's just generally how I've seen it done. I will, of course, keep you guys posted if there's anything market moving, but it is worth being aware that Trump is speaking, and he will be for, I would say, the next good chunk of time. Back to you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's super frustrating, right? It's like my short is going long, my long is going short. Really, really frustrating stuff here. So I'm not going to get caught up in what's going on here with NVDA. It's just so choppy until volume steps in. As soon as I get stopped out of here, I'm just going to be looking in the broader market. I'm going to avoid a lot of these tech names here. So yeah, a complete frustrating start. There's no questioning that. 0 for 2 on Bitcoin. 1 for 1 on SoFi. That worked out really well for us. And then Wolf was unfortunately, it didn't work out how we wanted to. I was looking for the continuation. I'll pull it up here momentarily just so we can see what we got going on that one. I only took one stab at it. I'm like, you know what? This thing's a $2 name. I'm not going to try to milk a stone. But here you go. You can see we got aggressive. We get that pop through VWAP, and then we come back, we hold in. I'm looking for the break of this specific level, but unfortunately we didn't get that one there. So, and then boom, good thing it did. That's exactly what you get out, right? Like if you hold on to this position all the way through here, okay, I got to hop out of this TSLA. Pardon me?
I can take over if you like.
No, I'm out. Yeah, I just hopped out of Tesla. That wedge failed, so that's okay. You can see this one here. I don't know what that is. Oh, okay. Oh, a partial fails, I guess, there. All right, so yeah, we're all out of this TSLL. That wedge didn't come into play, that bull flag, and then now we got NVDA starting to come back in. So we'll just continue to hold on to things that are working for us. If the market wants to sell off, we're positioned relatively well here in NVDA Street.
Okay, everybody's talking about SRFM as well as they should be. Thank you, Moshe. Thank you, Sports and Stonks. Both of you guys mentioning that one. What a beauty this one was. I almost took this one off the side chart, boys, and the reason is we had a topping tail candle of note, lost VWAP, and didn't lose it by a couple of pennies, shekels, or whatever other smaller currency you're using. No, we lost it by a little bit, man. A VWAP there was about 5 2/3. We went all the way down. We lost 550. We went down into the 530s. But here we go again. 643 on a 659 high. This is the highest we've closed. If we close up here, there's 2 more minutes left on this 5-minute candle. You can certainly see there was a seller of note at the $0.25 last time around, even though this got to 59s, because both the closing and the opening print of this green and red candle there at 1020 and 1025 closed below that 630 area, around 627. So I kind of feel like maybe there was a seller gauging the $0.25. But look at ZVSA into the high side, Joseph Wilson. We'll take out the prints there. So we'll see if this one wants to continue to go. Let's go because we should have shares on here. Let's take out some more. And I don't have any orders waiting there. So we'll go at 1s. We'll go at 3s. There it goes. There it goes into 1s. There it goes into 2s. Can we get 3s? Let's layer at 6 as well. I'm talking about 26, 24. So let's see if this one can take out the high of the day. As I mentioned, the HOD is 28. So we're a few measly pennies away from that high a day. Let's see if this one wants to take out the top there. It's up 80 some odd percent. We got 10s on here, but hopefully that'll adjust as we exhaust the older batch of shares that we bought, and then it'll show the newer shares there that we got at a lower price. So we'll see what this one wants to do. So seller here instituting a newer sell order at 20, gets taken out, 21's back in focus. So I'll see if we can get back into that high a day. I think this one, if it gets above that 28 area, could become a squeeze candidate. How much and for how long, who knows? I'm seeing BTCS putting in 2 topping tail candles now. I don't know how I feel about this, Joseph. You know, I always like to say that these topping tail candles are not the end all and be all, but when you get 2 back to back like that,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
And especially if it fails to, if you see it make an attempt for the high of those candles and has an ability to breach it, I think that's a good shot.
Well, I absolutely agree with you. What's keeping me in the trade, Joseph, and like I'm just thinking what, I'm just explaining what I think over here. This topping tail candle, believe it or not, made a high above the previous topping tail. And it also made a higher low. And this current candle that we're in currently has another higher low. So even though we're seeing topping tail candles, is the trend still intact? Kind of a random question to the chat there. What do you guys think about this? Should I get the hell out of BTCS? 2 topping tail candles in a row? Am I overstaying my welcome? Am I pushing my luck, so to speak? Or should I hold on to the trade, see if we can possibly weasel into 4? Let me know what you guys think in the chat, and we'll execute based on that. But back to ZVSA, because we got shares over here, so definitely need to be packing my patience into 22s. 23s, Joseph, we get the 23 print. Can we get the 24 print? We're waiting at 24s. We're waiting at 26s. Boom! down to the high side into, we're going to go, it looked like it was going to be a halt there momentarily. Ah, boo. I thought we were definitely going to get a halt there. Let's throw in some more orders at 33s. We're making it back, baby. Let's wait at 35s as well. So ZVSA, new high day at $1.32. Keep your eye out on this one. It's almost 100% winner, about 94% in change right now. Good looking one in a small cap gapper world. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that, and hopefully we'll get some more prints to the high side on this bad boy. But if history is any guide, what we've seen this stock do basically all day is print new highs and then retrace. So that's good for those who missed out on the initial entry. It's also good for those who have exhausted a lot of their shares on the way up. But, you know, it's not going to keep doing that. At some point, it's going to retrace down. These ones are around for a good time. They're not around for a long time. But guessing which one is going to be the one that sends us all the way back down into negative territory, a lot easier said than done. So there we go, right back into the high day at $1.32 again, but we can't shake that seller at 32. And now we're back into 31s. And the seller now, ask creeping, as Adara likes to call it, down into that $1.31. She's telling it to get it. I appreciate you, Adara. So we'll see what we get on this bad boy over here. Still packing my patience for another print to the high side, Joseph.
Yes, good luck there, brother. All right, AAPL, Let's see what the big boys are up to. Yeah, see, they want to bounce here. They're dragging the overall market up, and I'm short NVDA. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we got stopped out on this one. That's all right. We'll just be patient, see what's going on there. We cracked through this level. We don't want to try to complicate this. I mentioned just the mental capital that's being expended right now. So you just want to try to simplify the system. If it breaks through that, then we just hop out and unfortunately take the loss. But with the market starting to climb higher, that's probably going to be the case here, guys. So that wedge, just not wanting to sell. You can see that we did open up below this trend line here, but just heading right back to the top end of that range. So yeah, slightly disappointing and most definitely frustrating, but there's always going to be another opportunity, and that's why you just got to get out when you're supposed to leave enough ammunition in order for you to take those higher quality setups. But with some of these bigger names selling earlier on the session and then NVDA not participating on that front, then yeah, it sucks. But again, not going to try not to get too flustered and too frustrated. Exactly. I'll just be patient and try to find something else to trade, especially once we open up above this. Then I'll just hop out of that one there, Sharif. So yeah, that's what I got going on. And this is what I was looking at. I'm at the chain. I'm like, why can't we break this level? And then there is a little bit of a put wall through the 55s all the way to 60. You got like 40,000, 36,000, and 20,000 current open contracts. And it's just pinning the price right now. And I don't want to be involved in that. So unless I see a massive volume spike step in here on NVDA, this is going to be my only attempt on this trade, Sharif.
We go and sizzler, we go and sizzler. Is there Sizzler around here?
Sizzler?
Come on, Neil. He's not even sure. Who knows where that's from, man? Shout out to White Man Can't Jump. Sick movie. Not the remake. The remake was crap. The original one. Wesley Snipes. We're going to Adara? Oh, Adara was singing. We're going to go to Adara. Say it again. Sizzler kebab. No, we need the real Sizzler, Neil. 1 second, Adara. Thank you very much. What's it called? Nimrod, my Semitic brother, as he calls me. I think he's putting like a letter for every ticker of ZVSA. Shout out to you, my man. I appreciate you there. It's taking out highs. We just got the print at 40. Here's 42. There's 45. Boom! Again, we'll take out the levels. ZVSA on the warpath to the high side here, guys. Be on the lookout for the retracement. We're going to wait at the $0.50 next. Sorry to keep you waiting, Adara.
No worries, Sharif. Yeah, I just want to let you guys know the cabinet meeting is continuing. Well, nothing really to talk about there, but we do want to talk about our friends at Top One Futures, because are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there because they give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path. Instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account, because in the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million, and they've earned 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV. That's TTV To save with any account, scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com. Start trading towards your next payout. Here's the S&P 500. To call it kind of choppy would be putting it pretty mildly. We're definitely stuck within a range today. Base here around that, just below 620, top here around 621, so nothing huge for the S&P 500. But I want to remind you guys, tariffs are going to be on watch. Donald Trump indicated that there could be any number of tariff announcements over the next number of days. He's going to be posting them on Truth Social. We've only gotten 14 so far, and there are a lot of countries on that poster board. So definitely stay tuned. We're going to have to wait and see what happens there. Here's CoreWeave. We're going to talk about some of the names that were kind of on watch today. CoreWeave did have a couple different analyst downgrades today after announcing its Core Scientific acquisition plans. We know that Sean was involved in this short earlier today. Another name that got pretty hard and no catalyst that I could find, Netflix, actually dropping to the downside but trying to recover a little bit. This name has been struggling a little bit lately after steadily making all-time highs for a pretty long period of time. Amazon had Prime Day, 4-day Prime Day, but we get this push to the downside after Bloomberg reported that apparently the initial sales are not super promising compared to previous years. Lots to talk about, lots to trade, of course, but before we get back to those Bash Brothers, we have to listen to Neil. And he's going to give us an awesome lesson of the day, so without further ado, Neil, take it away.
Thank you, Adara. Lesson of the day, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. And it's not about like good things coming back down in. It's really just about the nature of how big a breakout is does show you some higher level risk at times. And knowing how to navigate getting out can be nuanced, it can be simple, it can be incredibly difficult, but I want to go over a few names here because when you get something like, and I'll go through the examples, when you get something like an early open, just obvious winning trade, sometimes there might not be any more than that opening candle. You might trend the rest of the day, and that's great, and you can hold on to it. But when you have a massive, massive breakout at the open, those can be the most violent reversals. Let's start with Robinhood, then we'll talk about two other names that went a little bit better if you were taking the breakout trade. But this is about as classic of a breakout as you can look. It's just a strong stock in a general sense, and it broke the prior day high right off the bat at the open. This is a 3-minute candle where you're essentially breaking out that top and cleanly running a couple of dollars to the upside. Now, $90 stock, that's a good return. No questions asked. Now, why would you be pegging that high? I can't tell you that it's incredibly obvious, but into 100 the day before rejected just a bit above 98. And when it did reject 100, you go back over here, you look at, we like closes more than opens. You had a close at the 98 level. So there's some reason to think that that could be a little bit toppish on Robinhood, or at least looking for the out there. But what's crazy about this is when it goes back through the previous day top, there's just nothing about this that screams continuation. Like, it goes instantly as bearish as possible. There are some times when your only option is to take the breakout, have your stop, and there's nothing doing. Take whatever you out and can into front of resistance, but it's like it breaks down past your breakout or past your stop, and there is nothing left to do. There is no, oh, it looks like it could be a long again somewhere. No, at no point. It's a complete failure of the breakout almost as fast as it went up. It could barely hold on the second bounce, and there's not much you can do with this. You're just going to be a one and done. There are other situations where you might have a little bit, it could end up breaking down, but you might have a little bit more of a chance. Now, SoFi, your best candle, again, straight $20 even breakout trade, and your best move is off the open. It's the first candle, first set of candles, almost exactly the same thing. Now, the only difference here is after that crazy open move, it does settle down for a little bit of a trend trade. Off the volume weighted average price, off $20 and a half, which is sort of an obvious round dollar number. If it's a round dollar break at 20 and it holds 20 and a half, why not? But just like Robinhood, once that breaks, bye-bye. It's just trend down. So it holds up a little bit longer. You had to find, there was no continuation play in Robinhood, but SoFi gave you one off the 20.5. Now, if you got it the first time and not just the second and third, like myself, maybe you do a little bit better. Could have done better if I had this one and not just those two. But there was at least something. But again, you have to know where the curl is. The more violent the move up, when it flips, you can fill in that entirety of the gap. And I'll give you one other one with one more nuanced play. Sean had the BBAI breakout, similar to SoFi, in that best candle is the opening candle, but there was continuation. Could you say it was just bouncing off the same level like SoFi was? No. SoFi just bounced off 2050 3 times. With BBAI, you didn't get like one price that you could buy into. But what did start to form is right in here, if we zoom in, there's your break, the first pullback on the 3-minute, you get a second pullback, and you get a little bit of a trend line. What this at least allows you to do is, okay, maybe it's not as easy or obvious to just buy the dip like you did in SoFi. But where it turns and the trend is suddenly going in the other direction, like where you can hold it to is a little bit more obvious with this choppy mess. It gets harder. SoFi gave you something somewhat easier to go into the longs and add to the position or get back in. In this particular case, what you got told here was simply where you might want to jump out while trying to hold for maybe $9 or whatever it might be. Because when this established a trend after that parabolic move up, once the trend was broken, that was about as clean. Like, I wasn't trading the stock, so don't at me. Like, I'm just looking at some names which cost less than I was on SoFi today. Of the 3 names, sometimes it'll be something I trade, other times it won't. That's a pretty good reversion short. Like, people will take that kind of a trade where you're risking, 12 or 13 cents to the high, and then look for a pullback VWAP, and then this support, when it falls apart, fill in the gap kind of thing. But it's more about knowing when to get out. There is absolutely nothing wrong if you're a trader. In your entire, you could, if Robinhood was your breakout play, that could be your whole day. Maybe you take another shot here and you're flat on this trade because you make a little bit into VWAP. Or on SoFi, like maybe you get the breakout and that's your whole day there. You don't really do anything. You don't add to it. There's nothing wrong with that. But what you don't want to happen is you don't get the profit on the move up and then you hold too much when clearly the open was the best opportunity, and then it breaks that trend or breaks that higher support, and you don't want to be holding on to your position when that happens. Not in BBAI, not in SoFi, and I will grant you on Robinhood, that's a determination that you have to make right away. And just to end things, just one last note. For every single time, and there is no way around this, for every single time that you look at something like a Robinhood and you get a move into that resistance level and you scalp out into that resistance, maybe you hold on to 10%, 5%, whatever the small amount is, and it looks genius that you got out, there will be days where it goes farther. That's just part of the ball game, and you've got to be able to live with that. It's part of your risk-reward strategy, but those early off-the-open breakout trades, when they revert as quickly as they go up, it is super dangerous to be fighting it. The ones that can hold on to a bit of an opening range trend, great. Just know that when it breaks that trend, you want to get out, or breaks that higher support on a bull flag, whatever it is, you want to make sure that you're ready to get out. But those breakouts are fantastic. You just can't get married to them as if they all continue to go for the rest of the day. That's not how it works, especially in a market which today was relatively weak. So just be careful and have yourself a plan. There's lots of ways that can present themselves. You had 3 separate, what were fantastic breakouts at the open with 3 very different results. 2 that were, I think, easier to work with in SoFi and BBAI. But Hood, you could have just had it at the open, recognized it completely reverted, and you get the last out at break even, and you live to fight another day. Don't get married to breakout trades at 9:30 because they don't always continue forever till the end of the day. That's your lesson of the day. Enjoy that beef stroggy.
Well, this is food, but it's certainly not beef stroggy. Shout out to the Katina Man. This is the Katina Man's lunch today. Some grilled chicken salad. We got some couscous, cucumbers, carrots, some, I think, spinach in there, Katina Man. So it looks like you're loaded up and good to go. The Katina Man would like his lunch back because I've been holding it for a little bit of time. I wanted to show it to you guys since that's everybody's favorite segment. Okay, I'm just going to review this BTCS super quick. I'm very happy with this trade. So guys, we were substantially negative on the day, and now we're actually positive. So I'm quite happy with working out of that position. So here it is, guys, 415. Top wick. This feels the best here on BTCS. This is up nicely, about 41%, but it is having trouble with $4. So be on the lookout. I'd love to weasel into this. It's a $2 name. You can take substantial size, but it feels like the best trade is behind this. So we get that halt up, topping tills into 346. And since we put in that high a day, it's been lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, and another 2 lower highs and lower lows. And now we are halted down at 267, almost 80 pennies from that high of the day. Alas, we're way above the volume weighted average price, which is all the way down here at $1.55. And we've talked about this many times. The money fills sometimes on these small cap gappers is in between that 10 EMA and the 20 EMA on the 5. And that's exactly where we're at right now. That's not a glowing endorsement to buy. I don't even know what the TAP says, the theoretical auction price. I got to look at PROK a bit more thoroughly. But just speaking in generalities right now, that has been the case many times. So that's number one. Number two, BTCS is still going, so that 8.5% short float is working out very well. 4.25, 426, 429. Joseph Wilson, this thing is all gas. No freaking brakes right now on BTCS. What is this thing up, man? We don't even have it on the side chart. That's why we're not getting the update. BT, show yourself. BTCS, what are we up percentage-wise? 55% and change. This one's all gas, no brakes, as I said, so we'll keep an eye out on that one. But the one that I've got some position still in, ZVSA, really debating on whether to put a resting order at that $1.30, $1.25. Tell me what you guys think. Should I be looking to add more into the 10 EMA on a stock like ZVSA, or is this one, the best trade is behind it? So let me know what you guys think there in the chat. Shout out to Tisha. Tisha letting me know that there's another small cap gapper by the name of SQNS on the warpath. So let's find out what that one's doing. SQNS. Let's take a gainer there. Good call out, Tish. Man, all your call outs are good. So you take out the pre-market high there, Tish, at $240, 239. The high of the day, the technical, the real high of the day, 251. So you've taken that requirement out of the equation right now. And you're also above that volume weighted average price. So it's 2 check marks on SQNS. This is going to replace who here, man? I don't even know who to take off anymore. SFRM setting up Workhorse, that piece of crap. It's why it put me negative on the day. SQNS, that piece of, whatever. I have bad things to say about it. So I'm going to keep SQNS on the side chart. We're going to take off Workhorse so we can keep an eye out on this one, Tisha. If this one sets up, I'm all all game in order to weasel into this one, but it's got to set up in the right way. Going to keep an eye on that Joseph Wilson.
All right, yeah, guys, we got stopped out of that NVDA trade. The volume kicked in right there, it stepped out. I'm like, all right, yeah, we got to hop out because you would take such a massive loss on that. So, yeah, I'm glad I hopped out of that there. Obviously not happy that the trade didn't work, but Apple's starting to head towards the high of the day. What we got to do now is just wait for some indecision north of this breakout area. And the closer that we get to 160, the more I like it for maybe another second attempt here on this one. But the volume supporting this breakout here. And I was just looking for the breakdown, but you can see these consistent higher lows, lower highs, and then eventually that price compression breaks to this side and now heading back into this range. So let's see if that holds up. We can zoom in and see what we got going on from the 1 minute standpoint. All right, so that's a nice inverted hammer, but again, a little bit too wide for my liking. So we got to be patient and see what's going on with NVDA. But other than that, we're going to look for some other names to trade instead of this one right here. So let's take a look at some of the top performing sectors to see what we got going on for the day. And yeah, that's going to determine a lot. Maybe we go rotate to something that's significantly stronger. I mean, the energy sector sitting in first place here, guys, up about 2 1/10. And then we have the healthcare sector up about a percentage point there, guys. Sorry, 1%, I should say, 0.96 to be exact. And then materials up about 6/10. The bottom three consumer staples are relatively weak, down 7/10. You have the financials down 8/10, and then the utility sector down 1.7% there. So looking relatively weak on that front. Those three. And then the industrials is actually flat. I usually don't see that too often there. So very, very interesting stuff. Consumer discretionary up about 0.13 or 1/10% there. And then the tech sector sitting in fourth place, up about 4/10 as well. So just keep that in mind. Energy sector, let's take a look at XLE to see if that ship has already sailed or there's going to give it an opportunity for us to get involved in some stronger sectors here. Yeah, see, that's the thing. By the time you recognize that they're this strong, the move's already been done, right? So, and I'm not going to chase it all the way up here. You got to risk the volume-weighted average price, and that's just too much of a risk to reward right there. And then you would essentially need a 2 to 1 in order to make that profitable. So, XLE kind of rough one. We'll take a look at XLV. I know we don't usually trade too many healthcare stocks here, but there it is, holding up VWAP, nice. I'm not going to chase this either, to be honest with you, because it looks like it can break down. But those support levels right around 135.48, looking really, really good. But yeah, let's take a look at some options chain stuff. I was looking at IBIT, curious what's going on with that. Bitcoin heading into another multi-month consolidation and not breaking up or establishing any new all-time highs. So there's that. IBIT, we got a bunch of size at 62, but this is also underwater right now as well, those 61 calls. So, I mean, that's why I think price is starting to be pushed down a little bit. We'll pull up actual, actually, let's do this. Because we haven't done this in a while. Dang. All right. Load for us. Yay. All right. So there you go. Yeah, no, it worked. Yeah, that one's it. Okay. Mission passed there, 99%. 99%.
You want that one, huh?
Yeah, I wish I had that one, but I don't.
We'll get that.
That's okay. We'll figure that one out, yeah.
Hey. Assassinos clutch.
Let's go. Nice. But still, not very liquid here, and this was July 11th, so that's this Friday's. Wow, very interesting stuff, Sharif. That's not, there's no liquidity on these contracts right now anyways. So yeah.
But that's something you've basically told me for a long time. Remember when we punched into that core weave on the sim?
Yeah.
We were immediately almost 200, 250 bucks out of the money, right?
The spread on some of these. What is the spread on this right now? Oh, it's not too bad. It's only $5. Right there, you can't complain. As you go higher, there we go. We hit the mission pass, another 99 respect. So and that one's only $3. But I mean, it is what it is. There, some nice bottoming signals on this one. But the options chain telling us a lot here. And I'm just being patient. If NVDA continues to climb to 160, I'll just look for any indecision and start to short that level. Adair, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye here on RTX and LMT. Both of these getting a move as Donald Trump praises American defense equipment here during the Q&A part of his cabinet meeting. He said that American-made defense is the best. The only issue is these contractors need to work faster. They're too slow because we need so much equipment. So RTX and LMT both getting a little bit of a pop on this. Boeing as well, I would say a little bit less so, but BA also got a little bit of a breakout. Keep an eye on defense names. I will continue listening to this meeting, pulling up any stocks that seem relevant and letting you guys know if they move. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. For whatever reason, CNBC is covering the press conference, the cabinet meeting, and CNN is not. We got that great network over here on the side. I like to look over and see what's being discussed, and we're not seeing anything. But wow, Wow, Tisha, you were absolutely right about BTCS. This thing is on the warpath. Don't forget, it's got about a 9% short float on a smaller float to begin with. So you can see the squeeze is on. It makes my trade look like absolute garbage. We were in at 345 and we almost took like 75 pennies there. But look at this. It's already moved what in the last 10 minutes what it took 25 half an hour to kind of move initially. So this one got 521 high right now. It's a big move up right now on BTCS. I think Tisha was saying something like it had room to 5.5 here on the daily. Let's do a little TA. Let's bring in the side chart and see what Tish is talking about over here on BTCS, a crypto name. Absolutely, Tisha, I like your call out there, 550. And if you really want to get it really gangster, you're going to go up to 6. Look at that topping tail, guys, back in early November, mid-November, I want to say, during the election spike there. We got a move into about 615, 616, something like that, Joseph. We'll look at this one a little further in a second.
All right, guys, savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leveraged ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. You always want to do some due diligence before you throw your money into things. And, I mean, it can be as simple as what is the best Canadian weed stock there is, and then you just decide at a young prime age of 23 to throw all your money in it and just see what happens, not knowing.
I knew you were going there. I just felt you were setting up for sarcasm.
It's as simplistic as that, right?
Just felt the sarcasm coming.
You know what I mean? Just type in what's the best in its sector, and then just don't do that. I'm obviously being sarcastic, but that is what your boy did, and I'm fortunate.
But you're 23 years old. Yeah. You want to know what I was doing when I was 23 years old?
What's that?
I can't say on camera. I was a moron.
Ooh,
that's what I was doing.
Right.
I was being a moron.
What's your?
Actually, I was studying. To be fair, but
Abby
I was
Shakes.
concurrently being a moron while studying.
So multiple Abby Shakes.
That was high school. Why do you even know his name? I like that. He's in the chat every day. No, that was high school, dog. Come on, dog. Let's not extend that time period. That was high school. All right. ZVSA is halted down, guys. We're going to talk about that one in a hot second, but we're going to go to Adair for a second.
Powerful comments from our friend Donald Trump. I apologize for my face, but I just heard Donald Trump say TOO too late. Basically, he was asked here about Powell and rates. He said absolutely he should resign right now. And he actually told the reporter that he should call for his resignation, which was an interesting touch. He said, yeah, we need to get him out of there right away. We need to put in somebody who's going to lower rates. Back to you.
Fat Figure's calling me a bully. You know I ain't no bully, little big bro. Shout out to my man, Fat Figure.
We need to adjust this one here because it's got to start at 9%. Boom, down, we all the way down.
We need someone better to cover Jerome there. Clearly, that he keeps.
We got to put Donald's face right there. Blocks him. Oh, but sends him to the 10 though. Maybe we don't want to put him there. So.
Shout out. We're having a good time, guys. All right, let's get to something over here. Assassino, 1 second, please. Trade the pool. Yes, guys. All right, we got another behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool, but this time we're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. As you know, each trader gets his or her own hub, and inside one you'll find something called Trade Talk. It's a powerful charting and analysis space where traders map out their strategies, they break down setups, and they share predictions with the overall community. And if you're looking for real-time interactive look, the Trade the Pool Discord is where you're going to want to visit. It's full of active traders just like you guys sharing insights, trades, and tips on how to grow together. So at Trade the Pool, you are certainly not trading alone. You're joining a firm that invests in your growth technically, mentally, and financially. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, head on over to tradethepool.com or scan that QR code on the screen. Shout out to the great folks at Trade the Pool. And we obviously had one of their analysts, Mitch Hoke, on this morning, giving us a couple of great trade ideas. If you want to know what Mitch said, just weasel on over to the stream this morning on the Big Boy Show at around 8:45, and he did make his way onto the scene. Great to see Mitch again. All right, ZVSA halted down. It is now back open. Now, this is the level that I talked about, this $1.30, $1.25. This is where I perceive that top end of the initial bull flag, or not the initial, but the bull flag, to have basically have had the top there. So we know what a bull flag is, right? You get a big move up and then a sideways consolidation. No two bull flags are created equal, or maybe they are, but they mostly don't. So do we pick it up off here? We got 10s on, so we've got a nice buffer with which to work. So that's what I'm going to be thinking about here. We're at the 10 EMA, and by extension of that, we're at the top end of this bull flag range. I think I'm going to add here, pack my patience a little bit, but for the moment, we're going to go to Adara.
This is just, I think, kind of an interesting point. We have the market pushing higher. Nothing of market-related consequences happening during this Trump cabinet meeting. But one thing I do want to mention, Donald Trump did say during his comments about Powell, which he called him TOO too late, he also said, or he seemed to tell Scott Bessent that he likes him more than Powell. Now, there have been a lot of rumors and speculation suggesting that we'll have Scott Bessent, who is currently the U.S. Treasury Secretary, that he'll be chosen as the new Fed chair. He said that he's open to it, but he also likes his job. But either way, this seems to be a little bit of an indication that Bessent could be the direction that the White House is looking for that new Fed chair. Back to you.
All right, Fat Figure, you want to know who the real bully is? Don't go any further than our very good friend. He's a bully, but he's a good friend. Big Smile Burdette. Look what he wrote in the chat, Joseph. He's bullying me constantly, and I'm just like the schmuck taking it. Eating carbs while getting those eyebrows did.
Ooh.
First of all, that was like 20 years ago, okay? Don't do my eyebrows anymore. Bruh. Second of all, even if I did, right?
Who did
I don't know. Second of all, quit bullying me, Big Smile, man. We love you. Shout out to you, jokes guy, and it's all good here. I'm not thin-skinned. All right, I want to talk about SQNS. This one is not available for trading on our system for whatever reason. I tried to punch in at 15s and 20s. It gave me error messages, so I won't be able to trade SQNS, but this looks really good, guys, okay? In terms of the technicals, it comes into the 10 exponential. You get multiple bottoming tails into that 10 exponential and a big move up. We're about 5 or 6 pennies below the high of the day at 251. We're showing 42s, 43s, 44, 45s, 46. Here we go. It literally changes every second. So SQNS, looking at taking out highs. It's a good setup. It was below VWAP for a great portion of the morning, which is why it was not on my radar, but that all changed at around 5 to 11 or so. And there is that 250 high, substantial seller here at the $0.50 that we can't shake. 1 penny higher is the high of the day, and there it is again, guys. 255 HOD on SQNS. This one is on the warpath to the high side. It's a 261 HOD now. It is squeezing. Be careful with this one. It's got wide ranges per candle, meaning that as quickly, because it can give you price appreciation, it can give it to you in the same, with the same veracity and vehemence of the downside. Be on the lookout for this one. 267 now, high a day, up over 80%. So good look right now for SQNS. I'll keep calling it out because this one is squeezing, but I won't be able to execute any trades. Good luck on this one, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there, brother. Yeah, we're just waiting. We're being patient up here. I like this indecision print on NVDA, so maybe we'll look to take an additional move on this one here. So, yeah, nice inverted hammer starting to be printed, but the market is starting to climb higher. It did break through some of the key resistance zones. You just want to keep that in mind as well. You don't necessarily want to jump in front of these moving trains until you know otherwise. This is a nice pre-market level right here. You can see that we're rejecting it on the TQ. So that's a positive sign. You close as that hammer, give it a couple minutes. Once you break the lower end of that, then you might be able to get a trade back in towards the volume weighted average price, because it was a relatively choppy morning, right? Even though we did base there, it's almost a triple bottom placed on the overall market here. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Nice bounce off of that. NVDA broke out. Apple headed towards the high of the day. So that just added some more momentum in towards the broader market. But let's take a look at what was the ticker I was just about to pull. Amazon. There it is. Let's see what Amazon's up to. Ooh, okay, so down. This is what happens when Amazon Prime sales are down 14%. There you go. You get a nice inverted right there as well, too. It doesn't break the low of that one, but look at the strength of this engulfing bearish print right here, guys. There's almost no buying pressure on that. 221 all the way to a low of around 219.25 in a 5-minute candle. You're losing 3 points or 3 points right there. So yeah, tough look on Amazon. Are you going to get that curl over and then maybe the continuation? Maybe, possibly. But if the overall market wants to continue to rally, then I'm going to try to avoid a lot of these techs. We can play the broader market. So if we start to sell, if Google wants to take that additional leg lower, then we'll look to participate. But this is pretty good. I like this print. It's a genuine close. So maybe we can get in around the highs. There you go. And you take a massive tank down right there on the TQs off of that inverted hammer right there. So anything around this neck of the woods, we'll look to short the overall market there, Sharif. So that's the game plan on TQs. And I need the big boys to start to participate on that front. Ooh, Microsoft putting in a nice inverted right at the volume weighted average price. So that could be a good potential short signals right there. So multiple things coming into play right now that we are looking for the shorts, but you also don't want to stand in front of a moving train. Adara.
There is so much tariff talk that I want to mention here coming from President Donald Trump at his cabinet meeting. So for one here, he actually said that it's too time consuming to make deals and that the U.S. can do things over the years. They're not hardlined, but that everybody is paying on August 1st. The other thing here, we talked a lot yesterday about the BRICS element, where Donald Trump said that he'd want countries in BRICS to pay if they're down for, I guess, if they support anti-American policies. When asked what policies specifically and what countries in BRICS would be paying, he actually clarified that if you're in BRICS, you're paying a 10% tariff because you're part of it. So that's a little bit different than the initial, I guess, point of view we got on that. So lots of tariff talks happening. I guess August 1st is the day that everybody pays. And if you want to vote on how long these announcements are going to take to roll out, check us out on X at TTV Research. We do have a poll up. Back to you.
Feels like this is like a work in progress, so to speak. First, if you promote anti-American sentiment or anti-American policies, you're going to get slapped with 10%.
10%.
And now it's all of a sudden, if you're just part of the BRICS bloc, you're subject to that 10%, right?
So on top of what is the already,
on top of what they were going to get slapped with anyway, right?
There you go.
And it's, like you and I have talked about this, Saudi Arabia, some of the Gulf countries, Egypt, Brazil, some of these countries that the United States is not antagonistic with are part of BRICS. So this kind of creates a bit of an interesting play dynamic.
I think Elon cuts the Gulf countries a deal though, just because of
Donald?
Yeah.
Donald.
Yeah,
you said Elon.
oh, did I say Donald? Yeah, sorry, I meant Donald. Yeah, Donald. Yeah, same guy, essentially, pretty much. Wow, what a tank there in the market. Some volatility stepping in there, guys. But what I'm getting at, I think he's going to cut them a deal because of all those, the NVDA deal, Amazon, they got a deal in the Gulf countries, and same with AMD as well, too. So I think at some point they'll get cut a deal. But there it is, that hammer candle coming into play, and then sure enough, you get that volatility spike to the downside, almost tapping into the volume-weighted average price. There has to be some news because it was across the board on multiple names, and you can see that we ran right into that pre-market high, and then boom, flush right to the downside. Didn't take that one. Jeez Louise. So that's unfortunate. Missed that trade there, Sharif. But yeah, I think Donald will eventually cut some deals no matter what happens.
The Gulf countries, I can definitely, I see your point on that. I completely agree on that because I think he definitely wants their investment money. But some of the other countries that maybe don't have that kind of capital.
He doesn't care.
No, he doesn't really care. And look, he's looking out for America, and you can either like that, you can not like that, and you're entitled to your opinion. But this is kind of what happened.
I also think that the market has priced in best case scenario. So if we do head into, I think so. Well, I mean, come on, if you drop down 25-30% in the overall market, and then you rally 40% after that. I think that's a best case scenario being priced in. I could be totally wrong, but I think that's what's going on. So
well, there's going to be tariffs though. So at the end of the day, can you and I agree that corporate balance sheets, especially for people who import, they don't make U.S. products, there will be either a hit to their margins or a pass on to the consumer. In either direction.
In either way,
it's going to be one way or another.
One way or the other, it's going to happen.
I think Adara's got more information.
I do have more news, guys. So Donald Trump talking about these tariff letters, he says it's easier than making a deal because he can't make a deal with 200 countries. He also said that they're probably 2 days off from sending the EU letter. And if you get a letter, then you get a deal. He also said some of these letters that are going to come out later are going to be 60 to 70% rate. So far, we haven't seen anything higher than 40, but it does seem like, I guess it seems like some things are definitely still in the works because it looks like there aren't letters necessarily set up for everything. He also earlier didn't mention this because the stocks didn't really react, but he mentioned Google and Apple a couple minutes ago, criticizing the EU for suing them. Neither stock really moved on that, but I'll mention it now because I'm already with you. Back to you.
Favorites, yeah. The sideways S pattern. I don't even know what those are called. Yeah, obviously, thank you very much for that, Adair. Keep bringing us the news. The OG Darwin as well, saying that some letters include 60 and 70% tariff rates. Oh boy, I would not want to be on the receiving end of one of those letters. But hey, let's see how this all unfolds. You know, I'm just happy to have a front view or a front seat here at some of the action. I want to talk about BTCS, guys, because this is a mistake by me, okay? The mistake is not having added on a double bottom into the 10 EMA. That's a glaring mistake on my part that I shouldn't be making. And let me make the case for it, okay? So you come into this area, a previous area of resistance, as we've seen with this candle here at 1210, right? You make that new high at around 539. You come back in. It's ugly. You have a topping tail candle, then followed by a red candle, but you have a double bottom at the same area. Well, what does that tell you? I mean, it tells you that somebody of note is buying in and around there. And it's not just a random area where someone decided to put the buy order. It is the 10 EMA. So if it's a trend following algo or trend following system, it could be basing it off the 10 EMA, like a lot of these algos do. And there you go, 430, and now we're back at 5. Alas, we're still technically putting in, you know, a bit of a downtrend if you exclude this candle over here. So I think there's a decided trend change if we can break above the prior bar, that one around 5.25. I think we could easily see 5.5, but as we saw on the daily, there is resistance to speak of at around 550. So Tisha, I think your call out there with 550 being and area resistance is bang on, 539. You know, we're talking small potatoes here between 539 and 550. But if we can clear that 550, we could squeeze into 6, boys and girls. And the reason is because look at this candle over here back on the 14th of November. It squeezed up to 6, only to obviously drop all the way back down south of 5. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on BTCS. It is setting up. It's setting up well. And it's got a nice short float there. SQNS continuing to hang out near highs, up 75% above that $2.50 area. But SFRM, this one, look at the squeeze here on SFRM. Haven't traded this one all. In fact, we almost lost this one, I should say, almost lost its spot on the side chart as it had lost the volume weighted average price. But little did that matter. Up into 691 we go. We're up over 50%. This one, again, very respectful, as you can see, of the 10 EMA on the 5. So don't use it at your own risk, I should kind of say. We're going to keep an eye out on all these. Looking to get into something here as we're in no positions at the moment. It's going to likely be, you know, something to do with BTCS or SFRM or ZVSA if it can get back above the volume weighted average price, Joseph. But good, I want to say, good 6 months, man, for these small cap gappers. Every morning I come in and every morning there are certain ones running in the pre-market and then there are new ones running in the midday. So more pleased I could not be with the selection. Hopefully we'll just trade these a little bit better and improve every day just a little bit, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there, guys. All right, so let's see if we can get the curl over here on the overall market. So you can see we got that volume and the volatility spike to the downside. Now we're starting to just pull back a little bit here. So maybe if we head right into this resistance zone, 83.50, is where we can look to get involved right there, all right? So that's going to be one of the key targets. Let me pull it up on the chart here as NVDA is pulling back in as well, too. But we want to trade the overall market just in case this weakness is continued. But, I mean, what a bounce back there. You get that flush in. I'm like, all right, that's a nice inverted hammer. Don't take the trade. Well, come on, Joe, punch the key. And then there you go. You get that nice flush down, would have hit our target, and then even a little bit south of that. But so, yeah, here it is, 83.50. We'll wait for that. We'll wait for that. Hopefully things turn around from there, and then you can see it take an additional leg lower because Google still really, really weak here as well, too, guys. Now trading around 174, just continuously selling. So yeah, a tough look on that one. And what did Microsoft do? Oh, okay, Microsoft had a good inverted right at VWAP as well that I was mentioning. Boom, you see that indecision right at the volume weighted average price, and then with that volatility spike, you get that move down. So there it is. Let's take a look at the options chain for Google. Google because I do have a swing on it. Tyler, versus I know you were asking about swings. I'm still in the same positions, right? I'm still in the same positions. I got NVDA, Google, Apple, and iBit. The iBit contract's not working out so good for me on that front, but that's okay. Only down a couple bucks on there. And then Apple, we're still holding the bulk of our position. Google, we sold 66% of that, and I've been in NVDA since 105.87 to be exact. So yeah, I was thinking about selling it. I mean, you could probably sell it up here, but then you'd have to be extremely patient, and I don't know until when you would hit 150s, 145s, maybe you can look to get back in, because the name is still strong, so you don't want to just sell it at the peak, especially if there's a little bit more room to run. And in a couple of weeks, we're starting at the peak of earnings season. I believe next week is when JPM reports, so yeah, that's going to be interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing what some of these big tech companies are up to, especially some of the larger cloud providers like Amazon, which is lagging the overall market, and Google as well too. We know that Microsoft has definitely put in a new all-time high, but Google and Amazon slightly lagging.
HSBC, for whatever reason, I saw downgraded JPM today. They downgraded Wells Fargo. I'm going to double check it, but I know they downgraded JP Morgan. So kind of an interesting time to catch a downgrade. We've been talking about this on the show with the regulatory tailwind for a lot of these banks, you know, in the making now. We're talking about the fall where there's going to be mass changes in the regulatory framework for some of these financial institutions, as Donald Trump has spoken about many times. What that looks like and if he does it on that time frame, obviously still is to be seen. But I don't know. I felt maybe, you know, that they catch a bit of a bid. Usually these banks or the financial institutions definitely catch a bit of a bid under a Republican administration than the Democrat, as the Democrats like to put a bit more regulations. Like Elizabeth Warren, you know, she's well known for saying, you know, banks should be boring. Yeah. They need to be that kind of the stalwart of the financial system.
Canadian banks.
No, yeah, like Canadian banks. Well said. Good comparison there. Canadian banks, very, very regulated. They can't capitalize in certain ways. They can't invest or take risks in certain other ways that their American banks can. So, yeah, that is it's an interesting time to catch a downgrade. I didn't get a chance to see what HSBC said, JPM. Let's have a look if we can kind of weasel maybe that downgrade today and see exactly what HSB said. Maybe, yeah, there it is. Becomes more cautious. Is this it over here? I think, yeah, this is it. Let me just bring it down. What do they say? Investing shares of 3 major U.S. banks slipped Monday after HSBC adopted a more cautious stance on the sector. HSBC downgraded J.P. Morgan, Goldman, and Bank of America. Sorry, not Wells. It was these 3. The firm cut J.P. Morgan and Goldman Sachs to reduce from hold and lowered the Bank of America to hold from buy, even as it raised the price targets across the board. In the note to clients, HSBC analysts wrote, operating fundamentals appear healthy, valuations, though, increasingly stretched. So maybe it's based on that. They cited a 35% rally in universal banks and brokers over the past 3 months and warned that downside risks associated with the macro uncertainty are not priced in, while acknowledging improvements in credit quality, investment banking activity, and a favorable regulatory backdrop. HSBC noted that macro uncertainties remain and possible interest rate cuts and slower economic growth seem to be downplayed. It goes on to talk a little bit more about that. So if you want to do your own research, interesting look there. It's always a little bit funny when one bank downgrades another. You know what I mean? It's just like, you know, they're competitors. Yeah. But I know that that's obviously just part and parcel.
I would just continuously downgrade my competitors.
Joker. All right, guys. Go ahead, Joseph.
Okay. Yeah, so this is what we got going on, guys. 83.40s was where we're roughly trading at on the TQs. We come up here, then we'll look for that continuation to the downside, possibly. Maybe it was just a liquidity grab, nice volume spike. You break through some key resistance zones, and then now you're starting to come back in on some of these headlines. And that, I think as we're rolling into some of these deals being made, just be cautious about the headline sensitivity. We've seen it yesterday as well, too, and then we've seen a little bit of a volatility spike right now. So just keep in mind, as these deals are made, maybe it's not what the street is looking for and you can see some downside, or it's better than what the street is looking for and you can see some topside. But just be cautious because that volatility is stepping in. The VIX is up today, I believe, guys, so we'll take a look at the VIX. And I mentioned, oh no, the VIX is down drastically. That is insane.
That's good.
Okay, so that's good. I mean, so the VIX calls would not be working right now. So there it is, the VIX heading back into 16 there, 1650. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on the daily. So yeah, we're right back at the lows here on the VIX. So yeah, just be cautious on what's going on. Not time to buy those calls just yet. Be patient on that front. But I mean, if you're buying longer dated, just be cautious. You do need that volatility spike. You need some negative news to come in because obviously you have the inverse correlation. But if you're positioned at the lows on the VIX and then that happens, especially with all these deals starting to be made, Tara's got something going on. I can't wait to hear what it is. But yeah, so that's the game plan, right?
Tara,
and I mentioned.
man.
Yeah, it's not market related. I was just laughing because Trump said the nice salty Atlantic Ocean, and that is why I laughed. Just I wasn't prepared
Hold
for
on,
those words.
the nice what?
The nice salty Atlantic Ocean, where the salt. He's been talking about windmills for
Are there any
the
oceans?
last 5 minutes.
Are there any oceans, Adara, that are not salty?
I don't know, but apparently the Atlantic Ocean is both nice and salty. Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you guys off, but I wasn't going to do a throw over it, so I thought I would appear. Yeah, sorry.
I'd like to hear about salty oceans whenever we can get it.
Right, we got it. We got to hear about the salty oceans. Get it.
Thank you, Adara.
Don't
be rude.
Don't be rude.
Don't be
Get
rude.
him, Donald. All right. Good look, guys. I'm trying to work in Joseph back into BTCS here with that dip trade at 4.5, obviously going unfilled. And here it is back above 5, putting in higher lows and now higher highs. It's still obviously below that 539 high of the day. I perceive this to be bull penning right now with a compression pattern with higher lows, but lower highs at the same time, trying to get in towards the lower end of the range. Obviously, by definition, if it's a compression pattern, that means it has higher lows. So a static dip trade at around 4.5. What's that, Katina Man?
Intel news, they're cutting jobs.
The Katina Man just let me know that there's Intel news. They're cutting jobs. Intel is up 6.5%. I got it, Adair. It's okay. Here it is. Media. Intel cuts more than 500 jobs in Oregon as part of a layoff plan, says Bloomberg. So Bloomberg, as you know, has a paywall. That doesn't stop me, though. Katina Man, baby. We can't do this prep every morning with that paywall and maybe I'll be quiet about it now. But anyway, so yeah, Intel, we were, Neil called this out this morning and he was saying he didn't really know why Intel was the strongest chip name on the day, and it is 6.5% in Greensville. I hate to celebrate stuff like this, obviously, because people do lose their jobs on this. But yeah, Intel up big. But let's focus now on BTCS, because I'm not here to trade Intel. I'm here for these small caps, baby. And here we go again into that 520. Could it just be a matter of time until we take out that 539? I mean, I hate punching in at highs like this. It has to be off a technical level, but all right, let's keep an eye out on this one. 86% we go in Greensville right now. And this does feel like it could be the breakout from the compression pattern because we had lower highs, and now that is not the case. This candle over here has a high of 25. This candle over here has a high of 27. Not exactly the biggest difference there, so I'm not really sure. I got to tell you, I'm really indecisive about what I want to do with BTCS right now, just given that it's trading at highs, and it is always a bit of a tough one to punch in at these levels. We'll give it some more thought, and we'll go to Dara.
I looked into the Intel thing because I knew I'd heard about it a little bit earlier. This was initially reported actually yesterday afternoon in Portland, local Portland news, because these layoffs are going to be in Oregon. They actually reported it first. Apparently, it's not an insignificant number. It is pretty stark. Apparently, they've started, again, according to this Portland report, they've started notifying employees of layoffs that could affect up to 20% of the workforce. As I mentioned earlier as well, there were some apparently layoffs in Israel for Intel as well. But all of this I'm seeing was actually reported yesterday. Initially, as far as I can tell, this Bloomberg report on Oregon jobs isn't starkly different from what we were getting out of yesterday. The point I'm trying to make here is we've known for a while that they're going to be cutting jobs in Oregon, and they already started, I guess, hinting at employees this could be happening back in April. I'm going to look more into this, but I just want to let you guys know about some of the context for that story. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on here. So NVDA still climbing higher. heading back towards this previous pivot high right there. You can see that displayed. So let's see if there's enough momentum. And I mentioned the closer we get to 160, I think that there'll be a potential good short signal. And I mean 159.89. That's almost as close as it gets. So yeah, keep an eye out on this one. A little bit of pinning you can see throughout this. It's really tough to sit through. Lots of overlapping candles, and then sure enough, once that volume kicks in, you get that breakout. So that's exactly what you want to look for on that style of wedge. And I was talking about, I'm like, yeah, I was hoping that the opposite would happen, right? You get that volatility spike to the downside and that volume spike to the downside, but it wasn't. It went the opposite way, broke up, went higher, and that's that. I mean, I'm like, at what point is this thing going to start to cool down, being up 80% off of Liberation Day lows, even maybe a little bit more now, considering of where we're trading at. But at this previous all-time high, that's 160.84. Liberation Day is right here. 86% to be exact. So yeah, really good look from that low to from the trough to the peak there. So yeah, there it is, guys. Nice move on NVDA. A nice consolidation here, and it looks like it wants to take a leg higher. So you don't want to stand in front of these moving trains too often.
No, Joseph, you don't. I'm keeping an eye here on BTCS. I'm really thinking about getting back into this. I like the pattern that it's putting. I obviously don't like the fact that it didn't test or retake the high of the day. I'm keeping my eye on the 5-second chart. As you guys know, we've been using that now to spot the micro pullbacks, and I'm still seeing a downtrend. So this is the 5-second look on here on BTCS. You're getting basically an uninterrupted downtrend. So let's look to punch in on the uptrends over here. So there it goes off 5. We're going to give this a try up here. Let's see if it wants to continue into 514. There we go. We'll take a print there. We'll set up in the high 18s. Now, if it loses 5, I'm going to have to get out because I don't want to give back too much. And this is already punching in a little bit higher than what I'd like to punch into. So we're going to give that one the old college try. It looks like it will drop below 5 again. So a bit of a tougher one there. Where are we long? We're long at 10s. So we're 4 pennies out of the money, but it is back down into 5. So we'll get stopped out here if it continues on the way down. Try to spot where the micro pullbacks were, and this one did pop up and make new highs, but right back down into 5 and 502 or so. So it does look like we will continue maybe down into 4 3/4. I'm trying to identify where the next area of possible support could be if 5 gives up the ghost. It's around 475 because that's essentially where the 10 exponential moving average is. So if we get stopped out here south of 5, we are going to take another swing at this one at that 4 3/4. 515 seller as it comes back into the teens. Couldn't shake the seller there at 15. So someone's setting up a short position at 15s, and there it is again. So, okay, now 17s. We're taking out levels here. Let's see if we can continue to move up, or is this more bamboozlement? We got 10s on. We got a couple of prints on this one, but it's really thickly traded in this area. Not exactly what you're looking for if you're looking for another test of that 539. So, someone's selling at almost every penny. Into 14s again we go. I'm going to pack my patience on this one. I'm going to let myself stop out below $5, but I don't want to take out too much here because if we go in and test that high of the day, I'd like to have something in the bank there in order to be able to extract. So this is one, if it takes out oh wow, we just took out all my levels. There we go. Now we just took out everything. Into 20 we go. This one here, if it takes out the high of the day, I'm going to add into this one. Into 5 1/4 we go. Good look, but they're selling there. That's the thing. So let's set up a little bit below that high of the day. I'm going to set up at 30s, low 30s right now. We've taken out the majority of the position. Let's see exactly where this one wants to end up going. There is a seller at 30 that we couldn't shake earlier on, around 1245 or so. This time, we can't shake that $0.25 seller. So that puts it at a lower high. So if we had a 530 high, and now we have got a 525 high, and this is what I'm looking at instead of just looking up at my top screen, so that we reject 530 there. Now we're rejecting 525. We can get above 530. This could be an easy squeeze into the high of the day at 539. We're back into that $0.25 again. We shake the $0.25 seller, at least for the moment. 27s there showed up. So this one is putting in higher highs and higher lows. Does it bamboozle us? It absolutely could. It absolutely could. I've seen way too much with these small cap gappers to think that this is going to go in a straight line. So what I'm really looking for is that high day break, and then I'll add into this position. Otherwise, I'm going to continue to scalp. And there we go, back down into the teens again. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move up my stop. So we said it was a $5 stop. Now it's going to be basically a 1 penny loss. So we're going to go ahead and throw in that order there, and we will look to take it out if it loses that $5 area. So that's what I'm looking at, guys. And let's see if this one can test that 530 again. We're going to send it back to Adair.
I spent a lot of time looking at the Intel thing, so I just want to mention this one last time so that everyone kind of knows the deal with the layoffs, because it was a little bit confusing. There's a lot of headlines going around. So I read the Bloomberg report. That's what was mentioned. That's the most recent one. All Bloomberg is doing is basically mentioning a regulatory filing that Intel filed. Basically, they're going to be firing, I think, around or laying off 529 workers in Oregon. Again, that's part of their larger 20% job cuts, but it's worth mentioning. 529 workers, their total amount of workers is over 100,000. So these layoffs in Oregon are not going to make a dent in the larger scale of things. Now, of course, they are planning on laying off other workers. We heard about the Israel layoffs as well. But with regards to the Oregon cuts in general, I mean, they're pretty small in the grand scheme of things. Also, it's worth noting, even in this article that just came out, like 20 minutes ago from Bloomberg on these job cuts, they actually link you to an April 23rd article, which is when this was initially announced. So this is just one part of Intel's previously announced and foreseen job cuts. It is not in and of itself brand new. I just wanted to clarify that because lots of things circulating, and I like to make sure I know for myself. So again, INTC, apparently, again, 529 workers getting cut. Apparently, it's according to a filing from Intel, but this is pretty small in the grand scheme of their cuts. They will be looking to cut roughly 20% of the workforce, but because the workforce is over 100,000, this Oregon layoff is only a very, very small portion, a scintilla of this larger story. I just wanted to give that clarification as we send you back to the guys.
For that,
Did you ever play Oregon Trail?
No, I never played.
But probably for the old folk like me.
What is it? Is it
It's an old-ass computer game where you basically... Sorry? Breaking news again? All right, we're going back to Adair.
Sorry, guys, but Trump is talking tariffs, so we have to talk tariffs. That Trump is talking. He said they're going to be announcing semiconductor tariffs and, quote, we will announce something on pharmaceuticals very soon. Eli Lilly just took a little bit of a drop. Keep an eye here on semis and pharmaceuticals. We do have Trump saying they're going to be announcing tariffs on both of those very soon. So semis, pharmaceuticals on watch. We will send you back to the guys.
Okay, yeah, I'm just looking right now. The Katina man says FCX is going buck. All right, so let's go. Shout out to the OG Darwin. He died from dysentery. No, not you too, Darwin.
Freeport, man.
Here is Freeport McMoran. No, McMoran. I'm just kidding, guys.
That has the game up.
Of course I've got the game. I'm about to play. Is that you, Assassino? Oh, it's the Chilean nightmare. I like it. I was going to load it up, but I was worried you guys would get mad at me for, the dinging of the copyright and whatever. Keep it there. Keep it there while I set this up. FCX, Katina Man, is on the warpath to the high side. It's 4.5% in Greensville right now, taking out levels 48.20 high. FCX catching a monster bid. This candle here has over 3 million shares on one 5-minute candle. It's continuing to take out levels at Dara.
So much news, Sharif. I apologize for the interruption. Here's FCX. This thing is spiking. I pulled it up because Trump mentioned a 50% tariff on copper that they're going to be imposing. Now, FCX or Freeport McMoran, they're actually an American copper mining company, or they are a mining company. They also do copper. So FCX skyrocketing here as Trump announces the imposition of a 50% tariff on copper. Let's talk more about these pharma tariffs, because he said that they could do up to a 200% tariff on pharma. That is right. They could do up to a 200% tariff on pharma. Massive pharma tariffs mentioned here. Again, 50% copper tariff as well. He thinks it'll be about 50%. And yeah, that 200% tariff on pharma threat, certainly on watch. Keep an eye on Eli Lilly. Keep an eye on these pharma names. We send you back to the Bash Brothers.
Just speaking to the Chilean nightmare, he's letting me know about the Oregon Trail. All right, guys, let's get down to the serious business. Am I going to be a banker from Boston, a carpenter from Ohio, or Joseph, a farmer from Illinois?
Banker.
Oh, find out the difference between these choices. I don't need someone to tell me what the difference is. You're going to be a banker. Makes sense. We're in finance. We're punching into positions. Doesn't make sense for us to be a carpenter. Shout out to Russ back there. Or, a farmer from Illinois. I had the first thing about farming. All right, so we're hitting one. What is the name of the wagon leader? Sharif. What? It's a wagon, Ramram. Have a look at the screen. What are the first names of the 4 other members in your party? Joe, Sean, Neil, Adara. Boom. Are these names correct? Yes. Nice. Hold on, Adara. It's 1848. You're jumping off place for Oregon is Independence, Missouri. You must decide which month to leave Independence. Joseph Wilson, I know what I'm going to choose there, and I think you know what I'm going to choose as well.
The 5th one.
No. Well, my birthday's in May. All right, I'm going 3.
Well, I was talking about July, Independence.
Yeah.
You know,
That's actually a good point.
You know what I was
good
getting at
point.
there?
Yeah,
All
my
right.
bad.
All right, I was like, okay, well, was I wrong?
However,
here, or-
Joseph, before leaving Independence, you should buy equipment and supplies. You have $1,600. $1,600 in 1848 is like 1.6 million right now.
Yeah,
okay?
that's a lot.
You have $1,600 in cash, but you don't have to spend it all now. I like that because I'm frugal. You can buy whatever you need at Matt's General Store. Matt sounds like a stand-up guy, man. Straight up. Hello. I told you he was a stand-up guy.
This is the game here. This is the whole game?
No. We're going to get to the game.
All right.
Hello, I'm Matt. So you're going to Oregon. I can fix you up with what you need. I don't think they spoke like that in the 1800s. Yeah. It doesn't strike me as an authentic game, Joseph. I need a team of oxen to pull your wagon, clothing for both summer and winter. Okay, whatever. Space bar. Plenty of food for your trip. We need ammunition for your rifles and spare parts for your
best believe we need that there.
This guy over here. All right, so it's going to cost me some money. Maybe we'll take a little bit break, maybe have a look until we set up the game, and we'll come back to it.
I have no idea what this game is. I've never personally played it.
Reminds me of grade school.
I'll
tell you about that.
All right, yeah. In grade school, I played Reader Rabbit. I don't know if anybody ever played
there's
Reader
that too.
There. So yeah, this is what we got going on. We're in at the highs there. Looking for NVDA to possibly head back towards the volume weighted average price, but the market is slightly choppy here, guys. Apple is on that path and that trajectory right now, but we're just taking another stab at that to see if we can get that rejection. So there it is, Apple heading to the south side. Maybe that will bring some selling into the other tech names. Now let's pull it up here to see what we got going on. NVDA, come on, you can do it. As I say to Milo, you can do it. Yeah, there you go. So that's going to be it. Sorry about these dark pools here, guys. I got to fix that one up for you. Here, that's a low. We're getting a lot of these this afternoon. All right, there we go. So this is going to be a key level to punch through right here. You're going to want to see that volume start to pick up and the momentum as you head into that 159.37 level. But there we are. We're into this position looking for the volume weighted average price as our primary target. And there you go. You can see the weakness slowly start to kick in on the tape, but the TQs are hovering around the volume weighted average price. So now heading south of that. So maybe it's a matter of time until NVDA wants to participate, or it's going to say, hey, no, we're going to step in on this buy program. 159.85 isn't high enough for that call wall to come into play. So we need to absorb some more liquidity, but that is going to be the initial target. And then the final target is going to be VWAP. But Adara, what do you got for us?
Let you guys know we got the 3-year note auction. Nothing super huge happening, but I wanted to inform you guys 3.891% here was the actual high yield. Previous 3.972%. So a little bit lower than the previous. I'm not seeing what it was right before. Right before the auction was 3.887%. We came in here at 3.891, pretty much exactly in line. Nothing too crazy here for the 3-year note auction, which is now come and gone. As we said, you back to the guys.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, we're ready to go here, Joseph. So I'm loaded up on ammunition, food, clothing. We got spare parts. We even got oxen.
Okay.
Because somebody's got to pull this, you know what, right?
Yeah.
So let's go ahead here, Joseph. Weather is good, health is good, the pace is steady, and my rations are filling. You may continue on the trail. I'm gonna continue because we haven't even gotten any. So from Independence, it's 102 miles to the Kansas River crossing.
Yeah.
So the date we're leaving, May 1st, 1848. The weather is cool. The health is good. Food, I took, you know how I eat, Joseph. 300 pounds of food. Next landmark, 102 miles, space bar to continue. This is what the game is.
Okay.
And then it literally is things like this, and then things happen across the way. People die. Your stuff breaks.
You're running low on food.
Yeah.
Will not get
Find wild fruit. Yeah, I don't mind finding wild fruit. How do I
Weather,
find?
it's
Press
warm. It's
enter.
starting to get a little warm, I see.
Yeah, there we size up the situation. All right, guys, so this was a blast down memory lane. I'm not going to belabor this anymore, but obviously you could kind of do this your own thing over here on these emulators that I can't even get off the screen now, Joseph.
There you
So
go.
we're going to have to close that bad boy.
Close that one up there. Yeah, let's go.
I just want to let you guys know that I'm not in this BTCS position. We got out that long ago. We got out break even on the last remaining amount right here. So we did take a quick scalp, but it did continue to break down below 5. But I still see that compression pattern, guys. Nothing has really changed, to be quite honest with you, with how I see BTCS. That compression pattern is still in effect. So I think I might get back into this. We still have higher lows and higher highs, or not higher highs, with that flat top essentially around 5.25. And again, the 10 EMA is coming in as a very, very clear area of support. Every time we wick into that green line, we are being met with some buying. So I think I'm just going to have to work into the position towards the area lows, not punch in at highs, and then set up for the right trade on this. So here we go, coming back into that 5-10 area, 5 single digits or so. So BTCS certainly setting up quite well here. It's just about a matter of getting in at the right price. Sipple, Sunshine, 300 pounds of eggs? Is that going to be enough? I don't think so, bro. One day, in fact, maybe I'll actually do it when I get home. I meal plan weeks and weeks ahead, so I have like these portable containers in my freezer and in my fridge, and it's just like basically all of that, right? There's like no real food other than all my pre-programmed food. Big smile. I'm upset that Sharif and Joseph skipped my super chat. Lies. My bad, man. I missed that. Fan funding. Uh-oh. OT. All right, good. I'm not reading that, okay? Thank you, Big Smile, for the $1.99 super chat.
Get it,
I'm not going to read that. Your first one was okay. I'll make fun of myself about the eyebrows and whatever, but we're not going to, say that word. Thank you, Big Smile. Always. We love you. You're an absolute liability to the show, but we happen to like you a lot. I'm speaking for myself. Havana Woody, you're leaving way too late. You're going to freeze in the mountains. This is spoken to by a person. I can tell you know how to play this game. You know all the little tips and tricks. If I'm leaving in May, then I know.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, you go. Yeah, so shout out to Havana Woody, who knows exactly what he's doing. Sports and Stonks, the updated Oregon Trail you actually got to hunt. Oh, say more, my friend. I didn't even know there was an updated version. Take chickens, not eggs, says Havana Woody. And say it again, Chile Nightmare? Chickens lay eggs. Brilliant. This is why I'm.
Yeah, I was more of like a dino hunter and like shark hunter type guy on the old PC.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, a little dino.
You ever play StarCraft?
No.
What?
No.
Oh my God.
Dino hunter, man. I'm telling you.
StarCraft was my
Dino
jam.
and shark hunter was. Oh man, there's nothing scarier than playing on the PC when you're a little kid and the shark runs up behind you and gets you. Yeah, it's pretty scary stuff.
Not good. Not a good look. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Assassino wants me to do a test trade.
Okay. Just one thing where you got going on. Bitcoin is starting to cook up a little bit here, guys. We are now north of the volume weighted average price on this name here, and a nice bounce off of 61.45. So it's holding up relatively well here, and a big time bounce. We're still stuck in this consolidation. I was gonna ask Mitch, maybe next time I'll talk to him and say, hey, what do you think is going on with Bitcoin, and why do we go on these moves and then head into multi-month consolidations after that? So I'm curious to his opinion on that. So yeah, there it is. We got to break through this level in order for this trade to get working. But as soon as we get at the top end of this range, then we'll just hop out of this trade just in case it does want to establish a new high of the day. Fails one, then maybe you can take an additional stab. But there you go. You can see the pressure starting to pick up slightly. But the market is relatively choppy in my opinion there, guys. Tesla's still forming this bull flag. And I'm curious as to which way it may break, right? So from 5 minutes, you can see that we headed at around 10:30, and we're still trading within this couple-point range here on Tesla itself. So it's not even TSLA. You're trading within this $2 consolidation range right here. But if it breaks up, you want to get in at the lower end, boom, and you can aim for that high of the day there, Sharif.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Adair.
RTX here and IBM. Why? Because Donald Trump, for at least the second time that I can remember, has mentioned that he is interested in either of these companies. Here's RTX, I'll pull up IBM. He's interested in either of these companies being the contractor on the new air traffic control project that he's talking about. He's made it very clear he only wants one contractor working on it because he doesn't want different people doing different things and there being a lack of communication. But either way, IBM and RTX, Donald Trump has made it very clear he's interested in either of these companies being the contractor for the new air traffic control project that he has planned here. Back to you.
Rocket science. BTCS is absolutely on that good stuff right now. 549 high a day. It's almost up 100%. There's 49s again. There it goes. 55s. 55s on the move up right now on BTCS. What a compression pattern, and this is the breakout now. So where does this go? Do we get that clear move above 5.5? And if we do get that clear move above 5.5, do we get that measured move? Essentially from the initiation of the bull flag, I want to say around 3.5 to where the top end is, that's 550. So that would be a $2 move if you are using the measured move methodology. So let's see exactly here what BTCS has in store. It's already encountering some selling at the $0.5 after printing a new high a day, but fantastic look for this name on the day. It's still got the goods, man. It's still got the goods. 92%, 93%. Let's see where this bad boy ends up moving. I'm going to look to work in there. I've worked into a new position over here. SRFM went the beak there quickly at 85s. Looking at setting up a nice position here as this one pulls in again to the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 and finds a little bit of support. Let's see if it can continue moving up. Way smaller position here than we took initially on some of these BTCS and ZVSA trades. We'll see if this one wants to hold up at $0.75. Anything below, I think, that 60 penny area, I'm going to get out just owing to this topping tail candle over here at 60. So that will be an interesting area of support if it does find support there. So SRFM, Joseph, taking it to the highs.
Yeah, good look there. Tesla's starting to climb a little bit higher here, guys. And I mentioned as soon as we crack that on NVDA, we'll just hop out. But this is looking pretty good here on Tesla. Maybe you get that breakout now, and then you can see the volume maybe start to pick up. It is stair-stepping down, so keep that in mind. You do really want to see that kick in. Like we just seen displayed on the NVDA breakout there, you got that price compression. And then sure enough, as you punch through resistance zones, you do get that volume spike. And it was relatively large compared to what was going on for the rest of the previous session. So boom, you can see that engulfing candle. That's the largest candle volume print, I guess we should say, since 10:30, right? And that came in right around 12 o'clock. So just keep that in mind. That's exactly what you would want to see on that Tesla breakout trade. So that's what we got going on. Come on, break through some of these support levels. Donald, tweet something for me or put something on X. That's absolutely ridiculous. And then sure enough, we can maybe get a little bit of a tank there. So we'll hold on to this until otherwise stop just slightly above this zone because you don't want to go at the top, right? You can see we're trading within these ranges. And if you put your stop in the middle of it, you're most definitely going to get stopped out. So you just want to put it slightly higher above that, a couple pennies, 5, 10 cents or whatever it may be. But I believe if we do have the ability to crack through some of these areas here, then we will head into the volume weighted average price. Just to do how the length of the chop earlier on the day, I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if we revert back into that into that zone there. So that's the game plan. But the tape is so mixed, it's crazy. It's like you get the defense, you can see, boom, right there instantly. So we'll look at the flush here on the bid, and then it's just instantly met by some other defenders. You're just like, nope, we don't believe that the price should go any lower. There is still current demand at that specific area, and we're going to hold it up here until we either eliminate all of the aggressive sellers or there's a path of least resistance for us to rip the stock higher or lower there, Sharif.
All right. Alex Davis, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Thank you for years of knowledge and entertainment. Threw in the towel trading, but enjoyed the journey. You guys were a big part of it. Hope the best. Kind of sad to read that message, Alex. I mean, Yeah, it is definitely a tougher endeavor, no question about it. But we'd love to have you back, obviously, because we do a lot of market-related things that are not specifically intraday trading. And as you know, the whole setup behind me there, that whole Studio 8 thing that we're spending an arm and a leg on, is going to be more about that discussion, more about talking about the markets, trade ideas, longer-term swings, etc. So thank you very much, Alex, for the super chat. Kind of sad to read that, and hope that you maybe change your mind and do join us from time to time, as the format is evolving. Yeah. So thank you again for that, no question about it. I'm being told here that Palantir is on the rampage to the high side, so let's have a look at what PLTR is doing. It was negative on the day. It is now up 0.25%. Here is the look there, and I was telling the individual, sorry I forgot your name, in the chat, that this one was one hell of a rounded bottom there off that $1.36, holds like a glove, and there it is back up into $1.39. Look, $1.39.67. So good look on this one. If you're interested in this $140 name, obviously it's a bit more expensive, but yeah, a nice breakout above yesterday's close there, just above $139 with the 139.67 high. Anecdotally, I've been hearing a lot of these Wall Street guys are short Palantir and CoreWeave, and all of them have been absolutely getting blown out. And I'm not surprised by that, because you guys have heard me talk about CoreWeave multiple times, waiting for that technical setup to come in on the daily before we go through the options route, and I still haven't seen what I need to see quite yet. So if people are definitely getting into that, they're certainly finding themselves out of the money there. So a bit of a tougher look there, Joey.
Yeah.
Got to wait for the technical.
On the old CoreWeave there, yeah, a little bit of a tough look. We'll pull it up from a daily to see what we got going on.
What a Dara.
So yeah, before we send it back there, let's take a look at what we got going on. So there you go. We peaked, and I mean, if you want to talk about appreciation and just like making a lot of money for some certain people, 387% from that IPO to that peak there, guys. And then now we've kind of cooled off a little bit in trading within this range. You most definitely want to try to catch the top ends, as we always say, and then maybe you can get that move. I don't know how deep of a pullback this thing's gonna endure, but we'll be patient and see what we got going on. But Shreve likes that setup. Wow. If you open up below this here, then you never know what can happen on that front there. So
your boy Donald wants to take over the governance of DC.
There you go.
Thank you for that, Adara.
Hey, man. He's that guy.
He wants to take over DC. Well, it is a district. It's not a state, right? So I know they definitely wanted to give it state status like Puerto Rico.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They've been talking about that for a little bit of time. A lot of opposition.
The District of Columbia doesn't have state status?
No.
That's why I didn't know that. Yeah.
Like, well, a lot of them.
But Puerto Rico does.
No.
Oh, I thought you said.
Maybe he wants it to be a Vatican, says the Chile nightmare sarcastically. No, my understanding is that it heavily favors one party over the other. A lot of voting. This is my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, chat, more Democratic voters than Republican voters in D.C., and so you have the Republicans opposing it, the Democrats are for it, much like Puerto Rico, and giving them...
I'm all for it.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Wasn't Canada looking to adopt Aruba or something along those lines? A Caribbean country?
I not heard of that.
Something like
Aruba.
Or something like that. One of the countries there, I believe.
I love Aruba, bro.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I'll take anything tropical, and I think a lot of Canadians would most definitely flock there. So yeah.
All right, so that's the look there. Yeah, guys, correct me if I'm wrong on any of that stuff.
Yeah, me as well too. I'm sure someone in the chat will know what Canada was looking at. But there we go. We're heading into those levels that we're talking about here on NVDA, but it just keeps getting bought up. So the market is selling, and we're holding up relatively well. Apple heading towards, south of the volume weighted average price, breaking that neckline here. You can see that lower high was established, and then boom, you're starting to move south side. And by the way, by me looking at that tape there, I didn't even have the price action. I just seen a couple flushes to the downside. I'm like, oh, all right, now we're going to head into some key support levels. So there it is. We're going to hold on to this for the volume weighted average price. Let's see if we can get that level, Shreve.
All right, just throwing my stop here on SRFM. If it loses the $0.50, that's the end of the trade. Simple as that. So we'll throw it into that stop there. It's at the 20, and it hasn't been at the 20 all day. It's been defending the 10, so that is already a bit of an alert there for me. So I'm going to keep an eye on that on SFRM. I didn't do the news, and we haven't really really been looking at some of these markets, man, but the market is taking a bit of a nosedive here, Joseph. It is now, the NQ is now negative on the day. The only move, or the only major average that's actually in positive territory is the Russell 2000, up a little over 0.2%, with the Dow faring the worst on the day, almost down 0.5%, the NQ flat, and the ES down 0.15. So there's certainly a lot of selling here on the market, but you wouldn't know it by looking at the chart on BTCS. It is another high a day. It is continuing to take out highs. 74 now, the high of the day. I feel like I might have to change that in a few seconds as it looks to print another new high. This one's on the warpath to the high side, guys, over 100% now, and it's been quite respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5. So make of that what you will. Always traded carefully, but this one is really moving here. I don't want to say it's the #1 gapper on the market. That still belongs to who? Belongs to PROK, which is halted to the downside, though, but up 533%. PROK has had liquidity issues because of all the halts. BTCS has not suffered from that same affliction. It has been able to stay open the majority of the time, but despite the fact it's over 100%, and there is another new high, Joseph, 584 the high. Good strength on BTCS. We're going to keep an eye out on this one for a possible entry. The technicals right now showing me a 5.25 possible area of support where the 10 EMA is low. Here comes $6. Unreal strength right now on BTCS. There was big size there at 6. I just got absolutely blown through. So the buyers are stepping in bigly here. 607 HOD. This keeps going and going. 115%. That's 15 more than when we announced it last time. We're going to keep an eye out on this one, Joe. I hate to call them out when I'm not involved like this, but we weaseled in a few times. Definitely took some good trades earlier on. This one, not so good, as it did lose the technical levels. We'll look to do a little bit better if it ends up setting up in the right way.
Yeah, good luck there, brother. So I added a little bit on this pop to the top side there. It is into support, so let's see what happens. I'm still going to have my stop right around here, considering now that I'm averaging into this trade that's working out. So now the primary target is still the same, but the stop is just slightly tighter. So we come above this key pivot, then maybe we'll just hop out of that trade and see what's going on with that. So that's what we got cooking up. Bitcoin's moving here, guys. I mean, off of those lows, looking pretty good. Positive on the session, about 0.75% here, and you can see once we broke through VWAP, we haven't looked back quite yet. Nice ABCD pattern, a lot of indecision at the lows here, so a nice engulfing, kind of just engulfing this whole range, I should say, and then sure enough, we get a nice bounce off of that low. So a nice duration of the session has been now recovered, and now it looks like anything can happen and head towards the high of the day, especially as you get a big pop. So you can see the strength is most definitely there on IBIT there, guys. So that's a positive sign. That's what I want to see, right? It's just like, okay, we go on these nice moves and then head into consolidation for some time after. It's like, I would rather see a little bit more of an ebb and flow, but if you zoom out, you can see it's still relatively healthy, and the primary trend is still fully intact. So I guess you can't really complain about that stuff, considering it's like, all right, yeah, you go on these moves, it's like 30-40%, then you go into a multi-month consolidation, blah, blah, and then if you get another 20, 30, 40%, you can't really complain. And I know Michael Saylor says that I think you're going to average around 20%, an average annual return of 20% on Bitcoin, which is relatively nice. And I guess I was listening to some stuff on MSTR. And kind of what he's doing is that, so he's just essentially borrowing people's money, saying like, hey, yeah, own my stock. But not only are you going to gain the appreciation of Bitcoin, you're going to gain the appreciation of MicroStrategy's stock itself. So it's like kind of a double-edged sword there. So And then you hear a lot of analysts saying, hey, I'm short one and long the other, being short MicroStrategy and long Bitcoin. So I'm not too sure how that's necessarily going to work, but I heard that across the board. And I think it's very interesting, especially if you dive into what he's got going on and what his game plan is just to hoard as much Bitcoin, but also benefit from the appreciation of Bitcoin and his stock itself. So there you go. Nice little ad. Let's break 159.30. VWAP is going to be that secondary target, that primary target there, guys. Sorry. And you can see we took a little bit of a move here, but you can see the imbalance on the tape. See, boom, automatically just defended right at that specific level. So there's someone big who's just like, all right, no, we don't want this thing to go too much lower just yet. But I think at some point, considering that you're up 86% off of the Liberation Day lows, you will see a pullback. It's just only a matter of time. Not if, just when. But again, it will just the market can stay irrational a lot more than you can stay solvent. So yeah, just be cautious on that. If we crack this level, then I'll just hop out of that trade, 159.63, and it looks like it's going to head towards that because the volume is slightly picking up here, and it's just constantly knocking on this support level and then not breaking through. So yeah, slightly strong stuff, and the market is relatively choppy as well too, guys. So a lot of range trading here today. So a low of 619 and then a high of around 622. So about a $3 range that the SPY is trading in.
Sounds good, man. Sounds good. Got stopped out of SFRM. So I don't know why the position board is not updating the positions. We're no longer in it. Got stopped out there at 55s. It's trying to work back above that $0.50. I'm going to continue to watch it here as it zigs and zags with that $0.50. If it holds a $0.50, we'll get back into this one. But there's others, man. There are others that are moving. PROK. Haven't taken any trades on this one. I mean, I talk badly about it, that it was illiquid, but it's done 275 million shares on the day. But I probably submit to you that it was done earlier on, because all this over here is just pure halt fest everywhere we see it. Basically from, I want to say 10:30 onwards, this one has been halting to no end. Prior to that, you can kind of see that it was trading regularly. So yeah, PROK, trade it as you like, up 600%. Who can complain about that? 594% halted to the upside again at 421. So that one is certainly in play if you can get the right price and get the right look there. So I'm keeping an eye here on SFRM as it continues to sell off. This one's got a 730 high. It now is down below that $0.50, 646 it goes. And I'm looking at the 5-second chart on my top screen. It continues to put in lower lows and lower highs.
Yeah, Bitcoin's really moving here.
What do we got?
Not really moving, but I mean, it's heading towards the high of the day. So a nice recovery off the lows.
Wow.
Yeah. That's a nice recovery right there. So we'll most definitely take that. Adair, what do you got for us?
Another interesting little note here on Waymo. We know this stock's been on watch as of late. Apparently, they're now allowing teenagers from the ages of 14 to 17 to use their self-driving rides in Phoenix. Apparently, prior to this, Waymo accounts were only for people over the age of 18. So Waymo broadening its base a little bit here with these teen accounts. Back to you.
Yeah, so Google. I grabbed some of this not too long ago. Sold the majority of it off the swing. I completely liquidated the long-term account, and I also put that towards some NVDA and some Robinhood that worked out relatively well. But Google, I mentioned this earlier, we're still down about 16% off of those all-time highs, and I'm just really curious to what cloud's got going for us. So about 16.7% there, you can see. So I mean, if that cloud beats, just look at what happened with Microsoft. Right, you get that cloud beat, and this thing hasn't pulled back. It's absolutely insane.
Crazy.
And it wasn't like a substantial beat either. But I mean, it is what it is. AWS missed and Google Cloud missed, but then you get the beat there in Azure, and then sure enough, you get that gap up, which was I think was around like 10% roughly, even a little bit more considering where we opened up there. So yeah, we'll call that 10%. And then from this previous earnings date, we are now up around 25% there, Sharif. So some big time moves in Microsoft. And just talk about the length of this consolidation. I mean, it didn't do too much. I mean, that is obviously like a $50, $60 range, but it wasn't steady enough to the right. It was, okay, we'll go higher, and then we'll move a little bit eastward there. We'll go down a little bit, eastbound and down there. And then we'll wait for that Azure cloud number to come out. And then sure enough, boom, send the stock into all-time highs.
All right, we're going to do the news. Anything you want to chime in before we start?
No, I'm still short NVDA here.
Sounds good. All right. It's a little old, obviously, because I'm talking about Donald Trump, he's had his cabinet meeting, so there may have been new information, I should say, given. Adair, if I missed anything, just interrupt me and then update us on that, because this is obviously a very fluid situation. So Donald Trump announcing new blanket tariffs on imports from 14 countries that will start August 1st, following a delay, obviously, from the original July 10th date. So that was supposed to be in 2 days. The tariff range is basically from 25 to 40%, guys. Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, Tunisia, and Kazakhstan all being pegged with about 25% tariffs, with Laos and Myanmar, for whatever reason, being pegged with 40% here. Trump posted, these personalized letters made out to foreign leaders on his social media account, Truth Social, outlining new tariff levels and the conditions attached to them. The letters warned against retaliatory tariffs by these countries, threatening to increase U.S. tariffs by an equivalent percentage if they retaliate. So kind of trying to hamstring them there. Trump stated the tariff levels might be adjusted upward or downward based on the country's trade relationship with the United States, so leaving himself room to maneuver. The new letters explicitly target, though, as Adara pointed out to us this morning, trans-shipping practices, which is kind of the practice of having a product from destination A go to destination B, sometimes repackaged and made to look like it came from destination A when it actually came from destination B, in order to skirt the tariffs and get around or to take advantage of a lower tariff rate. So that they're obviously wise to that whole thing, and they said, basically, if you try to do that, we're going to slap you with the same duties, so don't. So that is the first thing there. Anything there, Joseph?
No, I'm just still monitoring this NVDA trade here.
No problem. All right, guys. Meta raiding. I don't even know why they would raid Apple's AI talent as the AI war intensifies. So Meta has hired, I'm probably going to kill this guy's name, Ruoming Pang. He's a key AI researcher from the dead one Apple to join the new super intelligence lab being created by Zuck at Meta, part of a major recruiting push that we've talked a lot about on the show. Pang led Apple's foundation model team and is reportedly receiving a package in the tens of millions of dollars. But, that's still below the hundreds of millions that we've been hearing about, Joseph. Meta is offering pay packages, again, of up to $100 million to land these elite AI researchers. Zuckerberg recently announced 11 new hires, including researchers from an OpenAI, DeepMind, and Anthropic. My question is, Zuck, have you seen Apple Intelligence? Why are you hiring people from there? No,
Literally.
Seriously.
Same thing I said. That's crazy.
I agree with you 100% on that, Adara. And the fact of the matter is, they're super late to the party. I see you. Oh, you're not going to creep up on me. I see you, sir. Shout out to Randy. No, seriously, though. Can we do the Randy thing on here as well? Is there a Randy shirt option only on that desk, or does it work here?
They can hit it there.
We can hit it?
Love the Randy.
It's okay. We don't have to do it.
No, we don't got it, man. They don't got it.
All right, we took a bunch of prints there on SFRM, but it's coming back down into that $0.50. I'm concerned that this one loses the bid. I'm keeping my eye on it, though, okay? So, look, apparently, it depends on which analyst you speak to, but apparently Apple has a culture problem.
Yeah.
And the latest AI, the top AI guys, they don't want to work there, okay?
Oh, really?
No, because it's not an environment where they think, it's going up and to the right, so why do you want to be part of that? So again, obviously anecdotal stuff. I've never heard from him personally, but this is what I'm hearing from some of the analysts on Wall Street, reading, I should say, from some of the analysts on Wall Street, and it kind of jives with my overall thinking.
With the overall thinking of what's going
wouldn't you?
on
Like,
there.
I mean, you're a top AI guy. You've got your pick at, let's just say, OpenAI. You can maybe Gemini, maybe Anthropic, wherever.
Some work at Grok.
Unless Apple's gonna throw cash, like the way that Zuck's throwing cash.
Yeah.
Are you jumping ship?
Which they usually don't tend to do.
Which they, not that I know of.
Right.
I mean, I don't know personally. I know they don't do these massive buyouts like some of their competitors, but I haven't heard too much about their pay packages, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I mean,
Fact check me on that.
Yeah. Again, you just want to go with the best in class, and you can see that it's been struggling. So we know Google was going through some cultural issues as well with Gemini and everything that was going on.
It's like
with
far
the
better than the garbage.
Well, they don't even really have any. They don't have anything. They haven't. Apple has.
It's okay. There's some stuff, Joseph. There's some
on glass.
No.
Okay, I was gonna say.
No, there's some AI stuff in here. It's not the best in the business, certainly. Like their photos, you can kind of search using keywords. So like I've got, I don't know how many photos you have. I have over 15,000.
But didn't we already try it one time and it didn't work?
It did work. Like, let's do it again.
All right, let's try it one more time.
So give me. Let me search over here. Let's go pool. Type in pool. No, well, I guess I didn't take any pool.
Oh my days.
Let's go, mom.
Yeah,
Doesn't realize my mom. He doesn't even know who my mom is.
What's going on? So this case is not working out too good for you.
Probably a bad example there.
Yeah, not working out too well. But you should have done tennis or gym. You had plenty.
I don't
of
take
those.
any pictures of tennis. I'm playing. That's why.
Oh, okay. But in the gym, you got plenty of those.
If it doesn't have gym, I'm going to fight it.
Then
I'm going to fight it.
Then
all right, hold on. One more time over here as we take Prince to the high side. Let's go, Jim. Okay, good. All right. Fine.
Get the pass.
All right, let's get back to work. SRFM headed to the high side, guys. We're about 20 pennies in the money on this one. Keep your eye out on it, okay? Tesla, anything about Apple?
No. They just need to get their act together. I think we've been saying this for a long time. They're usually not first to the party, but they usually get it the best and right the best. Yep. I don't know. I think the party is now officially over, and now they're going to the after party. And Apple's most definitely the most steps behind out of all these hyperscalers.
I agree 150% with that. All right, let's talk about Tesla. So there are a couple of stories about Tesla. One could be the $1.4 billion that was made by the short positions yesterday, intraday. 6.8% drop, obviously, yesterday, but it was far overshadowed by that June 5th drop, where the short sellers raked in $4 billion in one single day. So Tesla obviously with some trouble as Elon and our friend Donald reignite their feud. So I'm not going to say more about this. Everybody already knows about the beef there. Let's talk about what Morgan Stanley analyst Adam Jonas had to say about where he sees Tesla after we get back from Midday.
That's Sharif. Keep an eye here on META announcing that the Zoom app is now apparently available on their Meta Quest headsets beginning today. So it sounds like you'll be able to maybe take Zoom calls off of these Meta Quest headsets. Interesting story here coming out of META. It's also worth noting Donald Trump's cabinet meeting appears to be wrapping up. I think it kind of seemed like it was wrapping up for a while. They've been talking about decor for the last 5 to 10 minutes, but now it seems like this meeting is officially wrapping up. You just said thank you all for coming. So sounds like this is over. Maybe we don't have any more tariff talk to worry about here for now. Back to you.
You know what I think that is? It's the beleaguered cry of the chronic lazy person. That's kind of what I take that from. Beleaguered, you poor soul. All right, let's get back to work over here. The political distractions are not pleasing Adam Jonas at Morgan Stanley. He warned that Musk may divert more financial and executive focus towards his political goals, adding obviously short-term pressure to Tesla, and that's not what the investors want. They want him to focus exclusively on the company, as Joseph made the point multiple times. He highlighted, Jonas that is, Tesla's potential in humanoid robotics, estimating that substituting just 10% of Tesla's current workforce on the factory floor could add about $2.5 billion in value. We'll see it when it comes. He also was not very pleased with how their energy storage business went. It missed estimates last time around. The deployment came flat at 9.6 gigawatts year over year, missing Morgan's assessment of 14 gigawatts. The forecast there, the weak storage growth may raise questions about Tesla's broader non-auto revenue diversification heading into that earnings date, which is, Joseph, right around the corner, July 23rd. If you're invested in TSLA, mark your frickin' calendars, because this one should be super interesting. Jonas also sees a possible AI Day event this fall, Joseph, which may help boost sentiment and attract top-tier tech talent. I mean, would you rather work for Timmy C or our friend Elon? And think about this one carefully, though, because Elon can be quite insane.
Absolutely.
And he's probably not nice at all.
That's a good question. I think I would have to go with Apple.
Just because you'd like the
right, I
calmness.
think there's a little bit more stability there, right? You don't have the CEO of your company. One day he's focused on Tesla, the next day he's in Doge, and then he's like, all right, never mind Doge. I don't like Trump anymore. I'm starting my own party. Never mind that. I'm doing something else. He's kind of all over the place, but that's just kind of
And if he speaks to Donald Trump in that way, just imagine how he'll speak to you once he's pissed.
You know what I mean?
He is probably gonna crap all over you, and you're,
for me, So I'd probably have to go the safer route with Tim Cook. Could there be more potential upside with the Tesla?
100%
Absolutely.
Totally agree with that.
But as for stability, I would definitely go with MEC.
Jake Weston, we're just kidding. We call him Elon as a joke. We don't actually think his name is Elon.
Elon.
Okay, I hope you get that.
Elon.
All right, continuing to take prints here on SFRM to the high side. Good look, very happy with this trade. We'll take more off there as we're back in Positiveville, baby. Up into 82s we go. That's where I'm waiting. That's my last beak wetter, so let's set up some more. We're going to go there, and then we'll also wait in the 90s as well for a nice move up. So SRFM headed back to the high side. Let's see if it continues to go. Let's go on to the next story, though, Assassino.
Oh, CoreWeave.
CoreWeave to acquire. This is a bit of an older story, but we'll get more into it because it came in yesterday, but we didn't really go into the details. Maybe Adara did. I didn't. CoreWeave to acquire Core Scientific in a $9 billion all-stock deal. As you know, CoreWeave just IPO'd not long ago. It's about a $9 billion deal, as I said. The shareholders, Core Scientific shareholders, are going to receive 0.1235 of CoreWeave shares per share, valuing them at about $20.40 a share, which is a 66% premium, to pre-deal rumors. So a nice upside bump there, telling you maybe how motivated CoreWeave execs were to pick up this company. After closing, CoreWeave Scientific shareholders will own about 10% of the combined entity. The acquisition does give CoreWeave ownership of about 1.3 gigawatts in U.S. data center capacity, with about 840 megawatts already under CoreWeave contract. The move eliminates $10 billion in future lease obligations. Interesting. Boosting the operational flexibility that the company has and lowering their long-term overhead. Last but not least here, Joseph, CoreWeave gains the option to divest or repurchase Core Scientific's crypto mining operations, which currently drive about 89% of the revenue. So you feel like they're not really buying them for the crypto move, but reserve the right, if crypto goes crazy, for them to get back in.
Wow, yeah, that's
interesting.
Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting there. So, I mean, CoreWeave, we've been seeing hovering around those highs. I'm going to just hop out of this NVDA trade here, guys, just because it's not doing what I want to, and I just don't want to expend any more mental capital on that one, so I'm out. Yeah, it's hovering around those highs. It's going to continue to hold up around there for now. Anyways, if that neckline breaks, then who knows, you can maybe get a big-time spike to the downside.
So let's show what Joseph is talking about. Him and I talk about this almost at least once a day. So this is the, let's go to the daily here on CoreWeave. So again, you never really know what the head and shoulders pattern is going to look like, but I've been waiting to short this thing for a long time. I'm not going to go through the shares route. I will go through the options route, but it has to set up in the right way. I don't want to be one of those guys that gets blown out, and there's plenty of people getting blown out if you believe the anecdotes right now on CoreWeave shorts. So I perceive this to kind of possibly be the left shoulder, the head, and then we're in the process of forming the right shoulder. What I was saying to Joseph off camera before we came on is I'm not going to be quick to short below 150. In fact, I'm gonna peg the neckline for whether it ends up being a neckline or not. We'll wait and see at the 140 level. Now, if you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about neckline, that is the breakdown, the technical breakdown of the head and shoulders pattern. And if you believe the technical analysis books, that's where you could be setting up. I've always felt that you could get in on the formation of the right shoulder with a stop above the high point of what you perceive the right shoulder to be, for case in point. So if I was to short here, say 160.42 on the day, that's the high, I would put my stop above the 173.11. That would be the high of the right shoulder. Again, I perceive this to possibly be forming a head and shoulders. Who knows what this thing is going to do? Oh, baby, Joseph Wilson, we're taking prints to the high side here on SRFM. We're about 50 pennies in the money. Let's take up some more shares there. We don't have too much, so let's go now on the north side of 7. We're going to wait at 04s, and then maybe we'll set up at 11s or so. Okay, so SRFM headed back to the high side, pleased as punch. SQNS just took an absolute dive off the loss, of the 10 EMA into 240, and it just dipped into 2. So be careful with SQNS. It was not tradable on our system, hence why I didn't get involved. But be careful with this one. It looks like it might be headed back down.
Back down.
Let's go on over here to the next one. Guggenheim downgrading Datadog, despite the fact, Adara, Is Datadog getting added tomorrow? Oh, she's not here? Okay.
Not here.
I thought she was there. We'll find out when she gets back. So Guggenheim downgrading Datadog to sell from neutral and assigning a $105 price target, which is substantially lower than where we're trading. The downgrade is based on concerns that OpenAI, which is Datadog's largest customer, may start reducing its usage for their services, shifting instead to its internally developed tools. So analysts believe that OpenAI is moving towards what they call a cost-efficient, internally built observability software, replacing Datadog services. OpenAI has reportedly started replacing Datadog's log management solution, which is what they're selling OpenAI, with its own, raising concerns about further depreciation, and others who are using Datadog service also could start developing it in-house, which, you know, is a revenue exodus. So that is what's being talked about there by some analysts, hence Guggenheim downgrading Datadog today. Anything on that, brother?
Good D-Dog. I think that's a yoga position, isn't it, there? I don't know.
Downward dog. Yeah.
Yoga, right?
I've never done yoga. Have you done yoga?
No, I've never done
Neither have I. So that makes two of us, bro.
Yeah, someone said, I need to try Pilates. I said, I will stick to the outdoor workout.
Yeah, I'll stick to calisthenics.
I'll stick to that, man, running there. But I heard it's good stuff, though.
Randall was chirping you.
What'd she say?
I don't know. She's talking smack over there, bro. She said something about basic. I don't know. I didn't hear that. Oh, I'm not going to say that because you don't want me to say that,
we're not
Ram.
gonna
They're not
repeat
the same
that.
thing. I love it.
I'll say it.
I saved her.
You see, no, I'll say it. I'll say it. She's...
It's not Ram. They're not their same thing.
Okay.
Ram says that.
No,
bro.
that's insane.
Get her,
okay,
Joe.
Come and try a muscle up, and then I'm going to come and I'm going to try to do whatever Pilates move there is. And hopefully they're both basically the same.
I don't know about that. I don't know about
crazy.
that.
That's crazy.
I don't know
Anyways,
about that.
Datadog from the Liberation Day lows, Sharif, up 77.7% from today's opening price right there. And you can see that we have a high of around 170 and change right there. And how much from a percentage metric are we currently off of that? 17% off of those previous, which I believe are all-time highs there, Sharif. Not quite, actually. There's another peak there.
Yeah. Okay,
Around
where would that go?
around 190. Yeah, this goes to 190. 200.
Is that
200.
COVID days?
This is.
Those are COVID days. Yeah, man. Some of those COVID highs may never get touched.
Damn, wow, what a time to trade here.
All right. Let's go on a little bit here, Joseph. Waymo expanding their road testing to Philadelphia ahead of the broader rollout. So what Waymo's doing here, they announced it will begin testing vehicles in Philly with human safety drivers behind the wheel. The pilot program will run through the fall and include manual driving in high-density areas like the downtowns, on certain freeways to collect mapping and performance data. The goal here is to kind of the road trip testing aims to assess how Waymo driver handles complex traffic patterns and infrastructure in the new markets. Data gathered in Philly will help determine if the city could be a future location for paid autonomous ride hailing through Waymo One. And just to give you an idea, they're already doing similar tests in New York City, where Waymo is seeking permits to eventually operate as with trained specialists out in Manhattan, and they already have fully autonomous ride hailing through Waymo One in Phoenix, San Francisco, LA, and Austin. And as we reported to you guys, Atlanta, Miami, and DC are planned launches for 26. So keep your eye out on that. However, as Sean made the point this morning, this is such a small revenue stream for them, but it shouldn't be understated in its potential to really expand. And despite that, it's still losing money, and it's losing money markedly. So they brought in about $1.65 billion in revenue, but they spent, Joseph, about $4.4 billion, $4.44 billion. So definitely bleeding money.
When it's $250,000 a vehicle, I think that's where the kind of the expense
Straight
is,
up,
right? So they're gonna have to figure something out, I think, on that front, because Tesla can scale. Essentially as large. He has everything already in line.
Exactly.
Production, everything, the gigafactories that he has. I don't know if that's the case for Waymo. They're obviously buying cars from Jaguar, as you mentioned before.
There you go.
And then they got to implement the LiDAR system. So there's your $250,000 fee right there. And Elon can spit cars out for $30,000.
Yeah, I think definitely if he can get that perfection that technology perfected, the margins are going to be way better for
drastically.
I agree with that.
And that's what the market's forward looking at, right? They really want to see this Optimus bot. I mentioned that. I think at some point you'll be able to go to Best Buy and buy the B2000 that does this, and this. Maybe in my lifetime, I don't even know. But as for kind of just the autonomy fleet, I think even though Waymo is in more major cities, I think just the scalability is easier for Tesla once he goes through all that regulatory processing.
Agree. And a lot of people, they make the case, though, let's just talk about this for a second, that Waymo has the real world data. They're out there with their cars, driving people on roads right now, picking people up, dropping people off. But what a lot of people, I think, forget is that everybody who uses FSD is sending data back to Tesla. They've got data too, man. I mean, it's not
that's
just
what people were saying about Tesla for a while. It's not a car company, it's data collection.
Straight up, right?
So.
All right, let's go on here. HSBC downgrading Bank of America amongst others. They downgraded Goldman, they downgraded JP Morgan. This one here, this note is on Bank of America only. So HSBC downgrading Bank of America from buy to hold, even as it raised the price target up to $51 from 47. They see limited upside following a strong rally in the stock and a stretched valuation. They did mention stretched valuations as well for JP Morgan, if my memory serves me right. BAC has seen significant multiple expansion, even as consensus estimate revisions have been negative compared to their peers. The analysts flagged the current share levels as not justified by recent operating trends or earning outlook, so they're a little cautious on that. I don't think you really have anything on this one.
Oh, I was going to say, you brought up something very interesting, right? Then you said multiple expansion.
Yes, sir.
But we've got a forward PE of around 14.5.
What is it? What are the peers though? So let's do an analysis, because I know IB gives us the peers immediately. So let's go JPM, Joe, right here. So JPM has where is it? PE 14.71, but look at this. Versus industry 13.93. So JPM only trading at a little bit of a premium there.
Yeah, and same with BAC is what I was getting at. So 14.3. So I mean, with the industry average around 13, that's not substantial in my opinion.
No, and again, like what you and I were talking about JPM, again, there could be a very good tailwind if they have a deregulatory push, which the current administration has made very clear that that's their intent.
Like if we go to the likes of advanced micro devices. Remember when we were talking about this thing's forward P was like 2,600 or something like that? It's now cooled off. 98, but still, compared to the rest of the market.
Well, that's what everybody always says. Right? You work your way into that PE, right?
Well, there comes the multiple expansion. But Josh Brown says that PE don't mean ish, man.
Hey. All right, let's talk a little IBM. Not one that we often say anything about, but a respectable headline today. They are unveiling their new Power 11 chips and servers today, the first major update to its power line. I guess they have a power line since back in 2020, so it's been a hot minute. The chips are aimed at boosting energy efficiency and AI integration in enterprise data centers. That's just a euphemism for hyperscaler AI. It wants to position itself as the AI infrastructure boss for these business operations. So we'll see how that ends up doing. But if you have a look at the chart on IBM, it's great. We're at all-time highs.
Yeah, I think one of the leaders in the quantum space, a quiet leader in the quantum space as well too. We talk about RGTI, QUBT. Are you in some IBM there, Neil, or what? Tell me.
He's been in it for a hot minute.
Time out.
I know.
Tell me you're in IBM without telling me you're in IBM, Neil.
Do the Neil dance in front of the mirror, baby.
He's doing it, but no, they're looking really good. I mean, I mentioned we talked about RGTI, QUBT, QBTS and everything, but no one has been really talking about IBM as kind of that cult-like feeling in the quantum space. So they're looking really good.
And they give you that diversification. Cloud, you get some SaaS, you get some quantum. It's kind of, I don't want to say it's Google, but they got their hands in a lot of cookie jars. You know what I mean? Let's go on a little bit about this. There's Neil right there. Shout out to Neil. You're exposed, my man.
They're doing you dirty, Neil.
They're doing you. They're doing you dirty, Neil. There you go.
Hold on. Do the IBM dance, Neil. Yeah, do the IBM.
Hey!
The IBM dance.
You're in the shot too, Adair, by the way. All right. She says. So anti.
Go Bitcoin, anyways.
Get it. Let's talk a little bit about these Power 11 chips. They target sectors, guys. They're looking to target the financial services industry as well as healthcare, manufacturing. They want to compete with the likes of Intel and AMD, but they're not really competing with this new Power 11 chip server with NVIDIA. Reason is because they're focusing here, guys, on not on training, but on inference. And we've often talked about the H100 being really the workhorse for the training. And that was supposed to change with the GB200 and the GB300, NVIDIA's latest AI chips. Those were supposed to be good for both training and inference. So until that, becomes the standard, looks like IBM looking to take some market share here, Joseph. So amongst other things, not a bad look in terms of, not staying out of NVIDIA's niche, for now.
Absolutely, for now.
Let's talk lastly here about the Chinese auto sales that did rise substantially year over year and month over month. So retail sales of passenger cars in China rose about 18% year over year, up to about 2.1 million units in June. That's up from the 7.6% that they printed in May, as per the China Passenger Car Association. The growth was supported by the government's trade-in program. So there are incentives here, guys, juicing some of the sales, though market sentiment is softening, as consumer subsidies fade. Chinese authorities, though, they've urged the automakers, the EV makers, as well as, traditional legacy auto, to avoid this aggressive price-cutting cycle that they've been on, because it's really squeezing margins and hurting the competition. It's not good for the industry at large. The shift has caused production slowdowns as well as inventory reduction efforts as automakers respond to policy scrutiny and price criticisms. And just to give you an idea here, guys, they are new energy vehicles, which include hybrids and fully electric. They're up 30% year over year, just to 1.1 million units. So that print up here, 2.1, that includes ICE vehicles. If you remove ICE vehicles from those and include hybrids and electric, 1.1 strictly new energy vehicles. That is far more a higher adoption rate than we have here in North America,
Absolutely.
like exponentially.
Yep, big time, man.
So that's been happening everywhere except North America, you feel like. Europe as well, Asia. Now, with respect to Tesla's whole involvement in the Chinese auto sales, they grew very, very, modestly. They, 0.8% month over month. Sold about a little bit less than 72,000 cars, Joseph, reflecting modest growth amid broader EV strength. That's not the look you want if you're Tesla.
I mean, we know that the Model Y is the most popular vehicle, I guess, on the planet, but if you got cheaper stuff, some people are, I guess, in this current economic environment, would rather go with the cheaper alternative, and you can see that across the board. EU, right? These BYD is absolutely dominating sales in the European Union. So yeah, very interesting stuff. AMD is ripping right now. Well, I shouldn't say ripping, but it's starting to trade higher. Bitcoin is moving pretty high as well, too, guys. So now we're right at that previous high of the day. So a pretty good look there, a big time recovery. You can see we took 2 attempts on the long, looking for the continuation strength here. Didn't get it, stop out at VWAP, and then we tried one more time, add into the position, and then as soon as it comes to the break of the low, we just hopped out, and then sure enough, boom, 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 get that move to the top side. But AMD is looking pretty good right now. Positive, almost 3% on the day, Sharif, but courtesy to part of that gap up earlier in the day. But yeah, heading towards the HOD is like AMD.
All right, guys, SRFM still holding this level here from the pullback into the 10 exponential, or sorry, this one was a 20 exponential pullback. It took us down to about 6.5, and we just took out local area highs. They're moving about to 713. I got a print there at 712s. This still has a high of a day of 730, and we're still below that. So I've got 1 out left on this one, so I'm just going to hold it and come the end of the show, which is about 4 minutes, and then we'll flatten out. Let's see if it can take out some of these levels. It hasn't really been an explosive mover. It's more of a stair step up, higher high, higher low kind of situation. What I really kind of perceive here is if you were putting your stop on this move up, pardon me, at prior bar low, I don't think you've been stopped out on any of these candles. So I like that. I like the stability in the name. That way you can kind of rest easy. I don't want to say rest easy, but you don't have to focus exclusively on one thing. SRFM continuing to make higher highs and higher lows. UT 5766. I'm going to answer your question as soon as we get. Why is Burke B down? Looking like a buy? Way past the 200 moving average. Adair?
Sharif, I want to let you guys know we have a new infographic here on X at TTV Research, and it is an update to what I've been working on for a while there. It is about these two men. The man on the left, of course, is Tesla's CEO and the CEO of many other companies, Elon Musk. On the right, we have Donald Trump. And here is, I guess this is just over like the last week or so, the escalation of their feud. Again, as you can tell here in the title, One Big Beautiful Feud. Basically, this covers the America Party, which Elon Musk actually first teased on June 30th. And then, of course, the retaliation from Donald Trump. Lots of exciting stuff here. You can check this out on X at TTV Research. Again, this is part of a larger infographic series. And you'll be able to see all of that on the X thread. Back to you.
Check out Adara.
Let me just do this one
go
quick
ahead.
for our man there in the chat. So this is the chart on Burke B, guys. So BRKB. I think this is maybe the first time ever I've pulled up this chart. You're absolutely right, my man there, UT 5766. This has lost the 200 moving average. It's lost the simple moving average and the exponential. And it's very, very close to getting that death cross, okay? It's already got the death cross with the exponential and the simple, but the exponential and the exponential, that's going to be the red and the blue. That's going to come awfully close. And that's not a signal that Burke B has had since when, man? Let's keep going back. Over here, this is when we got the golden cross. We got that back in 23. Prior to that, it had been a chop fest, and we know what these moving averages do when you are in a consolidative state. And I'll submit to you, essentially from June 22nd till about February 2024, we were in a consolidative look. Look at that. Well, I know that's $1,000, but it's a $6,000 stock, but it was very consolidative. And moving average crossovers, mechanical systems that use moving average crossovers are all but useless in consolidative markets. So don't really look at all the interactions between the 250 over here. Look at what happened essentially from August 2023 onward. We didn't even have any closeness between them.
Remember that glitch that happened in Berkshire?
No.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember.
How long ago was that? Yeah, the glitch. The glitch was crazy. It dumped and then.
Yes, I do remember that.
Yeah.
Well, let's just do this for a second. Are you guys looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, the SPY, or even Bitcoin? Well, if you are, Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. And you can choose your own path. You can select instant funded, you can select challenge, or even a pro account and start your trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. And in the last 90 days alone, guys, they paid out over $10 million and earned way over 1,000 5-star reviews from real traders. If you're interested, use that discount code, baby, TTV, to save on any account of your choice. Scan that QR code or head on over to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. I don't have anything fundamental to say about Burke.
Yeah.
I'm assuming maybe it's selling off a little bit ever since your boy Warren announced that he was gonzino.
When's he done? 26, no?
He's done 26, but you know how the market is. It's always forward-looking. It's pricing it in before it even happens. So I'm just assuming that was it. I don't personally follow Burke B, never been invested. Don't even really know all the companies they have in their portfolio. So with respect to fundamentals, I can't really comment. But the technicals, it's not a good look. It's breaking down below the 200, and you're about to get the death cross.
A valid point that you had. Remember, you said he owns like 5% of the bond market.
There you go. Madness. I forgot about that stat. It's absolute madness.
It's ridiculous. 5% of the bond market.
Oh boy.
Is insane.
Oh boy.
Wayne was telling me something before we sent it back there. He was telling me how he structured some puts somehow that he bought like, I don't know, a couple decades ago that expire relatively soon. So he's just been cleaning off these puts that he's been
really
for like 20 years, that are set to expire, I think, at the end of the year.
Okay, guys. It is 2:02. Sean looks a little different today, you know?
Changed,
He might look a little different here. I don't know. How you guys feel? Love it.
He doesn't have his hat on.
He doesn't have the hat on. All right, guys. Joseph and I will see you same bat time, same bat channel. Big boys are that away.
I think Sean looks fantastic. You know, you able to get a nice haircut.
He's a little older though.
During the break.
It happens.
There's been a lot going on around here. First of all, just a couple of things for anyone that didn't know. Nvidia broke 160, as you probably could tell. And I was going to join that Berkshire conversation, but there's a lot that's been going on. And I see what you have up there.
Wow.
Because Randy, one of the most unsung movers today. Whoops, it's LCID. Don't actually type. Over 10% today. Over 10% today, Lucid. 11% to the upside.
On my screen.
And I saw an error on the road on the way to camping.
Yep.
We saw one. I don't really see them very often, but I saw one out on the way in the 401.
This is an achievement. I mean, okay, you're up at the top end of the scale in this platform, but 1,205. Yes, it's kilometers, not miles. But what's that? 780 miles. Anyway. It's that's pretty good. I mean, that's fantastic. So is this the only news? I think today, I haven't read anything else. I've been too busy running around here fixing leaks and other problems, construction issues. But Lucid's up what, 11% today?
11%.
Not a bad ride for the day.
Finally bought.
That's, you know, they haven't really moved much in the last.
You know what though, Randy? It's like the thing with Lucid, and this was similar to Rivian, which we call you Rivian Randy for a reason. Sometimes the market just tells you something. Look at the $2 level on this stock. It's been essentially there is no other trade on this stock going back the last almost full year, other than buying the $2 level, and you happen to get a catalyst to run it off this now. So yeah, it looks like you could be on the start of something. Now, obviously, it's rejected 3 and it's rejected 350. So you've been able to take 30, 40, 50% moves. Maybe you get a little bit more than that, 70, 80. That's been the play, essentially, on Lucid here, but it's certainly looking pretty constructive. The day one play.
11% in one day. I mean, again, most of the catalysts in the past have been earnings reports and production volume reports, deliveries and so forth. But this, I mean, again, it's trade the news, but not a bad day for Lucid.
Not bad at all. Absolutely not bad at all. I do want to, Tisha Perkins in the chat here. Anytime this happens, I always make this acknowledgement because someone else did this too. And they're like, Neil, didn't you call up BTCS in the chat in the pre-market? And I appreciate it. And a lot of times, I didn't trade this stock, but I'm just keeping it real. This has happened earlier. Someone said, "Oh my goodness, you mentioned this stock a couple weeks ago, and look at it now." Some of those small cappers, I'm simply joining the conversation that happens in the pre-market with a lot of our regular viewers. That's already ongoing and generic. And as that conversation is going on, I might give my thoughts on one of the names that you guys are already talking about. And I'll just say, man, you guys got one. Look at the levels on this. It looks great if it can break blah, 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 and do this. So the credit is to the community. Tisha, you're definitely one of them. Yeah, it was down around $3, but look, I didn't trade it. You guys did. And when I say you guys, you know what I mean. I mean other people, obviously. So look, yeah, certainly this is one that we were discussing in the pre-market because its profile looked pretty strong. And
I think it outdid itself.
Well, yes. Oftentimes these will outdo themselves, Randy, and no one ever went broke taking profit. But I just gotta very quickly, because this is not really extending the way I'd want on that breakout. So Nvidia broke 160. It was a double top break underneath 160, but I took the actual 160 break, and it's just not going anywhere. So I might duck out of this if we lose the prior high.
What? Am I good?
Oh, my mic is messing up?
Oh, maybe it says audio. Are we good? Keep talking? Okay. Yeah, I haven't been paying attention to anything else today. Been running around fixing problems and putting out fires. But Lucid, not a bad ride. I think Rivian's been rather quiet today. You can pull that up, but not a lot of automotive news on my radar in the last 24 hours. What's he? Anyway, I think we're gonna move to the rundown with Sharif shortly. Ever so short?
I think shortly is Sharif's in shorts.
We're all in shorts.
I wore shorts yesterday. It was colder this morning, man.
It was beautiful.
What do you mean beautiful? It was, okay, when I walked out my door, it was below room temperature, all right? It was 20 degrees,
You're Canadian.
which if you're in the US, that's like, it was like 60, was it 67, whatever that works out to.
Who cares?
No, I'm not, look, man, I may be born in Canadian, but I have West Indian blood, which I'm gonna show you some of. My mom was determined to make me cry in the middle of the day because she just started peppering our WhatsApp chat with all these like older pictures. And it was great. It was just completely out of nowhere. She sent a bunch, and which had me like a little bit choked up. But anyways, we're supposed to do the run. See, Sean's not in shorts. So, I mean, sorry, Randy's not in shorts.
What the hell do you want?
We're supposed to call you Randy.
How's it going, Sean?
The better-
You look more.
the better
You look
Sean
more
showed up.
handsome. You look more handsome than usual.
Well, it is what it is. Old age.
I know it is what it is.
Old age is setting in, though.
Yeah, you're looking pretty good. Nice.
Yeah, little tan
No
up
no
here.
receding hairline or anything.
No.
Not yet. Nah.
Well, all right. You guys haven't even started the rundown yet. I was hoping to come back like at 3:30 or something, and then I'd only have to
Get
do
out of here,
it.
then.
Okay. All right.
later.
You gotta get out of here
All right,
because
good
there
luck.
can only
Good luck
be
with the
one.
rundown. You did log in, but didn't you log in as me? You didn't log in
Did
as me.
not.
Why not? I told you the password and everything.
You gotta-
You're too late.
Oh,
Yeah, but now
okay.
you have to log out and back.
It's okay. It's all good.
Who? Give me a coffee, will you?
Yeah.
You know what I take. Okay, rundown time with Sharif.
Yeah.
See ya.
Okay. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. I guess Randy's in for Sean, but the big boys are locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the Midday Show and get into that chat, baby, and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Super easy to vote, man. You can vote any time of the day. All you do, throw in that $sign, 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker automatically registers. Shout out to Fabian. Here's a look at the first ticker as decided by you guys, SOFI, SoFi. Looking to take a page out of Robinhood's book here, looking to allow their retail clients to invest in non-publicly traded companies like your SpaceX's, your OpenAI, and your Epic Games. And the market likes that to the tune of 4%.
Yeah, well, 4%. See, the problem with that is it was a heck of a lot more than 4% earlier today. So yeah, like obviously SoFi is doing some good things. I just want to quickly, because NVIDIA's not on here, so I do want to show, as I was mentioning, that the breakout just wasn't going. Like it did press into like 20 cents in the money, but it then just kind of lost out of here. So I said I was going to jump out. It kind of broke the prior high, so I'm out of it. Just gave it a relatively tight stop. It's just not going meme crazy before, like better longs were earlier. But as far as SoFi goes, SoFi was much better this morning. And this is why we're talking about the lesson of the day. It's a good reference because BBAI was very similar to it, where at the open, it broke 20, and that was, unless you were shorting it, that was your best trade. Was to just break out the 20 level. There was some chance at a continuation off VWAP, but when this lost a bid, it just continued to lose a bid, and it's trending back in. You've got to remember that SoFi has now, from the April lows, more than doubled, and the earnings aren't until the 27th, I believe, of this month, so still have a few weeks to go. With regards to that. So I love the news. I love the catalyst. I hold in the long term. As much as you'll hear me, and I like to be self-deprecating, I'll complain about SoFi all the time because of other things could have gone better. But this has been fantastic in my TFSA account. Like I'm not saying the returns haven't been good, but my last sale, because I said if I am camping, I have an order in front of 18. I was just going to put that out there, and while I'm gone, that got filled, but I still have a pretty good core position in this thing that I'm holding essentially forever. But selling something before earnings is usually a good idea with the stock when it goes crazy. One of the strongest out there. But the 4% is very misleading because if you didn't trade it on the break at the open, it's not as if the long was some kind of fantastic move for you to just hold it the entirety of the day. Yeah, you'd still technically be at the money, but it gave it up pretty quickly after that opening rush.
Joe, let me see that beef stroganoff, man. No, show it on the show. No. If Andre, you don't have to bring it over here. There it is. Let me live a little bit higher. A little bit higher. All right. What's wrong with that? Oh, he's just not a strogy guy. Okay, not bad. All right, I'm just getting all logged back in here. We'll talk about, Tesla didn't trade it today, but a definitely aggressive name. Look, we like SoFi. Neil just talked about all the key levels there. You don't want to I know, this is Neil saying, but look at Gift Horse. I just feel like it's gone a nice move higher right there. It's had a couple good day run. I just heard that it's doubled up since April. We talked about taking profits. I think SoFi is one of those candidates.
Random question. Yeah. This is way too random.
I like random questions.
Have you ever gone horse riding?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did it,
but not I think it's maybe when the kids were small.
an adult. So you went with the family?
Yeah.
The kids,
not by myself.
Oh,
or not on a vacation.
But Gia's done it and
Yeah, she's done it. Yeah, she's done that kind of stuff. And then we also did the stuff in farms and stuff where you ride as a kid on those donkeys.
Oh yeah.
Those horses.
So Aaron's done that, but we're considering actual horseback riding. Yeah, but I have a memory of doing it when I was in Cubs and just really not liking it.
Right.
So I've just never had the desire. But
yeah, I don't think
it's kind of
we haven't gone through what you're probably talking about, where you go on a trail and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy it.
Oh, you did? You did?
No, as a kid.
Oh, as a kid.
At Cub camp.
Well, no. What I remember is it's very it's not that it's scary or anything, but you don't have the greatest control if you don't know what you're doing, and then it's always bucking you're always.
And I didn't feel like I was in control. Anyways, I just thought I'd ask because a lot of times if G is Sean's daughter, G is a few years older than Aaron, so I always get the idea. Well, if she enjoyed something.
She loved dirt bike riding. There's a Honda place just out west. You take I don't know what it is, but it's Honda, and you can go on these. What's it called? Maybe junior riders. But I went on it as well. Their whole family did it. They sponsored it.
That sounds a little bit better.
It was intense.
I just give the Weebay look.
That was crazy.
And if you've seen The Wire, you know what I'm talking about. We're supposed to be talking about Tesla next. Sorry about the horseback riding.
No, that's a good question.
So the things come to my mind, and it's we're here. We're just gonna ask.
An insurance better claim. Yeah. So no, I don't know. Yesterday, I just got a Canada Life assessment notice. So I got to figure out if they're covering because my dental thing. It was just a cleaning.
Oh.
But you only get we don't have the greatest dental program. You only get a certain amount of units or whatever per year. So I don't even want to click on it. They charge you $57 because that was the percentage or whatever, and then they were going to run it through insurance. So I don't know. Oh well,
Everyone loves a dentist.
I hate insurance. That's an argument or discussion for another day.
The
dentist was okay.
My wife has worked in the insurance. Anyways. She's in consulting, but she's been
I know, but I think that's the most hated industry in the world. Insurance. A guy literally got murdered because of it.
It's a fair statement.
It's not a fair statement. I think it's an accurate statement.
It's a fair statement. Although some of the practices of UNH and some of those healthcare, it's very different from
yes, but it's insurance still.
Yeah, it is.
And what I'm talking about is an insurance claim, and I think that's what we're talking about, right? So, but no, not.
I'll try not to badmouth them too much.
Oh no, it's not about badmouthing it.
No, it's true. It's true. I'm not.
And we could all work for criminals, right, Randy? Side business. Lucid. What? Now we're talking about
What criminal activity are you guys talking about?
Oh, there's too much, man. Too many side businesses happening all over the place. Yeah, maybe we should. Are we live yet, by the way? Okay, so, Lucid, what? Up 11%, Randy? The Saudis right now bringing this stock right back to where it was May 30th. Right here. There's Lucid. Nice little upside move. Okay, well, let's find out what's going on there with LCID. Kaboom, says Randy. All right, what's up, Sharif?
Well, kind of Tesla, Sean, going on 3%. Still a bigger negative day yesterday. The shorts made a cool $1.4 billion in one day, shorting TSLA. No news on it, guys, but it fell yesterday aggressively on news over the weekend that Elon Musk was starting his own political party, the America Party.
The America Party. You know what? And this is a good point for anyone that gets really bearish on Tesla. And I understand if you compared to where it was last week, Tesla's not up. It's still pretty heavily down. But if we're just observing not the overnight action when the news happened over the weekend of the America Party, and obviously the market wanting Elon to be focused.
Look at me, America.
At the open, it was 15 minutes of selling yesterday, and then buy, and then support, and then closing near the highs. Then a gap up and a break of 300. Okay, fine, it didn't go past 304, the first level of resistance, but then support back at 300. The response so far has been 2 days of consolidative buying with a little breakout play outside of the first 15 minutes and some pre-market action yesterday. That's not a bad thing at all. That said, there's still a long way to go before this looks much better. Show me a Mag 7 name under the 200 period moving average, and, well, I mean, right, other than Tesla, and you'd win a prize. Obviously, not a single one of them is. And, well, the only one that's, I think, even close to it might be Apple, and even that's above. So it is looking relatively weak. The worst part is I look over here, it just gave you the golden cross and then broke down lower. Which sometimes, hey man, if people go long off things like the golden cross or short on the death cross, sometimes it gives a little bit extra juice in the other direction as those short-term swing traders get stopped out. So I think it needs to recover a little bit more before you feel good, but so far so good. It was a good breakout trade. Maybe it should have been more than just a breakout because it did bounce off VWAP. Maybe I shouldn't have been putting my makeup on at that time as it bounced clean off VWAP.
Yeah, no, always something going on. What's up, Hypercube right here? It says, how much of a super chat is required to serve beef strogie for the rest of the week? I can't control what these guys bring.
I think we need to give a lot of advance notice with the caterer, and I don't think they do it.
Yeah, I mean, I could order Joe's special beef
Well,
strogie.
where can we get beef stroganoff
Lots
from
of places,
local?
man. Oh yeah, lots of places. Yeah, I'm sure. I can find a place that.
But you don't. The problem is you don't want it to be really good.
To get other food, apparently. So, anyways, okay. So what's up?
Oh,
he doesn't mind beef
cause himself a
stroganoff. I
problem
just
right
think he doesn't
there.
really like this one.
That's yeah.
Oh, and period.
Oh, at all.
Okay. This is what Joe says. If I had a fork, he'd be like, "I don't like beef stroganoff. You know, I don't prefer it." But
not that bad. As he's literally mowing it down. I don't like it.
You know, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, well, man, this food is, there's a big problem here over here. I got some on my shirt. Oh, shit. Yeah, Joe, this guy's too much. Okay, yeah, look, I mean, Tesla, good stock, up in there 3%. We talked about this. At some point, this riffraff is going to stop, and, you know, this party's not going to exist, and we're just going to move on to what Tesla is. And I think that we all understand and enjoy the fact that robo-taxis are around the corner. And, yeah, again, like the stock here, it's always in the morning time, or I guess in the first half hour or so every day, there's always this back and forth and up and down. With Tesla. And then I feel like once it breaks that range, then you kind of got the idea for the rest of the day. And I think the rest of the day is going to be long. And there we go, dipping off VWAP. I think that would have been a great opportunity. But yeah, that's the thing. Once you break the pre-market move and you're well outpacing the market, you know, this is the stock that you want to look at. So Tesla long the rest of the afternoon. I don't think I'd want to be short this name. I mean, if the market comes back in, then obviously the shorts are going to win. But if the market comes back in, I think there's probably better shorts than Tesla. I think it's working, and no reason not to. Momentum in the stock seems to be pretty strong today anyways, as we just held VWAP. So that's kind of the locate there. We'll wait to see what Tesla winds up doing. But I would think another VWAP test of 300 probably incoming, and that would be a buy.
Looking like a buy program right now, guys, on Intel, up 7.5%. We got this headline, I believe yesterday, it came in, wasn't disseminated all that much in the market, but they are looking, sadly, at laying off over 500 people at their Oregon plant there. The market liking that, and there you go, price action, taking out recent highs, guys.
So, like, I think someone in our chat said it earlier, that it just looks like it's a buy program, and the news repackaging an old story. Okay, so I have a theory about what happened, and I don't think it's my theory. I think it's just a little bit of common sense, because even Adara pointed this out. The Bloomberg article linked you to a story from weeks ago. So what likely happens there is Intel's going crazy, therefore lots of people looking at Intel, eyeballs on it. Bloomberg's like, well, we need some clicks, so they just simply put out a story regarding it and link to an old article, and then a bunch of people are like, this is what's driving Intel today. So I'd rather just say I don't know why it's moving today. And when I didn't know, my plan was to look for a couple mean reversions. I love how this is like actually like the first 5 trades from the day was SoFi, Tesla, Intel, BBAI, and CoreWeave. The first 3 for me, and then I think Sean's 2. But this one I only wanted 2 places in front of 23, and then in front of this. I didn't catch it in front, but on the way back, underneath that 3 1/3, when it failed that and popped back up, I went to play short underneath there. And Intel's still going. Like, it's wild. That said, it's not the only chip name that's getting a bit of a run. So it's going with the group, which is strong relative to the overall market, and keeping in mind this is now another leg of the breakout on Intel. Like, it's held that 18, 19 on the daily. All the bad news has come in. It's like, well, how much can it really get any worse? For them at this point, it hasn't seemed like it can. You got a new CEO that's trying to turn things around. Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't, but certainly trimming and focusing on catching up is a big deal for them. There's still a lot they need to do to succeed. Their foundry business is still bleeding money, and it's going to be a couple of years, actually an extra year longer before they actually turn any profitability there, and that's from their mouths, right? And it's going to take them a while. That said, it seems like the bottom has come in. You're back above the 200-period moving average. Breaking it hasn't been an issue. Keeping it has been a huge problem for this stock. Since it really fell apart under 40, that was that failure at the $50 a while back. Since then, you've been above the 200. You've held above for a little bit, but what you haven't done is made a higher low and then broken out above it. This is actually happening for the first time. You broke the 200 period. You've held above the 200 period. You're breaking out above the 200 period. I hate to say it, but should have been looking Intel long 23 in a deeper examination. But I mean, I was more focused on NVIDIA today, so it's NVIDIA.
Yeah, I mean, Intel, that's the thing. I've learned, when stocks are doing this, like, I don't actually want, I mean, Neil got in and out twice on the shore, which is good. He didn't wind up holding it. So once you're wrong, you got to get out. And that's the one thing I'm learning over and over again, even though I've been here 23 years. You don't want to stand in the way of strong stocks. And I mean, Intel today, you don't even need a story. You don't need a story with any stock. You just need to watch the price action. And right there goes Intel. Huge move higher. Again, really happy with that. Pretty soon there has to be some taken off the table by myself because I didn't take anything. We're long 19 and change. I didn't take anything out the last couple of times we got into this 26, 27 area. So 100%, if there's an actual story of more significance that comes out tomorrow and bumps the stock or now or whatever, and we get another 7% move, I am out of Intel somewhere around here if we can get it, and that money will go to work in an index or something. I'm going to be done with this stock. I mean, if it goes back up, great. I mean, that's fantastic. But for me, out at least half. We'll start to play then with house money, and if it continues to ride up, fine. We're free rolling just like we are on Big Bear AI, which is up next.
Look for Big Bear today, at least initially, guys. That's I think the second or third failed break of $8 here on Big Bear AI. What I noticed though are the higher lows. It's been running up since last week after announcing its participation in Project Convergence Capstone 5, which is an experiment allowing multinational forces, guys, to test the next generation of command and control systems. The market likes that, but down 0.2% on the day.
All right, look, guys, not only was I talking about Big Bear AI for the last couple of weeks, we also did a bull case on it. Someone asked me about it. I talked for a couple of minutes on it. You guys really enjoyed that. That's when it was at $3, $4. Right now it's at $8. We posted this earlier here today as well. I said, let's watch out for this $8 break. If it happens, we're going long. Like, I don't know. This is not like, maybe this might happen or what sort of the trade is here. We're adding BBAI and the break of $8 on the sticky note. It pretty clear there. So when it happened, man, it was great. And it's going to be a big stock. July's early, but this will be my number one P&L name here over July. And it's really just this one trade as we go up to 870. And we really cleaned out. The majority of this all came out at 860. And then as you guys know, we did hold our last 5% and got out right there at 820 on the way back down. And then out. So, you always want to take advantage of these spikes. We see it from Tisha in the chat. We see it from everybody there when we talk about, especially when you're trading bigger shares, like you just don't want, like I told you, the number one P&L name here of the month is going to be Big Bear AI. And it's just like, I don't want this to happen. And then you're looking back and you're like, look, if it's an insignificant amount of money or whatever, fine. You can try to wait for the moon and maybe you get 100% move up, right? But a lot of these stocks these days that are moving up like that, they actually have some sort of crypto news or a beat as far as like it's a pharmaceutical and they got a trial, they got some sort of approval, or there's a buyout rumor, or on Big Bear AI, we don't really have anything other than, they've got a few deals with some airports and, their software, again, analyzing data and putting it to work. I don't, you know, I love the name for a long-term hold, but it's at those levels that we already talked about cashing out. So, you know, here live on the show, I said to you, I'm going to throw it to Neil. I'm going to cash out of some Big Bear AI. So that's what we did in and around 8:59. It was 8:58, 8:59, and we got out. So we got out of, I don't know what we had, maybe 15% or so of that. We got out one piece back here at 7 and change, another piece up here at 8 and change. So we're long down here, out up here. Like I can't do it any better. It's a stock that we talked about. Told you it was in the swing account. It was for this play. So we're really happy about Big Bear AI, although right now it's breaking lower. So I would stay away from this. And if anything now, it's like, it looks like a great short. But we're already out, and that's why you don't have to worry about it. The only thing that we're in right now is CoreWeave, which of course is $4 in the money. So we've got CoreWeave will be the biggest stock today, or sorry, BBI will be the biggest stock, and CoreWeave here will probably be number 2. But we're going to talk about that in, well, or right away. I don't know if you have anything about.
Well, I'll say basically one thing. I don't care what your trading strategy is on a breakout. We talked about this for different types of breakouts. SoFi had a breakout with a pullback that held flat support here, and this is all simply saying it's like these can go all these different ways. SoFi can be an early breakout that holds a support level very cleanly and then breaks and then loses it. You can see it turns short. Robinhood can be something that breaks out same way off the open, like quick move, like $2-3, and the next candle is immediately giving it all back, and then you're pulling back for the rest of the day. Or BBAI. It's like you've got it. Like, to me, it's just as long as you're taking profit. This one was a bit different in that it ended up being a trend break. Now, if you're not looking short, you're not taking it. But when it broke the trend, from then, it just turns into a short. Breakout trades, especially at 9:30, are the kind of, sometimes the best candle is the open candle on that move. So often, even if it continues going, the best candle is the open candle. And you've got to make sure that you're taking profit away. And when it does break trend, and ultimately, I didn't short SoFi, and I didn't short this, but you can risk to reward. These are good shorting opportunities because if it fills in the gap, that's huge. But you've got to be very patient with it. You got to let it break that trend for it to be able to do it. And that's sort of the thing. Like some things you'll be able to hold the entire time on that initial candle. Oftentimes, the one with the parabolic move, it's not always the one that's going to be the continuation play. A lot of times, it's something that did like rinsed people at the bottom and shorts and then went is an all day long, as weird as that might seem.
Am I on? Okay, sorry, I can't see the screen, guys, on any of the screens. Okay, so the last one here, CoreWeave. So looking to acquire a company yesterday as well as Mizuho. Thank you, guys. Downgrading CoreWeave to neutral, but raising the price target up to $150. So CoreWeave will acquire Core Scientific in an all-stock deal for what they say is to boost profitability and expand their data center capacity, boys.
I don't know if Sharif skips legs day or normally or not, but maybe it's today. Sports and Stocks wants to know about that. I think every day is leg day, I think, around here.
You work out that much.
Shout out to the guy there. Okay, yeah, look, I mean, this is what I was saying before. I can either do something or talk about it. We did it. So there it is on CoreWeave, man. There's the play. There's the short. We talked about it. We loved it. It's exactly what Sharif said. We hit it because it was downgraded. We hit it because that deal yesterday. There goes CoreWeave, man. It's a monster. We just covered some more there for $4.25. So it's a downside play there for CRWV. And yeah, boom goes the dynamite. I know that we've talked about it, Sharif, especially on the Midday show. They were talking about options and things like that for CoreWeave. I do think it eventually comes back in. I mean, we made the same call for Circle. I made the same call for some quantum plays, uranium and that. But yeah, CoreWeave again. It's done a pretty good job of holding in and around 150, to be honest with you. I would have thought it would have came in a little bit, and when it did try to come in, it kind of was bought back up here at 145 before making all-time highs again over there at 190. So I'm just playing the news. We're just holding on. I mean, this could be it. Like I said, even the amount of shares that I still have on board is still enough, you know, to be happy with on a day, but we've already covered everything, man. We have less than 10% left of this CoreWeave trade, but again, we're trading bigger, and it's good. And CoreWeave today, more than I would have expected. It was on, and again, if you guys were wondering like where I come up with these things, and again, it's this is what I'm doing. Like I'm putting them on here and trading this way, right? So there's CoreWeave right there. It's the short. We talked about the Big Bear AI. We talked about the well, we didn't talk about BAC short. We talked about the 290 there for Tesla, but that didn't come into play. And then the TQs was the short in the market. Maybe I'll have to look at that as we're a little bit back up now here. I wonder what that level was there, but I don't think we're at 85 for the TQs. But hey, man, it's just trading, and I think we're doing pretty good at it. CoreWeave down 4%. It's your trade of the day. It's CoreWeave.
Yeah, whichever. I mean, like every single one on that list is something that's on the note or went crazy. Like Intel did something I think distinctly different, so you want to be looking at it. For anyone, if you're ever trading from now on, at least until it closes, if you're trading between CoreWeave and cores, if you don't have locates, presumably, I can't speak for all brokers. Obviously, here at Real Trading, CoreWeave is very cheap to be able to go short. There's a good chance that cores is going to have free locates. Of course, this is who they're buying, and essentially it's like 0.1235 shares. That's the exchange. That's what you get of CoreWeave. So what you're going to notice is how distinctly similar the charts are. So like what I would say is anybody that's looking at like for some reason if you want to execute a trade on CoreWeave and you can't go short, well you can flip the cores. And it's not going to follow it exactly. There's obviously, time the deal takes to close and some other factors in there, but overall they are going to follow very closely to each other. And I don't know, like there might be sometimes a little bit of a lag. Oftentimes at the open you can see stuff like that because there's a lot of volume coming in. But other than that, there's really not much other than just you're going to see them closely mirror each other. If they get too far out of whack for whatever reason and there's no news, then that can also be an opportunity, at least until this deal closes. I don't recall seeing any date for when that will happen, but till it does, I know we had free locates on CoreWeave. It's a great trade in CoreWeave. Free locates on cores, but had to pay for CoreWeave is what I meant to say. And just one more note, you're going to see me in DraftKings. There was a story of a bipartisan effort to get that tax issue, blah 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 blah. It's not. There was, Derek came with it, and at the time, DraftKings was already pretty strong, and it was just breaking out, and it's really just holding 42.30, which is the top of the volume spike, but not really doing much of anything. So it's not like it's crazy volume. Like you can see, there was a volume spike on the news, and then volume completely died down. That said, it's not as if it's 4.5% when the market's not doing anything, which I like. But DraftKings is also it's running into this bit of resistance here around the 43. So I'm just looking for one push to break the half, kind of get me in front of the 43 and then just jump out of the trade. This needs to break out 43, half, 44 before the next leg happens. You can see the selling that's already been there. So yeah, there was a story and there was a good move on it initially, but it's really just in kind of a scalp mode. For sure. Bobby Axelrod, I see you in the chat. We'll get to that question because a lot of people asked about Wolf. We got to go to Adara first.
I'm going to quickly opine here on DraftKings, or not opine, but give a little bit more context. So apparently, according to this report from Front Office Sports, there was a representative here from Nevada who yesterday introduced the Fair Bet Act, basically, I guess, trying to seek to restore the ability for gamblers to deduct 100% of their losses against their gains. And again, there is bipartisan support for this bill, even by a Republican who was actually in favor of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. So interesting story here. I just wanted to provide a little bit of color. Also, copper on watch, as we know here, with that 50% copper tariff. FCX, which is an American mining company, they do some copper. Nice push to the upside on that story. But we also have some more commentary coming out here from Chile's foreign ministry saying that they haven't received any info from their counterparts indicating the implementation of an effective tariff on copper. And I have to address this because it just came out. TSLA actually pushing higher, but Elon Musk apparently, from what I'm seeing here on X, making some more commentary about Trump and not in a good way. Back to you.
And Tesla going higher off of that. Okay.
All right. Well,
I haven't seen the comments. I'll maybe take.
We have no idea what the comments are.
I'm going to take a look in a second, but I did want to get to Bobby Axelrod's Wolf question here. I don't think Bobby Axelrod would actually. And if Bobby Axelrod from Billions, if he traded Wolf, then believe me, he's already out when it makes the dead cat bounce. Or they're shorting it to you know what because they're a hedge fund. But at the end of the day, look, Wolf I'll kind of tap you in. It's like, is a wolf ride over, profit taking, blah day all around? I would agree. It's up 11%. Again, that's deceiving because in the pre-market this was up, I don't know, 40, I think 47, 48% at the most. But there's something that a lot of day traders and a lot of traders in a general sense, when they look at small cappers and they look at big time runners, will indicate for when it's a short. And that will be like the third day gap up and run in the pre-market, right? So you'll have like a 3-day run, 1 day, 2, third day, it's gapping higher, it's run into highs into the pre-market, and then that's like the sell opportunity. And it's patented. And what happens is a lot of times, like you'll look at the daily chart and it's something which, oh my goodness, the bottom is in, they're not going bankrupt, this could go to $10, it could go to $6, and maybe it will. But a lot of times what effectively happens is you get those that are in early, that sometimes want to take a little bit of profit, but others waiting for that moment to pounce for a short-term short on the people that have chased. And in the pre-market, like you've got chasers all the way above $3 in here. And so when it comes at the open and it's back into 3, it's like, oh, if it loses that, you're in a bit of trouble. And that's the way to look at it. If it makes that pre-market high, lower high, and then fails at the open, it's like they just hammer it and hold it, knowing full well that all the late shorts here on the third day just get a little bit trapped. It doesn't necessarily mean the move is over, but you also have to remember, yeah, that's great. They've made a switch up. They made a switch up in the executives, and they got a new COO, I believe. But they also had going concern issues when this was 50 cents a week ago. So how much do you believe in them fundamentally if you're not treating this as a trade? If you're treating it as a trade, then have a trailing stop, all that good stuff. Maybe the 50-period moving average. I don't know. That's the kind of thing that I would use if I was holding on to it. Maybe your target is a 200-period. Maybe it's $5. Have an idea. But know that the risk on this, in terms of holding it for a long period of time, is right back to 50 cents or to the OTC markets. And if that's something that you're cool with because you've made some profit on it, yeah, no problem. But as for today, I just think it was the old 3-day rule catching up on those small cap runners. Adara, again?
ASTS here, trying to make a little bit of a bounce. So we have an account here on X. This post has since been shared. They're basically speculating that ASTS here, AST Space Mobile, and Apple could potentially be partners. I want to clarify, there's always a lot of speculation like this for some of these names with a lot of retail attention. ASTS does also have about a 28% short float. But basically, the impetus for this argument is that apparently Apple was referenced as a partner in a job posting for AST Space Mobile about 2 weeks ago. And then apparently an executive posted on LinkedIn recently, also including Apple as a partner in their post, but then edited it after. So there's some speculation. They're soon going to be announcing Apple as a partner, regardless of the details. ASTS on pure speculation. Nice little push there. Back to you.
All right. So thanks, Adara. Yeah, today's markets are, are kind of going back and forth on the tension that there is as far as the tariffs are concerned, right? I mean, the NASDAQ really can't get going. We talked about that earlier. It's just pretty flat. I mean, we had some excitement there early, and then not much else happening right now as we still look to be underneath the 50-period moving average and get a little bit lower. Yields today starting to get to the upside there on the bonds, so we could see, we'll talk about the US dollar a little bit. Today there was clean energy pressure, of course, because of some of the subsidies that have come off of these names with the big beautiful bill there. So down another 1% here today as the TAN ETF names like First Solar and Sunrun, things like that continue to get hit here on, in today's market. So got to be careful with that. There's First Solar down again another little bit. They've had a nice little run back upside there, but we'll wait to see where First Solar wants to go. We also had news today as FCX and Tariff news again with copper. They're looking at what was it, 50% or so for copper. So FCX there, again, a huge U.S. import or producer of copper. And if it's going to be more expensive to import and you're going to add a tariff, then you're going to want to buy things domestically. That's the whole point. So, of course, FCX upside, right? Very similar to, U.S. steel is going to get bought out, but there's going to be, or it is already, isn't it? It's gone.
Yeah,
that's the other one would be the big one would be Nucor. Yeah. And again, I'm in Nucor. I've been in this name. This is just, I own like 30 names, which is what I'm talking about. I got to tighten that ship up a little bit, but there it goes. Again, aluminum producer here, 140, 141 on Nucor. So we like that one. Steel, sorry, producer in the United States, the largest domestic steel producer. So if we think that there's going to be some more tariff talk and potentially more protectionism, then yeah, I think this name looks like it wants to break through this 145. And you want to talk about, again, you know, a sloping up 50-period moving average. If you do not have time for ETFs or anything like that, you want to get into a name. I think this could be one, especially if we get some more talk about steel. But remember, that's overhanging in Canada as well. There could be some more talk with Canada, which could send Nucor the other way, just because. All right, so Amazon today obviously kicks off Prime Day. So shout out to everybody that's looking for some Prime deals. Let me know in the chat what Prime deals you guys are looking at, because I'm not looking at any for right now, and there's always something we probably need to buy. Maybe update the Ring cameras or something. Seems to be always what's on sale. But then we get that story right there just before we went off the air that Amazon was seeing a decline in traffic and sales so far here on their first day of Prime. So you can see Amazon making that move back in there, now down 1.54%. Again, I really like the stock. I want this thing to come back in to buy more because it's a story of AWS. There's lots of stories here with Amazon that can continue to work out. And plus, they also have a Starlink competitor that they're working on.
They've got everything.
Yeah, they got everything. They got EVs. There's a new EV thing that they're trying to do as well. So far, so good on that one. And then the other one is tonight we have a little bit of earnings. We have AEHR right here. Oops, wrong chart. AEHR right there. So we'll find out about Air Test Systems coming through tonight. So they've been on a nice little run. I don't know what's going to happen here, but this is the one tonight. You can join myself and Brian, Shannon, and Adara tonight as we'll talk about all of these. And then we had Uber also at all-time highs today, breaking through that nine. Well, wait a minute. I thought it broke. Yeah, it's still at all time. Yeah, okay, it still is. Yeah, I was going to say, I know 98 was key, but we bounced off of that. So, I mean, look at this move, man. What a rocket ship there to the upside. I know we both have Uber shares, and I don't really necessarily want to get out of them. I basically loaded up when I got back from London, which was last summer, which was right in here. I wasn't here part of this Japan day there where everything fell apart in again, fixed income. So I was gone right there. But when I got back, that's the Uber low. I mean, I wish I could have got it, but I took the Uber boats in London, and it was right there on the river. And I thought it was a great experience.
What do they actually call that though?
River. I think it's called Uber Boats.
Oh, it is? Doesn't sound cool enough.
I could check, but like when I opened up the Uber app there, it opened up, it was like an option. Like here you have Uber Eats and Uber basically, but it was, I don't know, anybody that's in London proper, they're downtown on the river. There's a whole bunch of different stops. We took it back and forth, up and down, and it was great. We only did it one day, but I thought it was pretty convenient. You could buy a cappuccino on there. It was great. So I was just like, you know what? Uber's everywhere, man. I want to buy the stock. And so, yeah, we're long. Our average price is in the 60s. We're able to buy a little bit, then buy some more, and then
it is called
blast us up to the upside. Is it called Uber Boat?
No, that's it's confirmed in the chat. The chat's undefeated with these. So I'm gonna trust Ralph in the chat because I don't think he'd pipe up because you could have just looked it up. I could have done so. But when you can ask the viewers, it's so much easier. It's called Uber Boat. But just very quickly, there's a couple questions in here. And Gary, I'm not going to forget about your super chat. I did see it. I just wanted to acknowledge this. And I was going to say something, but I didn't want to interrupt as you were talking about Freeport and whatnot and some of the tariffs, because I want to make a comment about MP materials, because I think that pullback is getting to almost be enough. Rare earth metals, things aren't settled. They're the only U.S. Name that you can look at. So MP, I think, is a good one. But Gary, you've been watching Trade TV from the end of 2020, so almost the beginning, because we came to YouTube, I believe, in the beginning of it was right at the beginning of COVID. I want to say almost right as the lockdowns were happening, to be honest. Yeah. To the month, I think, because we had one of our, it was the trading floor manager at the time. I don't know, I'm chuckling, but he was visiting China.
Our trading floor had managers. Maybe that's what you're.
No, but remember, he was visiting China and he got stuck there. And then one of our first, and we had a Zoom interview with him, and he was talking about how he was stuck in China. That's why I remember. It was one of the first Zoom interviews that we had. It was, and that was obviously a really good time to come back to the market. But the more important thing is, Gary, you've confirmed a 25K Flexi funded account. I don't know what that is, but congratulations. Everyone at Trader TV is amazing. The knowledge I learned is unreal. Shout out to you. Again, appreciate the super chat there. If you ever just want to engage with us, remember the chat. I don't know why the different top chat and live chat. I always want to see live chat. I feel like it's the same
Top
thing.
chat, yeah, I think maybe like people that are posting more. I don't know.
I don't know. I always want to see everybody. Look, you can always just like right here about Bavin, like you just tag us and it's an easy way. We appreciate the super chats, but just jump on, hit the subscribe. It's a subs only chat. Hit the like, pass it on, share everybody, and then we can answer all your questions. All I wanted to get at with MP Materials was, again, I think this is a classic pullback into prior highs. And now that you're breaking the trend, this looks like it has a good move right back into the 39 level. And I also think this is good for the long term. And Mayank, India has Uber rickshaw.
Yeah, of course.
Which, yeah, makes sense. Uber's absolutely everywhere. That's why we like the stock.
Yeah, we do like the stock there. And I remember I like Amazon. We talked about why we like Amazon too. Last year I spent, I think it was 12 grand on Amazon for the year.
I try not to look.
Ridiculous. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily leveraged ETFs, featuring, of course, we talk about this, the built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings, whether you're feeling bullish or bearish. These ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. I mean, also just scan that QR code right there. Check our link in the description as well. Getting excited. It's date night part 2 again. We went out yesterday, had a little Summerlicious action, smash burgers. We talked about that. I had this wicked pretzel ice cream thing. She had the hot brownie. But today we're sitting on a patio in Yorkville. So, we need to find some money trades. I mentioned the restaurant to Ramin, and she was like, I think that's where Drake pulls up. So I'm like, wow, then I better tell my bodyguards to keep him away from me because
Which one?
The place he's going to, it's called One, where we're going tonight. So
that is.
Yeah, if he pulls up there, you better give me a hug. What's up, Adara?
But he's not like us.
Nope, good one.
Yeah, here is WRBY. You can also look at LUCY. These are both eyeglass-related names. Warby is Warby Parker. Lucy here is Innovative Eyewear. I'm seeing here apparently Meta is buying a minority stake in EssilorLuxottica, worth roughly $3.5 billion. Apparently, the goal of this is to advance its smart glasses initiative. It's unclear yet if this is a report or if it's confirmed by the company. If I get any details or if it changes anything, I'll let you know. But either way, I'm seeing here circulated around X that Meta is buying a minority stake in EssilorLuxottica, worth roughly $3.5 billion. Eyewear and glasses-related stocks are moving higher. Also, I believe the Drake restaurant that he goes to is Carbone. Unclear if he also goes to one, but I know Carbone is the one that's talked about a lot. Back to you.
Carbone, he actually talks about in one of his songs, God's Plan, he talks about the street that I live off of as well. So his mother taught at the school that my eldest went to. So shout out to Toronto.
Toronto boy.
There as well.
Yeah, Apple's, that is not really moving on.
Drake, anyways. Okay, so, Meta today, I don't know if people
just simply saying, like, Meta's not going to move on that much at all. Like, Meta, and again, someone said in the chat, oh, it's inside days aren't that much fun in the markets. Well, when you saw the rundown, it was basically 5 stocks that really moved, and those were the ones, not that they were the only things you could trade. There was probably lots of other things that moved, but they're like individual stocks with their own catalysts and stories. Like I said, are the things that you really want to focus on. Because ultimately, when this kind of chop action is happening, a trader does not want to be over trading in this kind of a mess. Like you want to find something, grip and rip it. And if you have a catalyst, fantastic. If you don't, then you can afford to be patient for sure. No question about it. And Zuck has too much money, says Rivian Millionaire. Good. I'm down with it.
Yeah, he's got a lot.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I'm not one of those.
No, he makes like a couple $100 million in dividend payments yearly.
Yeah, like it's like I'm not like there's always conversations to be had about tax this and that, but then just remember like that's a very complicated argument that has more to do with not income but wealth and the way the tax code goes. So I never really want to get into that. But at the end of the day, like as a shareholder, these guys print cash and they know how to generate cash, and they're able to do it with aggressive spending. I mean, they're throwing a lot of money around and being very aggressive when it comes to AI, and Apple has had a little bit of a different approach. And which one is winning? There's nothing against Apple. Apple has been an unbelievably good stock, but it sort of speaks for itself here. Oh, there was something, it was Berkshire we never talked about. When I see Apple, there was a conversation about Berkshire Hathaway and a question right before we came on, and then Randy was here, and I didn't really get a chance to address it, but it was the first thing I was going to discuss. On a weekly chart of Berk B up, this has not held underneath the 50-period moving average on a weekly, and it just broke the 200 on a daily. This has not held beneath that since, and this goes back to, why can't you read that? Sorry, I had that off of my e-signal there. This goes back to March of 2023. If we were to close this at the beginning of the month, so obviously it's pretty early, but if we close this month under, this becomes a big breakdown on the daily and the weekly chart. I think there's going to be, and remember the top being, of course, when the announcement of Warren Buffett giving a date when he's leaving and stepping down, that was the top. This is probably going to be one of the bigger opportunities to get into Berkshire, but I could see this going further. If that happens on the monthly chart, then I see some more lows. At the end of the day, you always knew he was going to leave, so I don't think it's the end of the world, but when your rotation goes back into tech and risk, sometimes you get a little bit of that. You have Warren Buffett leaving. There's a lot working into this. But if we close this month underneath, this could have a little bit more room to go. Why did I just hear Warby Parker? There's a lot of eyewear news.
I don't know. There's Tesla right here. Elon Musk tells Dan Ives to shut up right here because Dan Ives trying to get involved again, of course, about telling the board to step in and take control of this before this gets, take control of what, man? I mean, this is the world's richest man doing whatever he wants with the company that he created. So, hey, how's it going? But yeah, Tesla right now today, we're going to see, man, it's up 3%, and we're going to figure out where it's going from here. But tells longtime Tesla bull, Dan Ives, literally to shut up Dan right now. And, Dan Ives said when the clock strikes midnight, it's time for the board to lay out a plan for shareholders. So, yeah, I would say shut up also to that. Let Tesla do its own thing here. But obviously, that guy's called Tesla to the moon. So we'll wait to see where it goes from here. But that's what's going on in the news stories right now as Tesla is still up 3%, a great day for TSLA. But, if they start getting downgraded and analysts don't start to like the stock, obviously that will be momentum the wrong way. But I think the Tesla bulls will come out and rally this stock. So I don't think adding fuel to the fire for Tesla bulls is going to work for Mr. Danny Ives right now. But all right. Oh, it's because Lucy, Lucy, is the innovative eyewear.
Oh, they're just all going.
Yeah, and so some of these names starting to get higher right now as well. So yeah, that's what's going on right there as far as that Tesla story is concerned. Yeah, Bitcoin right now, 109 and change here going. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with IBIT right there, taking out those tops of 62.1, 62 and change. So Bitcoin right now looking like it wants to break out on the day, which is real nice. Hopefully that can get going. I was thinking, I know there's a lot of traders around here that are pretty heavily, I guess, I'm not sure why exactly, but into Bitcoin extremely. It's near all-time high, so very similar to NASDAQ. I think it's one of the things, well, Joe and Sharif, I guess. For me, it's like a couple points of my account is IBIT, like points, like under 5.
If you add them all up, it's for me, it's almost 7. But I consider that pretty big. But
yeah, 7's huge. You should, you're not supposed to hold anything more.
Oh, I know. My intention was for it to only be 5, but I never really sell.
And you must be buying to add to it because
I have it. I added at 77. I added at 92 something. Like on the daily chart. We'll go to the daily chart in a second because right now I know you're looking at the IBIT. Yeah. And before we look, man, I can just finish the whole thought.
Yeah.
This is the daily chart of Bitcoin. So when it did this breakout, the only places I was interested in buying made the all-time high. There was your initial support. I'm like, I'll buy in front of that. I think I got 92 something. I always do stupid prices like 92, 420 or some nonsense like that is kind of what I play with. And then when it bounced off that prior low, like the 75, I think I bought like 76. And that's all I do. That being said, when you're doing like a proper management, like what I should be doing is taking out a couple of points at the high, which I can't bring myself to do. And I'll admit it, to bring it back down to 5% or somewhere in that range, I'm just kind of like, but it's going to break out, and then I'll do it then. So yeah, that's not always a wise thing, but it is what I'm doing. Like, yeah, I usually would trim, and I'm like that. Like, I usually trim things. Like, I trimmed Eli Lilly when it got too big of a percentage. That's how I roll. I'm just not doing it with Bitcoin because I keep thinking we're going to break out this top. It doesn't happen, but ultimately, you know, sometimes you make decisions that are a little bit different from your plan because you have a bit of a gut feel. But I wouldn't let it get out of hand. Like, I wouldn't let this get back under 100 without trimming anything. Let's go to Adara.
An update on that Meta eyewear story in case you guys missed it. LUCY and that would be Innovative Eyewear and Warby Parker, all these glasses names moving higher. Basically, Bloomberg reported that Meta bought a stake for $3.5 billion in EssilorLuxottica. They're the maker of Ray-Bans. That stake is a roughly 3% stake. So again, just a little bit of context. As I said earlier, it was unclear if this is a report or if it was confirmed. Right now, it's just a report from Bloomberg. I also want to talk here about that Dan Ives comment. That post and Elon Musk's "Shut Up, Dan" response were from hours ago. Elon posted it at 11:56 a.m. Eastern. So I just wanted to give some clarification. Also, though, as alluded to by you guys, already the Tesla bulls have completely defended Elon. So that happened during the midday. Back to you.
There you go. I know the story even before it comes out of her mouth right there. So thanks to Dara for that one. As I said, the Tesla bulls would come back and support that stock. So they did it immediately. So thanks to Dara for doing that. Hey, what's up, Ulick here? How long have you been soaking in that CoreWeave, man? All freaking day, man. I mean, this is the #1 stock here today. It's the #1 P&L name. It is the trade of the day. And yeah, I'm going to stay in it, man. I mean, we have that. We had it a couple times as it continues to break lower. I mean, where do you want me to get out? Right now, it's $5 in the money. Let's just see if you, I mean, I have, again, the account that I can trade is in the millions. It's not, I'll just tell you what, like it is. I could put capital to work at any time. But, you know, I'm going to sit here, continue to watch out for this and see what winds up happening here on CoreWeave. So thanks for that. And what's up, Hypercube right here? Thank you so much for that. I just saw Ramin came through with some lunch, but it was not beef stroggy. I asked her how was it, and she's like, she didn't grab any of that. Just some noodles and veggies and stuff like that. But yeah, what's up to Hypercube? Thank you so much for this one. Check out the beef stroggy at Highs. So I like Highs Steakhouse. So let's have a quick little look here. Go into this one right now and figure this out. So here's the menu. I want to see if there's a picture. Look at that. We should be getting some steak up in there. Probably a dinner menu.
I'm not getting stroganoff.
Yeah, there's gonna be stroganoff. Yeah, they're not. I'm just trying to look here. Tuna, escargot. Well, these here we go. Steaks. So there you go. These are. I mean, Toronto don't play either, right? Like there's a bone in New York right there, 22 ounces for $134.99. The Porterhouse. I mean, these are 22 ounces of meat. I mean, insert joke here, but there's $134.99. Here we go. Here's the House Classics. So what I'm looking for. Siri got activated there. I'm not sure why. All right, but beef Wellington, steak, gorgonzola. I love cooking the filet mignon at home. All right, I don't know if, oh, here, maybe it's in here. Berkshire, Tuscan, organic. Yeah, so.
They don't even have it?
Yeah, I don't see it here for now, but it must be here somewhere. Maybe it could be a special at some point. Beef Neptune. It could be in here somewhere, just something called something a little different. But anyways, thank you so much for that too. I was calling it up so I could read it live on air, but either way, man, we will get a beef. We could do something fun with that beef stroganoff talk. I think that was a good one. And thank you so much again, obviously, for the super chat. You know, obviously it means a lot to us as we continue to trade here. So thanks to everybody for everything right there. New trader TV position. Lowest P&L of the day gets Strogie at Highs. Everyone else, filet.
What's so bad about stroganoff?
I don't know, but lowest P&L of the day. All right. Whatever. And people probably don't want to mention who those are, right? So, but no, we're not doing anything like that. But that is funny. I don't know. I like beef stroganoff. I don't know what like you. I mean, do you have a problem with it?
I don't have a problem.
Probably better uses of beef.
No, this is what I'm simply saying. Like, there's certain things that you like, you will eat. that are okay. It's like the conversation we're having about AMD. There's nothing, AMD is not bad. There's nothing wrong with it.
Right.
It's just, it's not NVIDIA. That's not my go-to for beef stroganoff, but I'll eat it, and it doesn't, and we have a salad at lunch. So like ultimately, like I'm not sitting here like I had the lunch, but not to harp on Joe. But if you hear me say I don't like to eat something and that's what lunch is, then I probably am not eating it. Like if the caterer served pineapple pizza for lunch, I'm eating out. Like I wouldn't be doing this.
Yes.
No, it's true. Like
someone else
if they had pizza, I wouldn't do it.
Oh.
AMD is the stroganoff of chip stocks.
Yeah,
I don't know that that's fair.
Stroganoff is better than AMD. For sure.
If we were doing,
AMD is bad, dude. AMD is bad. It's one of the weakest. I mean, if you compare it to the best.
Okay,
right?
but like stroganoff is down near the bottom.
Compared to
beef.
what? What are we comparing? Yeah, but it's not. But it's a pasta dish. It's a beef pasta dish.
But that's what I'm saying. So it's got to be pretty low on the totem itself.
Yeah, with AMD.
Yeah. I don't know. I think
AMD and stroganoff are maybe in the same class. Yeah.
It's not Intel. You're gonna tell me there's a beef dish that is. What's the beef dish that you put?
I don't know. Like what about like that? First of all, CoreWeave right now is $6. So, but someone asked me if I was holding on to this. Yeah. No, I would say like beef. You have like what are the it's not chuck, but the burgers that are not. It's like a steak, but it's not a steak. What do they call it? It's like a hamburger steak. And I don't think AMD is bad. I'm just comparing it to the other ones.
Intel sloppy Joe. Salisbury steak is what Salisbury steak.
Yeah.
No, Salisbury steak is the bottom, and then floppy.
Yeah.
Sloppy Joes.
Because you can have a high quality cut in stroganoff. I don't know, like that high is
I guess
probably.
If you have a high quality cut, why are you doing stroganoff? Anyways,
I don't know.
You know, that's neither here nor there. I do want to mention. I did say, DraftKings very range bound. So if we're buying it in front, I'm getting out when it breaks that support, like very cleanly. It was a scalp trade to see if it could go, but look how far the volume weighted average price is. Like if this loses support, I don't want to be hanging on to it while it drops like a full point, which is where VWAP is, like a full point lower on the volume weighted average price. Tesla's dropping into the volume weighted average price as well. The market's not really doing all that much in terms of the pullback. Here we go. Like this is the move right now that the market just did. So yeah, it's going down a little bit, but while that was happening, like Tesla's dropping right into the volume weighted average price precipitously. Stock that I'm actually watching for a short opportunity is Apple. I had this trade at lunchtime in VWAP, and ultimately it's like I got in and reloaded, it stopped when it broke VWAP. Probably a good decision because it broke out a little bit there going into 210, so it was probably the right call to have gotten out. But I want to jump back into this one. It's a red to green, it's a green, actually red to green, and then back to red, and then back to green. So it's holding negative one more time. And I just think the MAG have been weak. Apple has been trending down. I think the poaching story doesn't necessarily matter. It's rejected 215, and as the MAG go down, I think a trend down into the 50-period moving average makes sense on the daily. I just think playing the short off at 210 into the lows when we're looking at slightly trending down. I wanted to find something that's setting up here where I don't have to necessarily chase a move. I've got that VWAP in the 210 pretty close by to work off of.
All right, so we're now into power hour. And we just took a little bit more out here on CoreWeave as we keep getting lower and lower and lower. You want us to look at FICO? Sure, I don't even know what that is. Fair Isaac Corp. Yeah, that's a good one. This is this what you're talking about? $1,700 name right here. So, yeah. I don't know the story, man. FICO. All right, let's play Sharif here and just cover some news. All right, FICO. Right now. Okay, so Fair Isaac Corp right now. Let me have a quick look. So we just type it in here into Benzinga Pro and outperform on Fair. I don't even know what these guys do actually, so I should probably look into this first.
It's a software company.
It's a software.
I'm just looking at the details.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, okay, good. So, yeah, we can look at this together. Trading lower after director said Fannie and Freddie will allow lenders. Okay, so obviously something to do with lending here for these guys, and they're down right now. Expected to increase competition. Okay, so again, FICO, is that? your FICO score? No, Fair Isaac Corp. I don't know if that's the same type of thing here. We don't have any of this
That would
stuff
be a coincidence.
here in
Can't be.
lovely Canada, but you are down a little bit right there. And I don't know. I was haven't been trading Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac or doing anything like that, but I think that if you look at like an FMCC or anything like that right there, they're not moving around too much today. So Fannie and Freddie just doing stuff like this. So yeah, you know, that Fair Isaac Corp there. Don't know much about it, but thank you for asking. It's just for us, or for me anyways. And again, right, I don't know too successfully trading things with gaps like this or even spreads at all. But you know, right here, that is $10. So for us, probably not something to trade. I think when you're looking at these kind of names, again, and like I'm here to trade everything. You guys see that. And by the way, like we talk about this, I've only traded 2 names today. So yeah, but right now, FICO, if you're gonna trade on news, I think you gotta get it going early. I think you wanna trade that real early, get it going, and then if you're right, you'll have these kind of moves to the downside. So FICO there, you know, thanks for asking, but that's a name that, again, look at this, as we still go lower, like you just break that bid there and the thing drops, you know, $8. So,
Well, I think Tyler Verse has it here.
yeah.
Vantage Score now used across the nation as well. So FICO, TransUnion, and Experian all taking hits.
Look at CoreWeave.
The rival. So essentially, that makes a lot of sense. But that's not very tradable. I've told the story about traders that have traded Amazon on this floor before the split, and it's not that you couldn't make money. It just comes down to what the risk was on the way out when you're trying to exit the trade. When it works, great, but then when it doesn't work, it was what you were risking when it starts to go against you and what the liquidity is like, ultimately. That's what it boils down to. As far as its comparables go, like a bunch of other software companies, when it lists its comparables, they're all a bunch of names that I like way better.
Yeah, I mean, we never.
No, I went to the comparables and it was like, and they listed Palantir, CRM, and Intuit. There was a fourth, but I was like, oh,
Palantir, never heard of it.
it's like a bunch of things that you'd like more than this, which I don't know very well. But again, not very tradable. And if you look, that's not a very appealing. When I see 2 death drops on the daily chart, I really don't like it. Really don't like it. Like that's death drop. And if there's a fundamental reason going on in terms of a shift.
Tesla's getting kicked right now. Like
this is late news. Like is this late
Elon
reaction?
Musk, I guess. You know, probably some more tweets there. I mean, I'm gonna go over to Elon right now, and yeah, in a second, I'm just gonna go to Elon Musk here. What's going on right now? So I'm just gonna over to his Twitter and see what's going on right now, because maybe there's something going on right now. If you want to support Texas flood, so that's good. Powell saying, Trump posting that we need to cut it right now, Fed rate cuts and whatnot. But here he goes. How can people be expected to have faith in Trump if he won't release the Epstein files? So more stuff there about Epstein files. Pardon me? Yeah, good, perfect. So Farzad there again. Again, these are more guys that he's tweeting out about Congress and stuff about this America Great Party. So yeah, I mean, again, if we're going to talk about news not being relevant, I mean, this was 35 minutes ago. That Elon tweet, right? So I feel like when we're talking about news stories, it's very easy to like pick and choose this, but this has really started to happen here. This was 3:03 right there on the breakdown, but there goes Tesla Adara with breaking news.
It's not Tesla, it's just the market. There's a new post from Truth Social from President Donald Trump. A new study by the Council of Economic Advisors led by highly respected chair Dr. Stephen Moran has found that tariffs had 0 impact on inflation. In fact, the study shows that import prices are actually dropping, just like I always said they would. And then he talks here about how experts are wrong, that tariffs are making their country, quote unquote, boom. Many new factories, jobs, and trillions of dollars in investment are pouring into the USA. Now, here's where we get to the Powell aspect of things, saying, quote, someone should show this new study to too late Jerome Powell, who's been whining like a baby about non-existent inflation for months and refusing to do the right thing, in all caps. Cut interest rates, Jerome. Now is the time. He did previously say that Powell should resign immediately. He wants to get in somewhere, someone who can and will do something about the rates. He said that just a couple hours ago during his cabinet meeting. He also called Powell TOO too late. Back to you.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Okay, CoreWeave right now, thanks to that. Yeah, we just talked about that right now with Mr. Powell and Mr. Too Late and this and that. But there goes CoreWeave, man. Like I said, like trying to host and trade, and there it goes, man. Big time movement there for buy right there, man. See you later, CoreWeave. Like we just got that fill down there, man. $10 winner here from the top of our first fill there. So yeah, man, CoreWeave again. You know, pretty. Just trying to show you guys here live on the show that, you know, these kind of trades, again, are possible. We have, and it's just funny because I have CoreWeave today, so I only have 2 trades. I think, again, Neil's made more trades than me on different stocks. I don't know about more trades, but there's probably, I guess, because I have a lot of fills here. But again, this is what happens. Again, taking a bigger position, getting out on the way, kept on, you know, getting out at 154, then held the goods for this move down. So, I mean, there goes CoreWeave. It's the #1 trade idea on the sticky note, and I'm just trying to follow that plan. And then in a complete opposite kind of a trade, just showing you guys this is the breakout, right? Love breakouts. When you're playing the right stock, breakouts are absolutely fantastic. And I've also talked about the break and fake, and then today we didn't get a break and fake. I basically put the full maximum position there that I was willing to take on Big Bear AI, and ran that all the way. So we only have 2 trades, man, CoreWeave and Big Bear AI, 2 for 2, and just a monster of a day. So yeah, really happy with what's going on. At the end of the day, though, Tesla might be the next trade for me here, because at some point, the madness must stop. Tesla, huge move down into 297 and change. Of course, we're really happy with an $8 winner right now on CoreWeave, but we can always get a little bit more greedy and look to make another trade in again right there today. So we're going to do that and then see what's going on with Tesla down here, 297. Let's just try it right here. I'm going to try a position right now, 297.70, see if we do get a little bit of a bounce back. I mean, you know, this bottom right there, 296.34. I mean, we have well enough in our account to withstand this kind of a move down. So let's just wait to see if we do break. I don't really want to play with that. Well, that's actually only 295 and change. I'm not getting sloppy here. I just think that there's a push coming back upside. So let's wait for it here. Again, $8 winner on CoreWeave. Let's see if we could do something again right now on Tesla. There it goes, up a nice little 50 cents. We'll see if we can get a little bit more, obviously, than that. But there it goes right there. Neil, almost as if it's easy, there it goes on Tesla, another 50 cents. So 3 names for me. Let's see if we caught potentially the bottom, but I don't know.
What was that? The low you said 95?
Well, I was just looking at the day chart. I mean, it looks like it went
that is
95.
Right. My chart, I thought that was a bad way.
Yeah, well, 95.60.
Okay, fair enough.
Anyways, we'll see, man. If this goes back up $1, I mean, I don't know what else we're supposed to do. I'm sitting here just chilling out, doing all of this, and then boof. Hopefully we can grab $1 on this and then just start to go stacking. So I'll get another out here in the 40s because this may not last, right? This is a nice little recovery bump back up there on Tesla. And again, just trying to trade it off of, we have the 200 period moving average right there. Nice little take right there. Let's see what winds up happening for TSLA as it's coming back in just a little bit.
I don't really like that long, but I have to address this, and I did mention this when we were doing our little rundown. Someone said they wanted to get locates on CoreWeave because of the structure of the deal being all stock.
Holy shoot.
Cores is free locates. So you can short this. Well, I would assume, like, okay, fine, we have to pay for locates on CoreWeave, but we can short cores for free. And the charts are going to be the same thing. It's an all-stock deal, so they're relatively going to move. Like when one falls, it should just fall with it. So yeah, you got to pay for locates on CoreWeave, but there is an alternative. I don't know, like I'm not thinking long on Tesla right now when that battle's going on. We've seen this follow through. It's only 316. So I want to see it maybe try to push into the 300 level. I'm still on the offer of Apple because I think we have a chance to be able to pick that one up on a little bit of market weakness if we get a bit of a bounce. But I almost look like if we're bouncing into 300 that I want to fade on all this like spat stuff on Tesla. Yeah, I like the long off the 300 level, but that's when you're back underneath it, I just don't like it as much at all. It doesn't look, it's not a healthy thing. And ultimately, all that buying the last couple of days, I just feel like if we'd kept our mouths, I say we, but I don't mean we. I mean, if Elon had maybe kept his mouth shut, you wouldn't be having another rehash of this. And the support hasn't really been anywhere except for 300 and then down at that 294, 295. So I'm looking if we can push back into 300 to try to short into that for sure. The market's not falling that much. Like the NASDAQ just went flat and went from 22.9 to like 22.87. Ultimately, it's not a big move. Like Tesla is the biggest mover here for sure in terms of what's going on. I just don't know if I like that long. If I'm looking long, I feel like the bounce on NVIDIA makes the most sense. Like NVIDIA just dipped into VWAP while all that was going on and is right back to where it was before. Like this looks like a pretty strong stock, buying it off the volume weighted average price. Might go ahead and look for that to the long side. And the chip names in general have been strong today. I know Intel was on the board because Intel went up like 4%. But NVIDIA, I got bottom wick. I traded again to the long side. We get that 160 break, which was flat. But I like this off of VWAP as well. NVIDIA primed to get to another retest of its all-time high. I think it has a chance for an all-time high, for a high intraday move if it gets to 160. It's like 65 or something, which it got 40 cents away from here today. So I like the dip into VWAP if the market's going to bounce on NVIDIA. Sorry about that wick. Now it's a little bit easier to see. Like this little high in here. 160.5, bit of resistance, but there's room to go on NVIDIA.
All right. Yeah, and again, to each their own. Like we're running Tesla right here. Tesla will now be the P&L number 3 stock right there. Sometimes you got to take a little bit of risk. This could still fall out though. I'm out of a third of this right now on Tesla, as it's going to go hopefully a little bit higher here. But it is having a problem up in this area. You know what? Let's just stack, man. Okay, we'll punch some out there at 40. I am waiting at 70 to make, again, that dollar, and we'll see what's going on. What's up, Chef Joe? I just asked you a question. I'm going to show it anyways because I'm assuming that you're fine with it. I don't even know if you're here. All right, open image in new tab. What's up, Chef Joe? Chef Joe wanted me to show this. His dog here watching Trader TV Live. So shout out to Chef Joe here. His dog's name, Duke. So what's up, Duke? Right there. I'll tell my 3:19 p.m. I showed this. Chef Joe and I message back and forth there on X. So shout out to Chef Joe. 3:19 I showed Duke if he wants to look at that. Then Duke right here can find himself live on TTVL right there. I invited Chef Joe to the recap show one day, and then we had a great time there. Big Tesla bull is Mr. Chef Joe, and you might like the fact that we are on Tesla long again for my third stock traded there today, and we just stick with it. Again, we had written down Tesla here on our sticky note. Included on this note again is the $10 winner that you're seeing in CoreWeave. I'm just going to close my messages here so I can go back over to my profile and show you guys the sticky note. I mean, again, it's just another piece of information, right? Like we have the watch list out there. That's nice. It doesn't actually give you trades, just gives you sort of ideas. This is the idea behind the trades, the method behind the madness right there. There's CoreWeave. We like that. Even the 156 break short, we talked about it. I don't think Tesla's getting to 292, but we did see that good bottom there from yesterday. And we pick one right now off the 200 period moving average. And then BBAI was posted right after this because I looked at it and made sure that we posted that. And then the BAC short that we wanted all day. We even talked about it possibly breaking through $47 as some bank stocks continue to move around once again. And, I don't know if you guys are in bank stocks or not, but 47 held pretty good. This was the downside move. And again, the thing about it is when we talk about these stocks, obviously the ideas that I have on here, like I said, Neil, it's traded 9 symbols today. I've only traded 3. And the thing is that I'm just looking for opportunities that develop where I can either milk the trade or let it sit there for a minute, let it sort of marinate, try to get out immediately, but then also try to hold a little bit of something. And remember, when you're doing a sticky note trade, it's a lot different because that's what it looks like before. As the market opens, as we all know, as numbers come through and different things start to happen, what winds up happening is we get different ideas come through, and we got to be able to watch out for that. So anyways, here we go, man. The market's trying to make some moves higher here, or sorry, not higher. It's Tesla making the moves lower right now against us. We got to be careful with this trade here on Tesla.
Yeah, 100%. And ultimately, like in the middle of the day, better have a catalyst. Oh, I forgot to mention this. We didn't go over, look, I'll get to Tesla in a quick little second because it bears mentioning, but there was a lot of tariff talk during the middle of the day. One of them was some pretty large numbers thrown around about pharma tariffs.
Right.
Which my first reaction was like, he's not putting 200% tariffs on pharma, but I had a bit of a FOMO trade on Merck because I was like, that number's nonsensical and covered a short only to watch it drop a lot further. So when it bounced, I'm like, okay, we're going to take more the second time, but you shouldn't do on news. You should on news, you should have less the second time through because the news has been digested in a general sense. You should never take more. You should take less. So I went slightly down on Merck, but again, we've been waiting around for news on the pharma tariffs, and we are now. He's saying President Trump is saying they're close, and obviously a bunch of these names took hits. Merck was, I believe, the biggest percentage mover to the downside. Eli Lilly took a nasty one as well. But ultimately, like this is a stock which has been in trouble for a while. Maybe it's bottoming out, but yeah, it's like some sectors are just not. It's just not good, and Pfizer's not good. I'm trying to find you a silver lining on Merck, but
you have IBB.
I'm literally struggling to do so. And let's be real, the only healthcare stock I've swung UNH. I used to own it in my long-term account, and I don't. For reasons that are pretty obvious, when I learned a little bit more about their business and did a little more research, I'm like, it turned from just something that did well in my portfolio to a company that I didn't want to own. But the only big healthcare stock I own now was Eli Lilly. And if anyone ever asked me, I'm like, this is the one that you want. And barely a scratch today for Lilly on that news. I know it's up 1% and there was a big move down, but a nice little recovery for that. As a matter of fact, it's kind of falling in as we speak. But yeah, there was a lot that was going on in the healthcare space as well. Go Bills. Pfizer was a trade for myself that I did pretty well for obvious reasons in COVID. And we always talk about cleaning up your account. There's a bunch of really good COVID plays that I held on to like 10, 15% of because of, well, it went up so much. Who cares? We'll just hold on to a piece on the way back. It's kind of a silly thing to do if your reason for liking it has gone away. Just get out of the whole thing. Like, I think that's something that I'm a little bit better at. Like, I remember after that experience, I did that with Silvergate, like 50% before it got to the high. And I looked like an idiot when I sold on the way up. And I'm like, whatever, I didn't get a great price. And then they went bankrupt. I'm like, who's laughing now? And I put that money into Coinbase. So like, ultimately, sometimes you just want your money out of stuff because it's not good. And maybe it rebounds, maybe it doesn't. But if your reason for liking it, like, look at these charts. You saw Merck, you saw Pfizer. I don't know what's going on in this space. Pfizer needs to make some acquisitions or something to figure it out. But I think you're probably going to see some deals in the next year or so. How else are they supposed to catch up to Eli Lilly at this point?
Yeah, no one's going to do
Can't
that.
figure it out on their own. So
yeah, no, Eli Lilly's
have to buy
going to
somebody.
be. Eli Lilly's going to be. I think, anyways. I'm pretty big on that stock. We've been buying that stock as well. You guys know I switched Google into Eli Lilly a little bit there over the last little while. Just really quickly on Tesla. Tesla came back up to 298, which is going to come back again, and I got out more. So right now, out of all of the shares that I had, we only have a third left right now because it just came back up, and I was like, you know what? If I can get 298, we'll take it. So that's that mark right there on the stock. And now I'm offering actually 298.10 to get out of 25% of what we have left, which is 30%. So whatever that works out to, another 8 or 9% if we can get back upside right now. Just making sure that we don't turn this trade into a losing trade because, as we mentioned, man, the market has been pretty downside here today. So we got to watch out for that and see where we go. But right now, there it is. So we get that out right there, 298.10. So a good move there, another 40 cents on top of what we already have, and pretty happy with the performance there on Tesla. We did not, though, get that dump down in CoreWeave. CoreWeave broke 150 and went whoosh all the way down. And again, it only went down $1 from there, but I would have liked to grab that. I only have less than 5% left of CoreWeave. Looking to see if we can get into anything else right now. But thinking about getting into other things, obviously, is there needs to be that trade and it needs to be available. So I'm not sure right now if there is going to be an available trade coming into the close. It's 3:30 right now. We will look to see if there's anything else happening as I just fixed some of my stop orders right there. I had not looked up yet, haven't even called up Palantir today. This name looks like it'll be okay, but a nice upside move into 140 again. Palantir's all-time highs 146, 147, but here it is pulling back into 139. Goes PLTR. So maybe this name making a move back under. Yeah, Google, AMD, Boyle there for nat gas. I see some people talking about it right now, but I think this is what I agree with the most. What's up, Finch Jane? This is what I'm doing, man. This is why I'm trying to buy the indexes. I mean, all the companies I'm trying to buy are no longer marijuana companies. I'm trying to buy the best companies when they go down. So that's the plan. That's why I'm saying, like, I was waiting for Amazon to get hit to come back in a little bit more, because again, I want to buy best of breed. You know, that's what started off when I was 18 or 19 years old, started self-investing, self-directing my IRA and everything like that, RRSPs here in Canada. And it started with buying names like IBM and Apple, and I still own all of those names. All the names, they're all the banks, all the Canadian banks, like just buying them when I was younger and trying to be disciplined and sitting on those and collecting the dividends and so on and so forth. So yeah, I believe in that. So 100% shout out to you, Finch Jane. Again, we'll get some of these super chats when we get back from Adara.
Keep an eye here on Kodak. Kodak, or Eastman Kodak here, making moves to the upside. That is KODK, announcing on X about a minute ago that they're going to be expanding into pharma with a new FDA-registered facility that's going to be apparently producing critical components and reagents for medical testing. So medical testing catalyst for KODK, which does have about a 13% short float. Back to you.
Yeah, it's one of those weird but actually very, very sensible pivots for Kodak. They are not the first, you know, sort of like film. Look, man, old film. It's just it's essentially mixing chemicals, right? So it really does lend itself well to this. That being said, this is always just a squeeze play, and I don't really see it. Like, I don't see it breaking out anything too significantly. Let me just do one thing here, because it'll bug me not to draw this. So let me just draw that, and then I can get to the super chats. I don't see it breaking any significant levels for a squeeze, but what it is doing is breaking a downward trend. This can close. If this closes holding these gains, there might be a little something here on Kodak, just from a pure squeeze perspective. Overall, I can't tell you, bottom line, just hearing that news, what's that going to do to the business. But we got a few super chats in here. One Stop Sports. Shout out to you. Must be like a store or something. But it's Canadian dollars.
Yeah, it must be.
Love your guys' content and sending love from the East End of Toronto. What are your guys' go-to indicators for scalp trading? I think you've seen it 100%. Like, okay, that's Kodak, which I just happen to have up right now, going nuts. Everybody, volume weighted average price, and I like to look at trend lines. So ultimately, like when you look at trend lines, I think. So it's usually something along the lines of that. I don't draw that incredibly well. Like, I probably could do that a little bit better. But the idea is you want to see a defined, clear, as many points as possible trend line. But oftentimes, volume and the volume-weighted average price, and just sort of using those. Like SoFi was an example of, well, I was looking for a place to get back in. It showed me that it held the volume-weighted average price. So I tried that, and it worked a couple times until it didn't. And then it ends up being a short underneath. I like that indicator, but ultimately, unless it's on a higher time for scalp trading, I like trend, and I use a 3-minute, and I'm looking at volume, and I'm looking at trend lines. And then sometimes I'll look at bottoming tail candles, something like that kind of a pattern with a big volume spike, which didn't happen here, so I can't really show you an example. I'm trying to think off the top of my head if anything had a bottoming tail candle with a big volume spike today, and nothing's coming to mind, so I can't just make one up out of nowhere. But yeah, volume's very important in the volume-weighted average price for myself.
Yeah, I mean, when we started here, I was talking about to Adara. I was like, you only need one indicator, VWAP. So yeah, I believe in VWAP as well. Shout out to all the VWAP traders out there. All right, CoreWeave, not doing much. Let's look at something else. Shout out to Chef Joe, who is now watching. We did show Duke already, so shout out to you for that one. And we got out of Tesla for basically flat. My last price was well, not basically flat. We're up on the stock. The last couple outs were for flat. Remember we got those 298s, then a 298.20, or but that was 10s. What is that? Maybe it looks like 13s or 14s. But anyways, out there, then these outs right there, 1 through 50, and then 1 at 35, unfortunately. So we will wind up getting a 40-cent hit on our last piece, but didn't stop us from taking those tops right there for the majority. Then we told you we're holding a third of it. So this last part is the third, which was getting hit there near the end. So we'll watch out to see what winds up happening there with TSLA. Hopefully a move higher for those of you that are bullish on this. But, you know, it's coming back in today because the story, again, you know, this America first, and now apparently, you know, we've now we're going to talk all about these Epstein files again, and it's just going to be that's you know, sort of schoolyard drama, it seems like, for both of these names, for Trump and for Tesla. So that you know, we hadn't looked at DJT actually in a minute. So let's have a look at.
There's like a weird pairs trade that you can do.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Like, is there anything available here for this?
What did it do at the open? What was that? Oh,
a big spike there. Obviously, some kind of news story there off the open.
That's interesting. But so remember, DJT's doing the push into fintech.
Right. Fintech.
So you know what? Now that I look at this, maybe this was as simple as, well, Robinhood did it, so DJT did it too.
Yeah, I could believe that.
Like, yeah, it's a fintech story. Look, we're gonna go from DJT and check out to see if that actually works. Right to I haven't done this, looked at it, very similar. Immediately gives it up, so other fintechs gave it up. And this is what we're talking about whenever you're looking at an overall space, whether it's buy the best in a long-term sense or buy the best in the short term if you're swing trading or day trading. Okay, well, if you like the fintech names, great. Robinhood was good for about 10 minutes this morning. Actually, 3 minutes this morning off of the open. Just go to the one that's stronger. Like SoFi was held for a little bit longer than that. So you want to generally be in the thing that is stronger. And no AG. I was not saying Hood is a short. I was just simply making the point that Hood did a massive reversal like DJT did, and a bunch of fintech stocks did as well. Does Hood look like it's a little bit overheated? Yeah, well, how many stocks go from $30 to $100 that aren't a bit overheated? I think it is due for a very healthy pullback. And I think there would be nothing wrong with that. And I don't think that would change your necessarily like a long-term outlook on it. Just fighting a sneeze here. On Robinhood, would I be hitting the short key right here, right now at the low of the day? No. But I do think if this breaks 90 tomorrow, like when I'm going through like my notes, I'll usually throw like a level like 90 short on breakdown trade on Robinhood, and I'll put that down on the iPad. But if tomorrow it's gapped to 94, then it doesn't actually make my note because it's nowhere close to the level. But if we come in, it looks like this, and you could flat bottom break, yeah, healthy pullback into the mid 80s, why not? Robinhood's a great stock, but great stocks go down for a bit too. Like that's just par for the course. As far as I'm concerned. But yeah, right now, I don't know what you do with Robinhood. Market's slightly bouncing. It's barely moving. I suppose people might try longs off this low of the day, I guess. But yeah, the fintech names have been having a fantastic run. It was just a little bit of profit taking on Robinhood the last couple of days, I think, which makes sense.
Okay, not yet. Okay, yeah, so yeah, Robinhood, good little look there. And we also talked about SoFi earlier as well. But today, you know, a lot of the talk in the market is just trying to figure it all out. We got back and forth with some tariff talk. We didn't really get much today from specific countries, but we got the tariffs on FCX, which is the copper move. So we can even look at COPX here with copper coming back. Should be going up, I would think, today. But yeah, I guess there's the move and here's the fade back out. It's that taco trade, but in reverse. It's like, you know, make an announcement, see thing go up, you know, figure it out, asset, whatever we're talking about goes back down. FCX would be part of that trade today, and this was the one that, as it was happening live on the Midday show, this was going on. They were playing some video game. I don't know. I can't remember what that game was called. Fabian hooked it up for them. It was a lot of fun. Sharif was some sort of a farmer or something like that.
The Oregon something.
Yeah, whatever it was. I didn't actually know that game, to be honest with you. Although I do remember the 5 1/4-inch floppy disks and all of that kind of stuff. Man, that was absolutely wild.
Atari.
But yeah, ColecoVision.
Did you guys have an Atari?
We had ColecoVision.
Oh, we actually had an Atari.
Yeah, Atari's great.
My dad was a bit of a he loved that stuff.
Yeah.
He'd buy it for himself and then pretend it's my mom. Like,
there you go.
I'm buying it for the kids. It's like, hey, look at this thing for the kids, but really he just wanted to play with it. It's like Lego. He'd buy Lego that he just wanted.
Yeah.
And then we'd get to play with it.
Yeah, Lego's great. The last Lego we bought was we bought a few other ones, but the bigger one was the Home Alone the Home Alone house, which was really nice. We didn't get the extra lights that were included. I found about that after. You can light that thing up. The Home Alone thing is pretty nice. Look at Tesla, man. It's a good thing we got out of the way of that one, as there it goes right back to the downside. We'll still go 3 for 3 today, Tesla, CoreWeave, and BBAI. And how we find some of these trades, of course, has to do with charting. And if you're looking for a charting program that you can have complete control over, trust, reliable, and, you know, honestly, never goes down. The only time it goes down is when we lose internet connection or something like that, or these guys behind us drill, and next thing you know, pop goes the power. But yeah, there's a nice move down on Tesla. But anyways, Tesla, again, customizable charts, huge, man. Second charts, a great opportunity to back test, check out if your lines are working, what's going on with all of that. So yeah, man, we really do like eSignal. Make sure you do scan the QR code that's available on your screen right now. Check the link in description for your 1 month free. The scans are what's awesome. I mean, there's the Screener Plus. I can show you the trade right now is going crazy for NVIDIA, TSLQ, Proc as well. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. There, like, we've looked at Proc today. It just keeps on. Proc is the halter, right?
It's like 30 halts today.
Yeah, millions of halts. But
more than that.
As it's going through tons of trades, over 316 million shares, this will help you not miss that. SPLB just got hit up on there as well, so whatever that is. But anyways, lots of opportunities to go here on the day. So make sure that you do catch it out. ABEV, TSLL, TSLA, obviously as these markets continue to fall all over themselves, including Tesla, which the latest that we have is just him kind of going off a little bit on Dan Ives, going off a little bit. I'm just going to call up Elon's Twitter account again just to have a quick little look at that. Shout out to Chef Joe in the chat.
There's some early look imbalances.
Says he's going to send, oh yeah, okay, we'll look at the imbalances in a minute. So he's going to send Duke after this guy. All right, this is this guy watching this. Share a piece of lore about yourself. One of our cars is literally floating in space right now. So shout out to Tesla right now. Hopefully it's not my car. It's downstairs, but hopefully it's still down there.
Well, that would be cool.
Yeah, that'd be cool if it was in space. I wouldn't like that, but yeah, other than that, nothing else being tweeted out right there. The biggest thing there would be the fact that he was talking about the Epstein files right there, and then talking about finding a home in the America Party. So we'll just continue to monitor that situation. Obviously, it's going to be a sensitive one as politics are.
But the more petty it gets, remember the last bat? It was like the more petty it got, the worse the stock did. Mm-hmm. It's like,
and then it was corrected the day after.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's just a long from here.
Well, the America First. So I keep saying America First. I think it's just the America Party. So I've gotten that wrong like 3 times this week, but and it's only a couple days. It was bought up at the open effectively, and then again bought up today. So it's like if you just could have calmed things down, the bulls are ready to buy it, but not while you're getting petty. I did want to go over. There's a TSLZ, I believe, it did. All right, you're just gonna have to believe me. It's an inverse Tesla ETF, and there was a buy imbalance on it, but it's now gone. In the time that I was pontificating there. BBAI does have a small buy imbalance, and again, in 10 minutes, these are going to come out for real. Whatever ASX is 2 million to the buy side. What ASC Technology? Okay, I'm not really familiar with them. They were the big one. Teladoc has a small sell, but an inverse Tesla ETF was a buy. It's now paired off for what that. I'm not saying that means a low or anything, but obviously an inverse Tesla ETF, it was a buy imbalance. It's kind of like a sell on Tesla. Does that make sense? But I'm just going to double check whatever this 2.5 million balance is on this stock that's literally not moving, but that's half the volume on the day. Maybe there's some kind of index action with that. But Tesla is now at the actual lows as we speak. So this is 294 was the close, and it's trying to bounce almost exactly off that 294 level. Like this might be the spot. Like, what I was talking about, like a stock hadn't made a bottoming tail candle at all today on volume. There's a big volume. There's your bottoming tail candle, 295. It looks like it's going to close green, but I don't want to chase. I want to see if I can get snagged on any kind of dip back into the 95 level, because to me, this play should not retake underneath 95. Like, forget about the low of the day. If it reclaims underneath 95, like to me, that's a loser. So the risk is to 95, meaning you can move a little bit closer to the 96 level. So I'm going to try and pick something up in the 95 half zone if we can, and give it to underneath that 95. But that's kind of what I was talking about when a volume spike on a bottoming tail candle and a recovery. The issue with that setup is if you wait for it on a 3-minute, you might be a little bit, like I like a 3-minute chart. I find you don't overtrade on a 3. What happened? There you go. But if you look at it on a 1-minute, and again, to each their own, that same setup, looking for it on a 1-minute, you get a bottoming tail, there's the massive volume candle, and then you might already be in this at like 94.7 or somewhere in this range on a 1-minute chart. So on a 1-minute chart, you might be in that trade. I use a 3-minute chart, but that's sort of the idea. If you use a 3-minute chart, you're likely to make less entry points and be a little bit more specific or precise with it, but you also will miss like some of those quick little snapshots. I tend not to jump back and forth between time frames, and I just like a 3-better. So I'm gonna try and get picked up. My stop's already underneath the 95 level, so I'm gonna get picked up if this comes right back in. And Rusty Dutch saying you've got resistance at 97 on Tesla now. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it didn't really get to 97. I saw 96.5 come out there on the offer, but there was no one sitting there with any size or anything like that. So I don't know why I'd be pegging the 97 in particular. Is there something to zoom out with on 97? Yeah, it could. Yeah, you would just be looking at the pre-market lows, I suppose, and somewhere in that range, and make an educated guess at that. So I said I'd pick it up in front of the halves and give it to the 95. So that's going to be the plan of action here on Tesla. My other bid down there got auto-canceled because I default to auto-cancel being on, not off.
Yep, same.
Which...
Oh, no, I dedicated to be off.
So... I mean, yeah, it's probably worth it. So you would have seen like my other Tesla bid just go. Here at Real Trading, you have two functions. Like auto cancel simply means if you get filled on a bit of a stock and you have another one, auto cancel will cancel the other bid, which sometimes is lower. You can choose whether you want that to happen automatically or whether you want to turn that off. I like it to happen automatically, and I want to be able to choose when, if I get a fill, I'm leaving the other in. So it's a matter of personal preference. In that particular case, in the moment, I didn't remember to turn it off. I just put the bid back in there. It wouldn't have filled anyway, so it literally doesn't matter. I'm sitting there in the 20s, and it never got down into the 20s. So it didn't really cost me anything, but I did lose that. But I just put it right back in at 22 where it was before with a stop at 95. So let's see if Tesla can get back. 97, maybe that's a bit of something. It just seems like it would be that pre-market low. But I tend to look at, okay, this was when things really heated up, and look at the volume at 98. Like I would think the target's in here, 97.5-ish on Tesla is what I'd be aiming for on this bit of a bounce play. 5 minutes till the imbalances, one way or another, I want out of this before the imbalances come out. Because the last thing you want is to sell imbalance on Tesla after this spat's going on.
Yeah, good look down there at 295. Looks like a good one there. So, yeah, I was looking at those imbalances, and I was kind of like, okay, not much. You know, BAC, we've talked about BAC, not a lot today, but it was on my note. Looking at that HBK, Fun, Pfizer, Teladoc. Teladoc's an interesting one. Clover Health has been moving around a little bit as well.
What's the other one? Oscar.
Yeah, Oscar's the one that I like, so I might pick up some of that in Z portfolio soon. What's up, Adair?
Keep an eye here on Rivian. This is RIVN. Nice little pop at this one. So apparently, Rivian's small EV spinoff is valued at $1 billion in Green Oaks investment. I looked this up. Green Oaks Capital is, I guess, they're an investment group. They're an investment company based in California. So what it sounds like based on this story that I'm reading, and again, not sure if this is confirmed, but it looks like apparently Green Oaks Capital is looking to, I guess, invest here in Rivian. They're valuing their small EV spinoff at $1 billion. Back to you.
All right, that's nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Lucid party today. Like in the general sense, I like Rivian more than Lucid, but even Randy was on Lucid today.
He just mentioned it. I don't think Randy never mentions like trades, but just,
no, but
yeah. I don't know what it was going up there.
Oh, it's just usually when Randy comes in, it's one of three things that usually we're talking about. Like he'll say Rivian, he'll talk about energy.
Yeah,
ExxonMobil, sometimes a little Chevron. He might throw a little bit of Tesla in there. He might punk Ford, which it makes a lot of sense. What I was going to get at when we got to go to the news for Rivian there, the Oscar Health. Now, whether you're into this sort of thing or not, to each their own, but the 50 period on the daily and a golden cross, if you like it, I don't know too much about them. But if they are an alternative, what are they, like an alternative, kind of like a new age, like healthcare?
I believe so, yeah.
Provider? Yeah.
I only like it because
provider.
the technicals that you're bringing up right now.
No, the technicals are, I was going to say the technicals are gorgeous, right? Like higher lows, holding the 50. If you like an indicator, the most important thing to me is, does your stock like it? What the heck do I care? Like, that's great if I like the 50-period moving average if the stock doesn't give two darns about reacting to it. But this one has since it broke. Breakout at the 50, hold of the 50, bounce of the 50 just now, and also now the 200, which hasn't mattered as much as anything but resistance, but that looks like a good one technically. That's all I wanted to get at with Oscar. And then you have upside. You can see like $16 to $21 is a good opportunity. All right, so you're running out of steam, Tesla. It's only 3 minutes to the imbalances, so I'm going to cancel the other bid because I don't want to get filled as the imbalances come out. It's now binary. Either it's going to break down under 95 or it's going to get to 97 change. And I think that makes a reasonable target for Tesla, but I'm going to have the imbalances. We always have the imbalances up for you guys. Like I said, Teladoc, kind of something. I don't know what PL is, and ASX, again, that stock's literally not moving. GDX just popped up here for 1.1 million to the buy side. Sometimes you'll see ETFs in there on the Amex. My experience is unless they're absolutely gigantic, they just don't move. I just heard in my ear that the Core Scientific acquisition by CoreWeave is being discussed.
Yeah, the CEO's on CNN or CNBC or BNN. They're talking about some trading show where some guy shorted today at 160 and ran this thing right now. But yeah, no, they're not talking about that. We actually just got some more out. So right now, I might as well just start to, you know what? I'm just going to get out of everything right now. That's it. See you later. Ciao. There it is, man. It is your diamond hand trade of the day. And I hate the diamond hand thing, but I was really happy with the way that we were able to hold this thing all the way back in. It's a real... BBAI is going to beat it by a little bit, P&L wise today, but it's CoreWeave and it's BBAI, big time stocks there today for myself. So we're pretty happy with the way that that's all sort of panned out so far today. So we're out of that one, and now we can sort of wait to see what does happen with those imbalances coming out very, very soon. Marvell, I was going to buy Marvell. Like I just actually hit down here at these bottoms right here. And it looks like buying it might have been a mistake. But obviously, as Neil and I had just mentioned, you know, these imbalances that come out, you're going to see stocks move like crazy. Marvell's still up 0.92 right now. This is another name that I just recently got into. And remember, I was saying that I didn't really like AMD. I don't really like Marvell either. This is just a play that AMD and some of the other names have broken through the 200-period moving average. So we got long this name at $64 and did cash out. And again, I hold. Like I get out of some as they move up, try to hold them, and then was waiting for that $80 break. And then we had that news from Microsoft a couple days ago, where Marvell, Microsoft's talking about using their own chips, and they came to the downside. What's up to Levy, I believe it was. There's a guy in our baseball team, Levi, Levy, I don't know what the name is over there. His name is Lev, and he's great. He actually wanted to pitch. I said, okay. He went in there and he did quite well. So shout out. He didn't mow them, but he did really good. He's a good pitcher for us right now. But yeah, Reddit. I don't know. I like the space. I like the advertising space on the web, right? I think that there's going to always be people perusing different. There it is, 350 out right now. We can check what's going on with these imbalances. Datadog, there it is. Yeah, so
of course.
Datadog with a buy there. We sort of were expecting that as they go into the S&P 500 tomorrow. So that's a big one there. Obviously missed that. Intel with a sell coming through there now. So we'll see where that one winds up going right now as a sell. But what I was getting about with Reddit, which is not on here, of course, RDDT, is that, yeah, I do like the business. And I think Reddit can work. Again, it just had a pretty decent move there from the bottom on Reddit, 90 up to 150. So I think it just needs to settle down. But if there was a name that I think can work, it would be Reddit. And again, I like the space. I think there's been a lot of advertisers that haven't been on Reddit. I think there's a good opportunity for them to cash a little bit there. So on opportunities, a lot of the other opportunities I think are like exhausted. Not that Meta's exhausted, but we know Instagram and we know all of that. So with YouTube and YouTube Shorts becoming the big thing there, I think YouTube and Reddit would be the places for advertisers right now. So yeah, I do like Reddit. Thanks, Levy, Levi in the chat there. But yeah, good question there on Reddit.
Shout out to Rusty Dutch.
Oh, it's like Levi the jeans. There it is. What's up?
Yeah, Levi.
Got my 501s.
We had a Levi in the Barrie office. That's when the second you said it. When Sean and I had our own trading floor, we actually opened a second office outside of Toronto. The main floor was really it's a long story. The main floor did much better. But there was a guy.
I mean, I can't be in two places.
There was a dude, Levi, that was a really, really interesting.
Yeah, they're a good guy.
He's a very interesting character on the floor. I'll leave it at that. I'm just.
Aren't they all?
No, but I'm thinking of some of the stories, and I just realized some of it's not all that appropriate. But I wanted to shout out Rusty because there was a lot of selling at 297, as you were saying. It ended up being some resistance. I was going to cover before the imbalances regardless, and it happened to be at 97, but you were dead on. But Tesla burst through when there weren't really there was no sell imbalance at all. It doesn't mean there was a buy. Overall, the market was a small buy of a couple hundred million, the NQ 650 million to buy, the Mag 7, oddly enough, a very small sell. But Tesla does make that rebound off of the lows. So once again, if it eventually catches a bid, if it's going to close green, barring something going crazy, but I'm a little mad at myself over Datadog, and no, I will not chase Datadog. Going into the S&P 500, effective tonight. So whenever they say that's going into the S&P tomorrow, like on the 9th, that just really means it's happening at the close the day before, right? So it came out as a big buy imbalance. It's not as big as what we were expecting. We're expecting double digits, big double digits. It was like 7 million to buy. It's already paired half of that off, and the total volume is now like 25 million total. So ultimately, not as big a buy as expected, but there was a bounce. Like it seems as if you probably could have had something in there, but I actually just forgot about Datadog. This is just the truth. I totally forgot.
Of course, we didn't.
That was going to be today, and it comes down to sometimes like a bit of your preparation. We were mentioning it literally yesterday for this, and the trade comes out as buy, quick scalp buy, and you had to have that right away because it gave you potentially $1, but chasing it now when I would expect that to pair off as it's already starting to do, I wouldn't take advantage of. And remember, we had said it was that negative note from some random Bloomberg story that this was going to move more.
Oh, right, yeah.
It was some negative Bloomberg
right.
story
They
on their
got
business, and it got a down. It was yesterday. It was downgraded, I believe.
Well, it was in our notes today.
Actually, no, it was probably in our notes today. And we're just like, no, just trade. Wait for the close to trade this one to the long side. So we did talk about it this morning, but there it is. Wait for the close to trade it to the long side when the imbalance comes out. Good luck if you happen to have it, but yeah, not cool. You always have to remember, it's easy to get distracted. And you got to be on that. And the thing about the imbalances on NASDAQ, it's not like the New York. Right? When we pull these up at 4,350, all the New York ones, we can see if they're going to come out, or like you just see like early looks, and you might see that Datadog's already a buy imbalance if it was New York like an hour ago. But on NASDAQ, you've got to be eyeballing it and ready right at 350. And those have been the better ones for that reason. Like the better trades happen on the NASDAQ because they're not telegraphing to a bunch of people before 350 what they're going to be. They just come out as a bit of a shock. That's why they are better trades, because there's less information to go off of. The more obvious it is, the less you get out of it. That's the NYC ones.
All right. My wife is sending me all these. If anybody's in Boston and has any like hookups on hotels, man, they're freaking expensive. Like $600-700 a night there in downtown Boston proper. May have to stay.
Did you try Trivago?
Cambridge. Maybe. Yeah, she's trying everything. I think she just goes to Google.
That's not the commercial?
Yeah,
is that what they say, like, did you try Trivago?
Yeah, it's like, there's some sort of a thing there about Trivago, yeah.
Didn't that dude,
anyways,
you know what?
Message me if anybody has any hookups over there.
Didn't the Trivago guy have some?
Yeah, it's not that, Jose. I'm always trying to look for a deal. It's not, trust me on that one. All right, so, yeah, we talked about Datadog again, going to the upside, fading out a little bit. Right now, pulling back into 146 and change. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening right there, coming back in. Yeah, we'll probably get a hotel downtown because we want to, like I said, we want to go to Little Italy. We want to see the boardwalk there and all of that kind of stuff. Have some clam chowder over there. And unfortunately, we looked and the Red Sox are not in town. I'd love to go see the Red Sox. But so we'll wait to see what winds up happening there. But always looking for a deal. We'll be going out to dinner tonight, which, maybe. And I was looking for Coldplay. Coldplay tickets.
You've been to Fenway though.
Yeah.
I was gonna say because then you can still.
that was a while ago.
When they're on the road, I'm sure they have the tours still, right?
Oh yeah, but I want to see a game.
Yeah, I'm with you too.
My kids aren't like, they're not that excited to see it. Yeah, it'd be more about going to the experience right now. But now that the Sky Dome's done all the renovations, we'll probably try to go there. I've only been to one game this year. We just hung out upstairs. Okay, so I don't even know what I was looking at my phone for. Yeah, Datadog right there, the one that we're all looking at, right? We'll see where they wind up printing here coming into the day. It's already paired off, so all of that action, again, gone already. There was a couple million shares. I think it was 8 million that we showed off early, then it went all the way to the upside, then it got paired off. So if I sort by paired volume, it will be the #1 name, I would assume, today. There it is, over 30 million shares going in today, right there, paired off. So 15 million going in, 15 million coming out, matched up. So at the end of the day, whoever put on a market on close order type will get matched. And they'll get matched at whatever that closing price is. So I don't know what that's gonna be, but this allows it to do what it's doing right now. When there's no imbalances, this is what happens. It just hangs out and you get a fair price. That's the whole point of the market on open and market on close imbalances, is so that you don't have to sort of show your hand and you don't get a crazy print neither. You know, because if you have to buy 30 or 15 million shares, each one of these digits here is only 100 shares. So when you look at the level 2, if you're gonna buy throughout and you don't see any volume all the way down, you know, a buy at the end of the day of 15 million shares probably gets this thing to like 149, 150, and then that's not fair because whoever was trying to sell into that, you know, just got rinsed, and so they're trying to make it a little bit more equal with some of those calls. So that's what's going to happen. And until we see something outsized here, maybe nothing's going to happen. We saw Berkshire down for a while. Coke, not really part of that problem because Coke's been doing okay. I think it's Apple, it's some BAC and some of the bank stocks that are making moves down today for that. But yeah, that's that with only 2 minutes left. IBIT again doing nothing one more time here today. Sure, it had runs, don't get me wrong. But again, just the fact that it's at 108.7, I shouldn't say IBIT, it's more like Bitcoin kind of stuck around
Can't break
here.
110.
Yeah, it's, and there's the top right there.
110.
So we're gonna wait tomorrow. 62.10 could come into play. It is right now only minutes away until the close. We have Brian Shannon coming through, and then we have AEHR earnings, which is not that much. EPS expected.
But we get back into earnings season with the banks soon, everybody. Like next week, JPM on Tuesday. On the second day of the week, Tuesday. So we get right back into the thick of things. You're never out of earnings season for very long. Just with only a minute to go, obviously, we said Datadog, it did pair off. It came right back in. So if you're looking for that trade, whoops, I still have Tesla up. We always talk about the reason why the trade is right at the open and right at the imbalances when it comes out, but obviously it's pulling right back in there. Bit of a missed opportunity. Tesla's getting a decent rebound, but remember, this was chilling in the low 300s when you had this rollover happen. So unfortunately, it's not the best look for Tesla. You like the fact that it's getting bought up and it's going to hold grain. So I think you can be patient with this. And ultimately, as long as nothing escalates again, it might not end up being that bad. Like, they backed down pretty quickly the last time this happened, but some buying coming into Tesla at the end of the day. Just waited for, and someone asked a question about indicators. I was like, yeah, volume bottoms, and sometimes a candle pattern is all you need instead of fancy indicators. But we also need to ring the bell on this session, although it doesn't mean the end of the show, as you guys all know, because Sean and Adara will be with you as the market closes now. And what I mean by that is you get to sit back, relax. I know it's 4. At the end of the day, the market may close, but the show doesn't stop. The market recap will be in there. There is AHR as an example of earnings. But again, the big stories overall, like another spat, another set of back and forth between Elon, or I guess mostly Elon. I don't know if there was any response from President Trump and Tesla, which was in the midst of a really, really good recovery, ends up rolling over. So thank you once again. That's kind of frustrating. Datadog at the end of the day here, pretty nice reaction getting added to the S&P 500. They got a downgrade earlier this morning. It sold it at the open, and then the buyers came back in. There was a trade there if you were really, really paying attention to it right at 350. You got to be really fast for that. But let's be real. Up 1%. A lot of the chips did really well. NVIDIA up a point and closing, I don't know if it might have closed at exactly 160. Pretty much closing at the 160 level here on NVIDIA. So incredibly impressive day. You had a lot of very strong moves in the chip space. Micron up 4%, so you would have seen Micron had a good day. Intel had a big day as well. The guys will go, the desk will go over this and some more, but as the market didn't do much in the afternoon, like Intel up 8% on the session. Unbelievable day. But thank you guys so much. You guys are the best community out there. It's a heck of a lot of fun. I want to give a big shout out to our team here, Fabian, Ramin, Andre, the Bash brothers, Brennan, who's back from a short brief trip. He'll be back on tomorrow. Great job filling in Sharif in the mornings, and Adara doing a bang up job. But you get more. The market recap show. We've got Sean Adair at the desk. Special guest Brian Shannon confirmed. So it's going to be a fun one. Enjoy.
Just getting logged in right here. Thank you so much. Michael DCA saying great show. We appreciate that, of course. And thank you, everybody, for joining us one more time here for the last half hour of your day, where we'll sort of try to recap the market a little bit, talk about some of the fun ongoings today that were in the market.
Oh, yeah.
We did have a bunch of stuff moving around, obviously, there today. Some big sectors, including gold, down over 1% today. So that's not helping anybody, any gold bulls out there. I'm just popping out the chat right now. I want to say a big shout out to everybody that stayed with us right now. Hey, what's up, Mike Peter Ryder? I responded to you you responded to one of my posts, I responded to one of you. There it is, Michael's TCA, thank you so much. Hopefully you guys can stay with us. We do have Brian Shannon coming on in the next 10 or 15 minutes. He had some good trades that we want to talk about. He left us with some last week, and if you do have any questions for Brian Shannon, put them in the chat at any time. He'll be here at 4:15, your Stock Twits Educator of the Year right there. There you go. You want to talk about SMCI? Yeah, actually, Brian Shannon, shout out to you there in Living Color. What a great show. You ever watch In Living Color?
I'm familiar with it. I've never watched it. I've seen the Jeffersons.
I'll hit the fail, but I know you're much younger than
I've seen other shows from the era. I have seen the Jeffersons. Moving on up. I've also seen Good Times, Sanford and Sons. I am missing one show. I've seen quite a few.
I could win a trip to Thailand here with Skip the Dishes. Okay.
Wait, what?
Okay.
Skip the Dishes is from Manitoba. So shout out to Manitoba.
Shout out to Manitoba.
Yeah. We had Skip before we had anything else.
Nice. Shout out to 7-Eleven as well.
Oh, yeah, 7-Eleven. I mean, that's not from Manitoba, but it's just a Manitoba.
There's 3 phone lines, $130. Not bad. From TELUS, that's my bill, so it just came in as well. Hey, pay the bills, everybody. We'll ask him about SMCI. I think SMCI is primed for a little bit of a breakout right there, now breaking through 49.68. Nice move there, trying to get out upside on SMCI. Today was the day for that one, breaking through over 4%. Donald Trump tried to announce some tariffs on semiconductors. I heard that was supposed to be happening. Did that happen? Semiconductor tariffs?
He's been saying, okay, here's the
thing. We heard healthcare today.
I will just say that Trump has been saying that he's going to do pharma and semi-tariffs for months now. Right. He has made zero progress on either tariff. Now, as you were going to allude to, their pharma tariffs, he's saying up to 200%.
What's that mean?
But he hasn't even put tariffs on any of these. I just want to make that very clear. They keep saying, oh, we're working on semi-tariffs. They actually, at one point, they had filed to do an investigation for semi-tariffs. And again, I have seen zero fruit of that.
I don't think, hey, what's up, Roadrunner? I don't think Brian Shannon was in Big Bear AI. I mean, I'm the one always asking everybody about it, and some of them never even heard of it before. And then all of a sudden, I guess last Friday, Steve Tileman there from Trade the Pool was like, Big Bear AI. I was like, bro, I told you about that a couple of weeks ago. But shout out to great ideas. We had FLNC today from Fluence Energy from Mitch there again, so that started to go upside there today, so that was a good call, as well as some of these different energy plays look to get going. Nice little loop up right there. Fill that gap up to $12 for FLNC. Yeah, today, man, Donald Trump there, your current president of the United States, came out and announced some tariffs that should take effect as of August 1st. Should take effect. We're not sure. By the way, this show brought to you by Global X. So we want to thank you for them. Go check out their Beta Pro product right there, Global X. Scan the QR code or get into our description. Find out about that link there. The letters are being sent to Adara right now. During the cabinet meeting today, he said he announced semiconductor and pharma tariffs. We just talked about that. We didn't get the semis, but we did get the pharma one. I was looking at XLV here, just on the daily. You always know this is a healthcare, so not necessarily the pharma that we're talking about. XBI here is a good one. XBI, there it is, right there on the daily. This has been a good one that we've had, down to the downside there. We've been buying some of this. I'm still stuck long in and around here. We were initially buying when it came back into these levels right there on XBI. I actually remember, I don't know if I bought a 100 break or was it this break right there, but either way, fail back in here on XBI, the biotech ETF, as Moderna had some news going back up to the upside today. But you got another story right here?
Yeah, Mobileye.
Okay.
MBLY, we know I was going to say it's friend, but really the company that is involved with it, Intel, they were moving today. We couldn't really tell why. Mobileye, though, we do actually know why. They're announcing a $45 million share secondary offering by their Intel unit. So $45 million share secondary offering by their Intel unit. There's also going to be a $100 million stock repurchase and a $50 million Class B to Class A share conversion. So lots of announcements. Thank you to ScarJo Rabbit in the chat for reminding me of these. Also, guys, I apologize. I realized I was very wrong about the show eras. I was just thinking of throwbacks. Yeah, in living color, very different era than the shows I mentioned, and I apologize for that. But that's what we learned, and clearly I have some throwbacks to watch. Mobileye, though, throwing it back to the downside here with a low of 1670. For context, we closed around 1860, so that's like a $2 wipe at the lows for a stock that is only like in the teens. It's not a very expensive stock for that move. We have AEHR earnings. Let's see if they've reported yet. We were expecting them at 4:05 p.m. They're down 20%, so that would be a heck yes. There was a double miss. Sorry, I'll just go over this really quickly.
Yeah, go.
So they missed on sales. I typed AHER, that's why I'm wrong, AEHR. So AR Test Systems, Q4, adjusted losses of 1 cent per share. That's in line with estimates, but sales were a miss. 14.089 million versus 14.823 million expected. For the record, the expected move on this was about 20%. We got a move of about 20%.
Yeah, Homie the Clown, don't mess around. And in living color, Damon Wayans, who I saw perform.
I love the Wayans.
Yeah, I saw Damon perform in Vegas. He has a pillowcase, and he fills it with various items and whaps people over the head with it.
Oh.
But kids and everything. So it's not like,
it's
not bricks in there or anything.
Oh, okay,
like
that's fair.
He's just like, that's the one clown you don't want at your party.
I see. That actually makes
Homie the Clown, because he don't mess around. And also Fire Marshal Bill.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, that was Jim Carrey.
Okay.
So he got his sort of start, obviously, in stand-up, but that was a big show for Jim Carrey as well. So, anyways, good move there. All right, so today, we did have a move up there in the marijuana. I don't know if the marijuana moment was talking today or not.
I couldn't find any move. Yeah, I always check marijuana.
I know, from you I got that one there. But there it goes, man. Nice little upside play. Big, beautiful weed, maybe included in that bill. But there it goes to the upside, MSOS. And again, negatively about some of the marijuana stocks, but there's many more involved with MSOE state operators, things like that, Trulieve, some differences that are involved in OS. So I think if you're going to be in an ETF, it's probably the one to be in right there, only down. Changing the last 5 days up 18%, but had a nice little in the last 5 to see what it was year to date, though, down 30% year on SOS. So that name up though today as we can climb higher. Great Ideas does not have oil for us, but you can see the oil holders today. OH. This to me looks like a pretty good breakout as well. About to have right there. We get a lot of dust around here these days. So I know Neil's been suffering from some of that as well. So it's for your pace in allowing us to build this crazy studio. The plans for insane. So we're excited about that one. Here's OH. There it is. There's our desk. Oil holders right now, 251 and change. That looks like a good little today. You have USO, which is of course US oil, so that is up over 20% as well as USO. Getting a little bit higher. LE, some of the oil higher today. XOM, good mirror, up to 1 change there. But today we also have, again, consider possible tariffs, maybe up to 50% on COPEX today, making that move higher on that news. And then again, today, boom, boom, almost like it did not exist. And this is what I'm talking about when you're hearing talk. Always think, let it settle down, let it find an area, and then almost traded it off back end of that trade, right? And so right there, you got that pop. This is just through. But if it started to go short, even on that first candle, it does make that back against LBX. The biggest copy that I could think of right there, making that move higher and low, but still closing the day up a nice 3.5%. Jennifer Lopez, yes, one of the FI girls, as they were called there on these, at the end of the show. But there's FCX, nice move back in on the downside. Last Shannon, he is a fan of Living Color. He showed up very, very soon as well. All right, the cabinet meeting also resulted in sound bites, Jerome Powell, unfortunately, and more talk about how he has what he's doing, Mr. Too. But he's Mr. All-Time High. I mean, that's what I'm going to call him right now. Since Stroll's been in charge, the stock market is absolutely boom. And again, not that he's responsible for everything. But you can be late, you can be too early in the day. SPY right here, Fabian. That's what's happening right now. A nice move. Of course, Donald Trump will take all the credit for this. But at the end of the day, caused this. And now we're up here. The trajectory before we talked about all of it will be higher anyways. So I think it's a good buy spot for the SPY back in all times. And we might be getting that pretty soon. 612, 16. Also up there with the key. So again, Powell being talked about it, being asked immediately, that be happening. So he's gonna have to get out of there in May. So then he's gone. The end of May, we will see Mr. Too Late. Looks like, but unless Trump changes his mind.
Yeah,
and
that's fair.
that as well. But he's in charge. We mentioned that Scott Bessent. There's been some talk that
kind of alluded today.
the U.S. Treasury, then he's got to get a new Treasury.
Look, anything, Iowa Bessent, I've said this, and this is not political, this is just my listening to the end. I'd rather he stay the Treasury Secretary, because you have to send, look how I was an ad speaker. You have to listen to the Fed chair quite a lot. I don't know if Scott Bessent is right. The job that literally we had Congress and the Senate tell him when he's getting stick to you questions because he'll just hum and haw for the entirety of the time. So I'm not saying perfect. No one is perfect speaker. Mr. Powell is a very, very good speaker. Also, basically today, what happened was after he said, all this, basically, apparently he looked bad. He spelled it.
Yeah.
He apparently looked at best. All I heard was him saying it, but people when he actually looked at best. And he said, I wish you were in instead of him. Like, we need to get someone good. So it's like, right about best, but he said the same thing before the former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh.
Okay. All right, well, yeah, we'll just keep on looking at the Shaderas and use about as we're running this right now. Yeah, AEHR was the air system, was going through a report. You can see it down here at 1240, down 15%. Of course, honorable miss their top and bottom line for AEHR moved down, but a pretty small company, man, $372 million. So it was one of the stocks that were reported. We did have a negative day today on the downgrades. They get excited for their future earnings potential. However, stating that with their coming devices next Wednesday, they are nervous what numbers are going to be posted. I don't think about a price downgrade, but just a hold for BAC cycle. A nice move down there for Bank of America, potentially looking some of that up. The whole banking sector today, as I said, it looks like it's beware for until maybe December. It looks like maybe 2 rate, hopefully 3 in this year, but definitely a pullback. And again, like when you're talking about these pullbacks, see something near the top when stocks make runs, because it is very easy to pull back, and then all of a sudden on the chart, like, what have I done? It's all the way to here. And so for JP Morgan, as that's coming back in as well. Yeah, another one of the first report from the Mag 7 was not a Mag 7 only, but Netflix, a big name coming through. That's July 17th. So 17th, what is the date again? That would be Thursday. So today, July 17th, for Netflix. So that name has now dropped off a little. when the last came out, not related to market, market weekend, guess was back here when we had sort of February move back in and we had Tariff move. Same, nowhere near a 50 period or a 200 period. I do think Netflix down. Was there a downgrade for Netflix? Must have been something.
There was an upgrade today, actually. They did a downgrade yesterday. I just think the stock is getting sleepy. Yeah, this is a stock at regularly. Then I think, as far as I can tell now, just kind of get exhausted. It's been steadily rejecting. I don't want to jump on Brian's toes here. This is steadily rejecting you up from my eyes, at least the one that I have. So I think that maybe some Netflix, I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, Netflix is a nice little downside move there, over 1.1%. Not a huge move for them, considering the run that Netflix has had over the last little while. Yeah, nice move down there for Netflix. Yeah, I think we want to pick some of the ads some as well. Yeah, just, that's about it. We've done a pretty good job talking about these names. We want to look one more call here before we go over Brian and Jen, who's 4. We can go over that 1 second. It takes all 3,000 of you. Also, wait to hear Finn and what he say. Datadog up, down, flat. Like we said, that inbound paired off real fast. Came out with a nice little inbound to the 8 million. Wound going out at around 30 million at the close. Right there, nice for Datadog. They moved into the S&P 500. Now, Plate will be traded tomorrow as the newest addition. As Juniper came out, Datadog goes in. And Datadog, a nice little move higher there as well. Back not in the all-time. But there's sort of, I don't want to call it a false bump because whenever the price tag it is, you have to sort of land with it. But this could, because there's the announcement, a lot of traders are expecting it to be Datadog, being Robinhood. I'm not sure if there's any other names actually. That's the one that came to mind. My Headwinds is a position.
AAPL has been on
yeah, that was the other one, AAPL.
a year. People love it, and AAPL keeps getting short reports. So I don't know if Ellen, though.
It might not be. And again, AAPL and because your hubs out there, I'm in the space. AAPL could have been added as well. This chart looks pretty good. Does not get that gap fill on the S&P. Now the trader comes through. Brian Shannon, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I was listening to Derek anchored BEPS off all-time highs. I love it.
Yeah, I looked over that. I saw there it is. This is the author. Let me get that book. Up there it is right here. Max swim training with you up. First, Brian, you always ask me to promote this. No, he never had it at all. Do that. So Brian, for the book, and again, it's passed around here a lot. Traders. Any thoughts about that Datadog? I mean, we talked about that a little bit. There's some traders that got excited about it being added to the S&P 500. I always feel like those are trades. Like if you're kind of not in it before, might not really be worth chasing. But Datadog over here, kind of on an island by itself, like literally it's like that. Now I would say we might not want to get into this until we break some of those. Possibly fill the gap back into there, and that gap is pretty key because it's the same gap lower almost to the exact dollar, and we also gap higher, possibly 134. I do think it's a buy if we can get back into there, but it's on Datadog is hard.
I think you're right. It's probably chasing it up here, especially when we look at, being out at or double. The stock just ran from 80 to 160, and then you get news coming out. So it looks like it was widely anticipated. Now a little profit taking, and let it settle. It's probably at a foam right up here.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. You talked about, we sort of went back and forth a little bit of some of the tech names that you like, and you left us with a great one that's actually moving to the SMCI. SMCI up over 4%. And as I look at this chart, no one we like. I wonder if you're still in this, if maybe not yet, what you look is rare, breaking this $50. I mean, how awesome does this look? Right there, right back in here, back in the 24th of October, so almost a year ago, we were the same less SMCI. Hey, if we start to get some positive tariff out here, the chip spit starts to move a little bit. Of course, SMCI a little different than India, but SMCI here, you still like the stock performing well, nice base and all above the 200 and the 50-period moving averages, plus SMCI.
I do like SMCI. I don't like the personality of the stock.
Okay.
Just the way, we're looking at a 30-minute time frame. Big up, big down, back up. So the range is tightening. That's positive here on the daily frame. There are above rising 20-day moving average as well. I got rid of stock. I own options with good because I can't hold the stock through this volatility. It's just for me personally, options I don't mind holding through that type of volatility. I've got 18th, the July 18th is a strike on these. I'm sorry, the expiration. It has the ability to get up to the anchor from this peak right here, the all-time high. I think that's the all-time high from 2024. So that's been a key level before, and that's about 4.5.
Okay, yeah, good look there. Good look there. And I think with the options, earnings not until August 12th, so you don't have to worry too about that. Next week, we kick off earnings. I don't think it's too late to maybe get into some options or things like that. We had a nice downside BAs. We don't really talk too much about the financial the banks, you and I. Look at everything and you're great at answering questions about things. So I'm going to ask, is there a stock that you've been looking at in the space? Kick off next day with AAPL, Bank of America, following day on the 16th, Group and Wells also with JP Morgan. So is there anything that's gotten your as we enter earnings season again next week?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of trading the financials, Sean. I look at them like as a commodity-related stock, the commodity being interest rates.
Right.
So that's supplying for interest rate. You've got all kinds of, I like growth stocks and names that are not subject to global macro events. And anyways, I've been looking at it for clients about, and I'm pointing out the higher lows on the 30-minute time frame, which just broke below. It looks like a little bit of profit taking ahead of those earnings, and maybe it sets up for that.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was thinking the same. I'm still on JP Morgan, benchmarking a little bit. There's a stock that I talked to everybody about, including myself, and I feel like it's very long. We're really happy for this. Double up, Brian. I'm getting a little green on it. Big Bear AI, it's BBAI. I brought this name to many of us over the last little while. I've liked this again. I think it's United States. They announced a couple of different deals back in June. Big Bear AI side there. But, we faded out pretty nice. There's that $8, and I just think that, we were able to take this. It was my largest peanut month of the month pretty early. We busted through that $8 mark. We got up here to $8.60, where we actually wound up getting out of the majority of our trade. Pretty lucky on that. But Brian, I think that if you're looking over here, we may just like that wick. It looks a little nasty on the daily chart. It also goes in really where it's been showing its last time. We only traded 3 days of this wick. Big Bear. I think it's actually due for a pullback. I got them out today around E. What do you think about this stock, or maybe any of the stocks? Sound. So UN, C3AI, just AI. But very AI, what a nice there. It was pretty wide to take some profits. Any thoughts on a stock like this?
Yeah, on the thin time frame, Sean, we've still got a pattern of higher lows with this day moving. So if you're holding, based on that time frame, it's still in. If it breaks below here, then I think we're probably going to see, more selling. This has been a hell of a rally here. The one that is now so far is CRNC, and thank goodness I did this one old 90% of what I held above 755-ish right here today. So same story, Big Bear. The down's hard, and if you're trying to hold with these higher lows, I would have had my way down here. Instead, I got it up there. So when you have these stocks like BBAI with an ATR of 14.7% per day, you've got to be a little bit more aggressive about managing, maybe holding a trailer with those wider stops.
Yeah, we also had, but also 30% short float. Yeah, they're a Big Bear.
Yeah. CRNC, similar rather, it's 28%.
Yeah, crazy. Did I have a question for you?
And I'm going to ask, hi Brian, good to see you, thank you for being here with us. I want to ask you about a different type of Amazon, I was just kind of seeing some of my news about apparently Jeff Bezos sold a whole slew of Amazon shares or filed for a whole bunch of sales he's through 20% of the total shares he plans on selling. With that in mind, I guess regardless of what's on AMZN right now, especially as we do better earnings.
I like it. And in fact, I just brought this in a couple days ago. Subscribers said, we've had this run in here. Now it's breaking out. I'd like to see it pull back. So looking for ones on is for maybe to pull back down into this 28 moving average down and then the next move higher. So we're below 5-day moving average. If we start something like this in the next couple of days, then maybe by the end, early into the week, I think it'll be setting up for other ways similar to the two that I just pointed out.
All right, yeah, great little look at Amazon. I love Amazon. That's one of the bigger names trying to get her in the IRA, the long-term account here. And I've been in the show in living color.
I have, yeah.
Good. Yeah, we had earlier, we talked about the clown and Fire Marshal Bill and all those characters there, Jennifer Lopez, Jerry the Wayans brothers. Anyways, I said I'd ask you about that show. So we were talking with Darren and I earlier. So there you go, Brian Shannon.
You're in there too.
Yeah, exactly.
And I remember her skit. She did Stone Song Pad, and she's like going crazy with a red can of paint painted around or whatever.
Right.
What am I talking about? I see a red door, I want to paint it back.
Right. And there's also David Allen Greer and all Tommy Davidson, tons of great watch for everybody here. If you haven't watched, I don't know if it's on YouTube there. Or so talking about Snapchat, I don't know. I haven't even. Let's look at chat together. How about that, Brian? I haven't looked at this, and so I'll give you here on Snap. I'm looking at a daily chart here for Snapchat. Obviously, it hasn't had that many of them have had. There's some of the tech names up 30-50%. Bottom sellers up to $9. So I guess that's 30% in a move from top to bottom. But still, 200 period moving average for me there on Snapchat. We're 29, a couple of weeks to worry about this. I don't ever hear too much about Snapchat to see we're going to worry about the daily active users. But for not in a daily chart, meaning too much love, don't really know what to look at there. If you look at a weekly, oh boy, we're trying to maybe break out, trying to get above that 50 period moving average. Do we have an A or bottom? Maybe help me out. Where would you drop an anchor? What are you looking at? The name like chat has been asked a couple of times here in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, I see watched it, and it just saw a nice run up on big volume here, seven in a row, and now consolidating on lighter volume. It's right at the day anchor. The Stearns median thing you pointed out, Sean, is that dashed line is the 200-day moving and get prior support right in here. This is a pretty big area of support. It will tend to resistance. So I think that for a trade, you might be able to move towards that 200-day moving average. That'll get really risk management. But a beautiful volume pattern, and it's a little flag. Let's look at it on a shorter time frame. It's holding right 5-day moving average. There's the anchor off the peak. So it's nice. I mean, you could probably buy it above this level right here, above tie with a stop under the low here from last Friday. So it's light and ready to go again.
I have another one here for you, Brian, from Ian Fed with a $1.99 super chat. Can we ask things about her health, OSCR?
Yeah, I make her try its thing, and it gets right back in. The weekly, this is the history of this stock. Has these big rolls, and it gets the snot kicked out of it, and it does nothing. Does not. And I think probably there again. If you're in this thing, it's like I don't think. I mean, it's nice to see it's finding buyer along the 200-day average, but to me it looks like it's going to need to heal from this. A lot of people popped up here and feeling badly about it. So if you put off the beginning of that move, the average price stock started higher, is up 1867. So most people are down 15% in the stock, and that means likely to be with supply. Failed breakout. I don't like it at all.
You almost read my mind there. You're talking about a lot of people down on a certain stock. What about today? Anything up 7%?
Yeah, nice day. I spoke about that last week, Sean, because we've been talking about that 30-year anchor to go after the chart. That's where we continue to find the buys. And nice move out of this little consolidation on the daily time frame. It looks like it is going to head up towards, where was that anchor? I had an anchor. So it up toward that 25.5, 26 level. Let the anchor off the hop from 24 right here. So I think that you're likely to see need to move towards that level. And this is the type of stock, very similar to stock. If you're quick to take profits, don't be complacent when you have this type of nick because they take them way quicker. The only good thing about now is with the World 200 and 200-day moving average is rising for the first time since back here when it broke below in early 2020.
All right, Brian, great follow at Alpha Trends. We'll make sure you follow this guy's Trader of the Year, so we're really glad to have you on board. iPhone, Darius phone, we've all thrown a few names at you here today, and you always cover us with little tidbits or little stocks to look at. So, given that you're thinking about something that maybe you sent to your subscribers, or popular you've been asked, is there a name that you're looking at that maybe I could ask you about next week?
How about DCS? I put this one on Twitter today, Dr. Midday. And if you take a look here at the daily chart, we had this big move up in February. And the anchor off of that has been, holding back a little bit with that blue to day anchor. That's really where we've been finding sellers. Now, a couple days ago, nice little shakeout. It recovered quickly here, 30-minute time. I got some of this today. I'm going to add to it hopefully tomorrow on strength with a stopper here. So stop, I think I $60.14 that is below this right here. And that one is looking like it could make a move, I believe, about 67, 68. So maybe a 10% over with about $1.50 of risk.
All right, great. Thank you for that. It's a great memory. So you don't remember docs images. So we're going to get you on that. Okay, and you want to talk about where people can find you, what you've been out here doing, are you making any appearances or speaking anywhere anytime soon?
Coming up like that, Sean. It's kind of a quiet summer.
Perfect.
The important part, stop of 60.14, so I want people over that. But Sean, alphatrends.net is my website, and for the trends under, so pretty easy to find.
There it is. Brian Chad, thank you so much. A good friend of been here for many years. At one point, we wore the same shirts. I can never forget that day. Brian Chad, thank you so much. We'll give this guy a follow. Thank you. Have a great rest of your week.
Thanks, Eddie. Have a good night.
Adara, we didn't want to interrupt that interview, but yes.
I did a little bit of news. It wasn't anything major either, just came out at the end. Keeping on AAPL, and that Jeff Williams, COO, will be transitioning. His role is gone. Bobby will be taking over as COO. You know me, I did a quick research. So Jeff Williams has been COO 10 years, started at 15. Bobby Conda was no slouch. She's been reporting to Williams since 2018 and with Apple since 1995. So third of the companies have find here to replace Jeff Williams as COO. Not really huge. You saw a bit of a wick down to 280. He's already back to 10s. But interesting way, especially we had that report earlier. Apple's AI head, he can move over to Meta.
Yeah, Apple, a couple of players there. Meta taking them all. It seems like now. I think there's enough talent out there. Some of the numbers that are being run around quite blame anybody for shitting on that one. I wonder if two of the dog options, and we'll see how that. But it's okay. It's take back number 2 for the white front. You're away at it all will play. But I have a quick question for you. All right, you have an option here. This is one of the foods. It's either Thai food, is Japanese, I guess, or Chinese. So if you would open this up out of it, one of the Japanese. We like that one.
What about
great call? I'd probably go Thai.
Ramin also said Thai. Ramin
yeah. Well, okay. I always know that Ramin. So, yeah. Should have Thai food there. We have to go to Thai food there. Favorite Chinese or Japanese? Chinese.
They're all like
Leave the gong. The Chinese influences, though. Depending on just what you're doing, late night food, I'm with Finn on that. Maybe we'll get a little bit of both. No, I'm joking. Thank you so much today. What a great show. Thank you, Brian Shannon. Thank you, Jermaine Broyer. Thank you, Fabian. Thank you, and everything that's been part of the show. Thank you to you guys for staying late with both us. That's Daryl. I'm Sean. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Ciao.